Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to start the stream off by buying a Clonder's Touch. I think they're going to continue to go down in price, but I still want one. I don't even think I'm going to use it. I just want to hold on to it just for standard, primarily. If I do get some, like, really insane ring, I'll probably use it, but, yeah. And then we'll go ahead and we'll look at the price of golden charms as well, and see what we're looking at or looking like. Yeah, these are ridiculously cheap right now. 35 div. They're just gonna keep going down too, but unfortunately, all the ones on the trade website are pretty bad. Like these are all ox, boar, serpent. I think I want cat is what I want. Preferably one that gives movement speed as well as extra damage on killing a rare or unique enemy would be preferable, I'm thinking. Unfortunately, they're all pretty expensive though. I think it's like 300 div for Spirit of the Cat. And we're still loading in. We finally loaded in. We can trade this guy and buy a Clonder's Touch. Awesome. Those are probably going to continue to go down. They might be worth like 5 div eventually, maybe even less, but still a pretty cool item to have, especially for standard. You never know what you're going to be able to do with it. There's a lot better rings on standard than that exist right now. Yeah, unfortunately, all of these are very expensive. I'm going to look up the Asmirian Wisp modifiers on PoE. And I'm going to see if anything on here. So Wild, Vivid, Primal, or Sacred. Bear Touch, Max Life, Toughness. It's not too bad, but it's not exactly what I want. Boar is bleeding on hit, toughness, and 20% is fire damage, which isn't bad. Definitely not the best. Ox is ailment threshold, toughness, debuffs. Yeah, so we want cat, stag, or wolf. Cat, stag, wolf, owl. Can you get owl? We'll do like a weighted sum. Or no, we'll just do knots. Yes, we'll come into here and we'll do knots, boar, bear. Wait, maybe bear's good. I don't know. But definitely not boar, definitely not primate, and definitely not serpent. And we'll search, and Spirit of the Ox still pops up. So we don't want bear, boar, ox. Bear, boar, ox. Primates. Bear, boar, ox, primates. We definitely also don't want ox. This guy's trolling. He's gotta be. Okay, so bear is 52 div minimum. Bear was not that good if I remember correctly. Yeah, just max life. So yeah, we definitely don't want bear as well. So we don't want bear. Not bear. Okay. 99 divines for wolf. What was wolf again? Spirit of the Wolf was movement speed, attack speed, cast speed, break armor, and maim. Also probably not that good. They go all the way up. Owl is 130 divs. I think Owl is probably the budget version of what I want. We'll just take a look. But Spirit of the Owl, extra cold damage, increased damage, wind vorticles on death, maximum life is extra, maximum energy shield. So the extra maximum energy shield is pretty pointless. Wolf, wolf, owl, owl, wolf. Excuse me. Yeah, like I said, I'm guessing it's probably gonna be like 200 or 300 div for cat. But I think cat is ideally what you really want. I'll just offer 75 div for this one. We'll see what he says. It's Spirit of the Cat, which I think is the best one. Crit chance, kill speed, movement speed, evasion rating. Yeah, this is by far the best one. It is corrupted at 15 seconds though, so not ideally what we really want. Owl, 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 owl. Wolf. Yeah, most of these are just so ridiculously expensive. I like the cheapest cat one is 295 div. And then it just goes up from there. 300, 300, 330, 320. 320, 320. No, 338. 340. Okay, so definitely sort of an expensive approach to go about. We're going to do some crafting, I think, on some gloves. We're going to use a weighted sum. Adds fizz, adds lightning, adds cold, adds fire. We'll do a weighted sum of 1 each and then do the total sum at like 70. Right, which I think is like all tier 1-ish. We'll have to see. And then obviously we want this to be... gloves. We could also search rings. Triple flat rings or gloves. Okay, so this is tier 2 lightning, tier 4 cold, tier 1 fire for 5 exalted. This is the right base. Vol wraps, we'll buy these. They are item level 83 as well, which is a bit high, but 5 exalted is relatively cheap. And the next cheapest pair is Grim Fist Heirloom Cuffs. This is T1 Fire, T1 Lightning, T4 Fizz. And this is for 2 Chaos Orbs. And then we also have T1, T1, T9 for 10 Chaos. Okay, so that's a bit expensive. It's a bit much. I think when I had triple T1 gloves, they were relatively expensive. Which one is this? This is the one for 2 Chaos? Okay, cool. We could also look into recombining gloves to sort of get the outcome that we're looking for. We could recombine for a fraction of the cost, but it takes a very long time if you want to just purely recombine. So we'll buy these for 2 Chaos, and then I'm not just going to straight up invest omens into this. We're just going to chaos this and hope for a good outcome. And worst case scenario or best case scenario, we're able to get like crit damage on this. If I roll like T1, T2 crit damage bonus, or T1, T2 attack speed, then what we'll do is maybe we'll use omens and the suffixes. But it's going to be very expensive. But ideally, we get it to like around that point, and then we go from there. So first gas orb on the first base. We didn't lose the dex or the cold res, but I think we rolled the bottom off. So we'll go again, but chances are we hit a prefix here. If I hit the fizz, it's not too bad. Okay, I hit the lightning, so it's like a little bit bricked, and then obviously we hit that. So this is a dead pair. It is what it is. We go next. That was a quarter of a div, which is fine. Like, obviously, if you're wanting or expecting to do this, it's going to take a little bit of investment and a little bit of time. T2 fire, T1 cold, perfect rolled, T4 lightning I see on the market. Some of these are good, some are bad. Like this one here is corrupted for 1 div. Chances are I can find some decent tier 1s or tier 2s. We'll set the threshold to like 85. It's going to jump massively up in price, but okay, so it's 20 divines minimum now. Yeah, I mean, we could always buy like a decent base and then try to get something good on it, like crit damage bonus or attack speed, but it's very difficult. So I'm thinking what we'll do instead is maybe we'll recombine, or we could just look for damage with crit damage bonus. But let's start with recombining a little bit, and we'll go from there. And then I'm going to put a live search on the golden charms to see if I can sort of maybe snag like a cat charm for a lot cheaper or something. Would be awesome. Or if anyone has one to sell me for relatively cheap, that would be sick too. But yeah, I had a viewer ask me if we could make him like a triple flat gloves or triple flat rings. I could use Clonder's Touch with this ring. This isn't the best ring, but it's not the worst. I think this is like T3 Cold, T1 Lightning, T5 Fizz, but the suffixes are pretty good. But it's pretty sick and pretty awesome that Clonder's Touch is only like 510 div, because it means that if you want good rings now, you only need to invest like a little bit into it. We have some live search results. Spirit of the Stag for 380 divines. Very, very cool. It's gonna be pretty difficult to find what we're looking for. Okay, this is kind of perfect. We have a really good base of gloves here for 50 div. Triple T1 on the correct base for like +2 melee skills or crit damage bonus. But I think we're gonna avoid that. We're just gonna do some recombining. So we'll search for gloves with critical damage bonus. And we'll search for T1 by setting it to like 30% and the search result to gloves. And yeah, these are relatively cheap. You can buy a lot of pairs of these for a pretty decent price. We're going to try to look for the right base. So for example, these adorned wraps are a good base, as are vol wraps. We'll just message this guy and see if he responds. Chances are he won't, and we will have to keep messaging people, but we'll just message a bunch of people. Like I said, this is T1 crit damage bonus we're looking for on the gloves. These go for like 1 exalted a piece. If we could get like 20 pairs of these gloves, we could recombine them with like T1 lightning, T2 lightning, or attack speed, or anything really, and then we can work with the prefixes. Hopefully slam something good. But as you can see here, like, you message enough people, you'll get a response. Obviously, we have Dizzy Smash messaging us as well. We'll let him know sec, because it's going to take me like 5 minutes to load into this guy's hideout, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Okay, so here's base number 1. And again, it'd be awesome if I had like a better computer or if a bunch of people bought these for me. That would be sick. Current party, we'll accept this guy. Teleport to him. Be 1 exalted. Spirit of the Owl for 310 div. No, thank you. If anybody has a Spirit of the Cat for sale or anything similar and wants to give me a little discounted price of 90 divines, I will pay 90 div. I will not pay 300 div because the price is just going to keep going down, and it'll be one of those investments that I've made over the course of the league that is eventually just worthless. Similar to the Clonder's Touch I just bought. Those are probably going to go all the way down to being worth nothing relatively soon. Spirit of the Cat for 290. It's a good price, but it's not exactly what we're looking for. I'm going to lower the volume on PoE because it's making a lot of static noise right now. Not too sure why. Something with this guy's hideout or something. Then we'll turn it back up. Probably do some trials too after we do some Recombinator attempts right here. Spirit of the Cat, Spirit of the Stag, 400 div. It's so expensive is the problem. It's ridiculously expensive. I get that it's very strong, but it's really only good for yeah, that's what I'm saying. 310 div is expensive for Spirit of the Owl. Very, very expensive actually. They normally go for like 50 div, I feel. Maybe a little bit less. But they went like Charms 2 days ago were like 100 div. And, you know, obviously they made changes. A couple weeks ago, they were a mere minimum. There's a Spirit of the Cat for 270. But ideally, I really want Spirit of the Cat. Here, I don't have money to pay this guy. Oh my gosh. No way. Bro, there's no stash here. Sack. No, I think cat. It sort of depends on your build. Like you'll find value out of the different gems, depending on what your build is. I think I personally want like Spirit of the Cat or Spirit of the Stag, for sure. Because Spirit of the Cat gives you double crit chance, so basically crit caps you, and it gives you extra damage and movement speed too, and evasion, which is really good because I'm an evasion life build. I don't do too much mapping, so I really wouldn't have that much value out of it, but you never know. And here we go. We are just lagging really bad loading into areas. I don't even think you can get a Spirit of the Rabbit charm, can you? Or are they just incredibly rare because you have to get it as a drop from something else? It would be really nice if my load times were like significantly better. Like significantly better. Because then I wouldn't have to worry about lagging as bad as I am loading into areas. Okay, this is actually sort of frustrating. PayPal won't let me log into my account. What am I talking about that's worth 100 divs? I'm referring to the golden charms. Okay, that took forever, but we have survived. Okay, what the heck? Why won't... Okay, well, don't... Don't donate to my stream, apparently, because PayPal will not let me log in anymore. But yeah, I was just referring to the golden charms. Okay, so we have a couple bases here with for gloves, and I might have a couple for sale actually. Critical damage bonus. Okay, so we actually have a couple good pair of gloves up here as well that we could recombine. Not like super amazing. We have two with T2 fire. This is T1, no, T2 lightning. These aren't that bad as like a base to start with, but I don't really want to. Why are these so expensive? Why did I price all these for so much? I don't really know, but we're gonna come into here. We're gonna look at the success rate is it's gonna be like, yeah, 4%. That's unfortunate. Okay, I actually hit it. Okay. This is good. This is good. 4% on the first try. So now we hope that we can hit something good on here. Okay, 27 dex is not bad. It's max roll T3, I think, or T2. Tier 4, no way. Okay, can we get another add damage or attack speed? Please. I'm not even going to look. Bang, fire res. Okay, not the best, not the worst. It is max rolled. We're going to fracture this now and hope that we hit the fire damage or the crit damage bonus. But the suffixes are not too bad. Okay, so we hit the fire damage. That's good. I want Exalted Orbs. I have Chaos Orbs. And we get 2 more slams here. Oh my lord. Okay, we hit T3 Lightning. Right off the rip. And as is, these are only worth about a div. Maybe a bit more. If we hit another damage roll on these, we'll really be chilling. And we hit Fizz. Okay, so these gloves, we'll say that these are done. We could divine these to higher values if we wanted to. The Fizz is actually perfectly rolled, but the crit damage bonus ideally could be a little bit higher. And then obviously if I wanted, I could whittle these and get higher rolls, but I think it's sort of good as is. We'll divine these, like, I don't know. The lightning is just so low rolled. So we'll divine it like once. That's 1 to 43. But the Fizz min rolled and the crit damage is still 31. Okay, there's 34 crit, but the lightning is still low roll. So we'll invest like 3 more div into these. But I am liking these as is. They're not amazing, but they're not bad. And we only invested at this point 2 div into it and 2 exalted orbs. If I could hit higher lightning roll with more crit damage bonus, like, that's unfortunate. Because like now we like max rolled the lightning, but we're at 30% crit damage bonus. So We'll remove this. We'll just look at like what something like this costs. 3 div minimum with dex on it. Still 3 div with fire res. Okay, it's not really popping up. And then obviously if I wanted to, I could whittle this cold into, or fizz into cold or more fizz. But it is item level 84, so I'd risk bricking it by doing that. We'll just settle on this for now. We'll list these for sale for 20 div, but we'll take a picture of these and we'll go to Discord. And I did have someone who wanted me to craft these for them, so this isn't amazing, they're not perfect, but they're not too bad either. Like, these are a very good starting pair of gloves, or a mid-game pair of gloves to wear. All right, well, I think that's the gloves done that I was going to spend an hour or two working on today. Obviously not that amazing, could be significantly better, but we'll take it. We spent 3 div, and they're worth at least 3, potentially like 20. They do have tier 1 crit damage, tier 2 fire, tier 3 lightning, and like tier 5 fizz. So in total, these gloves add 30, 20, they add like 60 damage, and they have 30% critical damage bonus. And they have dex and fire res on them, but unfortunately the fire res is really low rolled, which is unfortunate, but it sort of is what it is. And then ideally, like if I hit tier 1 cold or something on this, it would be worth a lot more, but that would take like hundreds of divines, and it would just be, yeah, probably not end very well. Hopefully resetting my PayPal password here fixes, yeah, I crafted this pair of gloves that I have on right here towards the start of the league. I fractured them myself. I didn't actually need to use the fracture. I could keep going on this pair and go for like T1 crit damage bonus. The fire damage is like perfectly rolled, and the fizz damage isn't, you know, perfect, but it only costed me like a divine to make these. Anything similar on the market was hundreds of divines. All I did was I recombined +2 with crit damage bonus, and then I slammed. And it's like a 5% chance to hit it +2 with T2 crit, and like a 2% chance to hit T1. I did hit T1 once, and again, that only cost me like 1 exalted. I sold a pair very similar to these that I wish I still had, because it was T1 crit, +2, 36 dex, T1 fire. The other 2 rolls in them were bad, though, so I sold that pair for 50 divines to a blood mage. This pair is better than the pair that I sold, but it's got less crit damage. It does have the fizz on it. And like I said, I crafted this pair for like a divine. I did spend a few divines on the whittling. I crafted the fire, life, crit damage, fire res, and melee skills myself, but the fizz damage I spent a lot of money on omens for, and that was the best outcome I got, and I didn't really want to keep going on it, because it can potentially brick. And I've never really messed with them since because I actually need this max life with my build. If I take this max life off, there are things that can one-shot me, but like 2400 with my build is like the most damage that you ever really have to worry about taking. Getting a lot of notifications on the trade website right now for Spirit of the Stag for 100 div. I'm going to see if I can buy it for 85 div, because these go for like 300. But I will spend everything I have. It's not much. I doubt he'll invite me. He's probably already gotten blown up with messages. Spirit of the Stag Golden Charm, though, is pretty decent. Pretty decent. If I do say so myself. No, I'm trying to buy the Golden Charm, the Rite of Passage, the unique one. They're only like 30 divs for a bad one. But I want to get like this, I want to get Spirit of the Stag, Spirit of the Cat, or something like that. I think those are the two best ones for me, for my build. And then I'll probably start doing some mapping maybe with that. Don't think this guy's going to message me though, or sell this to me for the price he listed it for. Be nice if I still had some divines. Although I really do want to, I kind of want to whittle these ones. It gives you the Spirit enchantment for 20 seconds on use, so I'll read it. Basically, like, we'll come here as Myrian Wisp, PoE2 wiki. So, for example, a Golden Charm Rite of Passage Golden Charm with a Spirit of the Cat on it for 20 seconds on use. So every time you kill a rare or a unique enemy, you get Spirit of the Cat. And what Spirit of the Cat does is it gives you 100% crit chance, 100% evasion, 20% move speed, 20% increased attack and cast speed. So essentially, once you kill one rare on a map, the entire rest of the map, you are just dealing triple damage because it lasts for, like I said, 20 seconds. Spirit of the Stag, for example, gives you extra damage as lightning damage, 20%. It gives you 30% all res, 20% movement speed, 20% attack speed, 20% cast speed. So like I said, it lasts 20 seconds. So basically, once you kill one rare, you have it for the rest of the map. And very strong. There are some really cheap bad ones, like Spirit of the Bear only gives you max life, stun build-up, stun threshold, and toughness. So it doesn't even give you move speed or damage or anything. It just makes you tankier. Spirit of the Boar makes you bleed and deal extra damage as fire damage, which is alright for a Blood Mage bleed build, but I don't think it's ideal. But yeah, there are different versions. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different versions that you can get. In my opinion, only like 3 of them are actually good, but the other 6 are pretty bad. These are, of course, still very expensive. Everything else is pretty stable, though. It's actually cheaper to buy those omens with Chaos Orbs than it is to buy them with Divines, obviously. We are going to whittle this pair of boots. Now, the reason why I'm whittling this pair of boots is that they have no movement speed on them, but they have 410 energy shield. And there are some builds that don't necessarily need movement speed. Like a Temporalis build doesn't need movement speed on it because the blink has no cooldown. So we're just going to try to... I'm only going to use one on these because I don't want to go broke with it. But we'll try to hit something good. And we got more stun threshold, which isn't necessarily bad, but it's also not good. We'll check the tier on it. It is tier 5. Like, I could buy one more omen if I want to, because I doubt I'm going to get stun threshold twice, but, yeah. And basically what I'm doing right now is I just have live search pulled up, and I am looking at the charms that are getting posted and trying to see if I could snipe a Spirit of the Cat or Spirit of the Stag for a lot less than what they normally go for. Alright, one more omen, just because why not try to get this stun threshold off of here. And we got rarity. It's actually not bad. Tier 1 rarity too. Okay, so these are 410 energy shield with T1 rarity, T1 fire, T2 cold res. And then we also have this pair, which is no movement speed, but it has max life T1, T1 int, T1 cold, and like T2 chaos. So we'll list both of these for like, I don't know, 100 div or something like that. Like I said, you never know if someone's going to want them. And if they do, yeah. I'm not going to corrupt this pair. I corrupted this pair and hit the second socket, so I'm not going to worry about this pair. For the simple reason that if I corrupt this pair, it just won't be as good. But if I come to the trade website, for example, and I search like a pair of boots with energy shield at least 400, and we search, the minimum price for a pair of boots with 400 plus energy shield is like 10 div. Right, and that's with bad rolls. Like these have T1 rarity. It's like 20 div for T2 rarity with really bad rolls. And so I do have a feeling that some of these boots might eventually sell, but it might take a very long time. And we'll go back to the trade website because I'm hearing a lot of notifications for these charms. But unfortunately, none of them are the charms that I'm looking for. So what we'll do is we'll put this in here for recombining. We'll worry about it some other time. We have a few items to recombine. Actually, I will try to recombine some +2 spell skill focuses real quick. Most of these are just recombining items though. Same with right here. Like +2 minion skills is a recombine angle. Because the rest of the rolls were bad. This is T1 lightning. I should have actually recombined that. And then this is T1 crit spell damage bonus. So ideally with wands you recombine +5 with something else. And then we have some 35% movement speed boots as well that we could use for recombining. With like T1 defenses would be ideal. What is our divine stack looking like? 77 div. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. I'm surprised this amulet hasn't sold though. This is rarity, mana, spell damage, spirit, spell skills, int. Mana, like I know mana is not ideal, but it's not bad. Rarity's good, spell skills good, int good on that base. It's not the best base. Like max life is obviously completely useless because you'd probably be using chaos inoculation with that amulet. Yeah, the trade website is still looking a little bit rough. Close out of this. Come here. If anybody is watching and wants me to do like viewer gambas or anything, let me know as well. We've only done a couple this league, and half of them bricked and half of them went well, so obviously gamble at your own discretion, but I will try to, like, if you give me a really good item, we'll make sure it's divine well, socketed, etc. We hit rarity on a really good ring earlier in the league on the first stream I did, but that was about it. I suppose I should price check some of these just to see if the prices went up on any of them. You never know if someone comes out with a new build, if something's going to be worth something. But yeah, the rest of these are like, these are all bricked. If anybody wants or needs 3 Charm Ingenuity for free, let me know. I've got you covered. We have also 1 Charm slots. It all depends on what you need. If anybody needs Heartstopper gems for free, also let me know. I have 3 of them. And I'm pretty sure they're worthless, although I will double check. These charms are like 400 divs. We're going to have to go make some more money. Unfortunately, it is what it is. I don't have anything really selling for any value. Maybe we'll kill some Arbiter or something. I don't know. Maybe we'll go do some trials. We'll try to get our stack back up to 100 div, and we'll go from there. So I'm going to go to the trade website, and then with trials, personally, if you guys haven't seen my trials video, yeah. Does the charm drop like that, or those who use the companion that they ride? So I don't know how the charm actually drops. The charm, I'm pretty sure that the charm drops in a way where if you're killing a monster possessed by a certain spirit, that's the charm it's going to drop. I don't actually know because I've never seen it drop before. It could just be like a random drop, like all the unique charms. So I think in here, like this Amethyst charm, for example, it could be similar to this, where it just drops randomly from enemies, even if they're not possessed by a spirit. Not too sure of the mechanics on it. This guy keeps posting and then going offline. This is actually kind of annoying. Like, he posts these charms and then goes offline. At Urbindi. Maybe we'll have to, like, find a way to add him as a friend. Did this guy add me as a friend? We'll just accept his friend request. I normally accept friend requests, but yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, not too sure why this guy is messing around, but he is. Alright, anyways, we're going to buy some tested times. We're going to get into the trials. We'll kill some trial bosses and, yeah, sort of see where we get to. Again, on these tested times, I try to look for quantity of relics dropped. But it is looking like these are significantly expensive. It looks like the market's been pretty much bought up since I came out with my video, so yeah, these are ridiculously expensive. I'm definitely not paying 2 div for ones that don't have quantity of relics on them. I'm definitely also not paying 2 divs for ones that don't have a decent amount of quantity of relics dropped. So this one, for example, here, 173 quantity of relics dropped, but it has max honor increase and movement speed and nothing else. So that's a risky key to buy because it has no honor resistance or anything. No honor resistance, no % defenses, so it's just going to be sort of annoying, I guess. We'll come here and search quantity of relics. Quantity of relics dropped by monsters, 100% minimum. It's probably just going to pop up with this guy's keys that I see. But ideally you want honor resistance or % defenses. Now, unfortunately, most of these are absolutely expensive. 3 div a piece. Like, I'm not going to pay 3 div for the key. It's just not worth it to me. To only make 2 div, like, minimum off of the trial. I'd rather run trials and make, like, 5 div. I guess some of these aren't bad. But this guy for sure is out of his mind if he thinks I'm paying that much. We'll just buy one for 2 div. We'll see if this guy's keys are good. If they are, maybe we'll keep going. I guess there's a pair of boots similar to mine that are 15 div. Maybe these are a bit overpriced in terms of the boots, but they're, like I said, there are builds who do use these with no movement speed on them, and these are very nicely rolled, both of them. A lot of energy shield, rarity, life, pretty good. And we have to make like at least 10 div off of one of them, just because that's what we invested into them with the omens. I did not mean to refresh the live search there. I don't think this guy's going to message me back and sell me these keys, unfortunately. Like, these have iron manacles on them, too, for 2 div. No, thank you. This says, yeah, this one should be fine, actually. Hopefully. But ideally, you want the quantity of relics dropped. It's just, it's infinitely better. Like, yawning really bad. Maybe we could do some mapping and try to snipe a mirror or something. I don't know. Or a charm. Something very crazy would be ideal. Wait, we still had a pair of gloves with crit damage bonus on them, didn't we? So we'll recombine these two. This is going to be like a 1% chance, though, because it's T1, T1. Yeah, 1.5. We're definitely not hitting that, but we can try anyways. And we need to buy more order artifacts, unfortunately. 64 for 1 chaos, or we can get... Okay, yeah, this is infinitely cheaper. Boom, and we failed it. Big surprise. But if you bought 100 pairs, it would only cost you half a div, and then you hit it. And like T1 lightning with T1 crit damage is already worth, you know, 3 times as much as that. So lots of ways to make money. I think gloves are like the most profitable thing to craft if you have the time and the energy to actually recombine. And that goes for a lot of things, like even wands. You can make some really good wands recombining, but you have to have enough to invest. You have to be willing to take a little bit of a loss, and then you also have to kind of get a little bit lucky on the slam. But if you get lucky on the slam and lucky on the recombination, you can easily make like 100 divines. Very, very hard, but on average with the recombinations, it's like break even anyways. So you never really know what you're going to end up getting. Selling some more precursor tablets. We're still working through these. We have like way too many of these. I guess this guy's stacking quantity and rarity of boss loot. Yes, sir. Throw the gas orbs in. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Maybe we'll do some breach stones or something while we wait for some decent keys to enter the market. We have 3 breach stones. And we'll come in here to the realm gate, pop this in. Maybe we'll do some ring recombining as well. You can always recombine rings. It's actually, if I remember correctly, a pretty decent chance for success when you recombine rings.
Like, it's actually a really good chance for success. It's like a 5 or 10%. And you can buy T1, double T1 on a ring for relatively cheap. Some of these keys aren't bad, but like for the trial keys, it's just like I'm not gonna pay 3 div for a trial key with blunt sword on it and no ornate dagger. That's some crazy work right there. I'm also not paying 3 div for iron manacles, but like blunt sword, spiked shell, like it's just you wouldn't even be able to make money back off the key because most likely you wouldn't be able to bring 4 people. Maybe we'll do some Gambas as well. Specifically, like Hand of Wisdom and Action Gambas would be relatively cool. Could buy a bunch of those, corrupt them, see if we get any good outcomes. Don't know what the success rate is on 1 to 12 lightning, but I do know that 1 to 12 lightning is worth anywhere from 10 to 20 div, depending on what other rolls you get. And it's a pretty good deal, if you ask me. Alright, we're disconnecting. This is amazing. Lagging very bad. Alright, I apologize if the stream is acting up. I really do apologize. We'll do some Gambas and some Hand of Wisdom and Actions. We are lagging very, very bad, and I apologize for that. Not too sure why. Disconnecting. It is what it is. Okay. Okay, game. Just disconnect me already. This is some crazy work right now, the lag that we are experiencing. But we are going to be able to power through it, and it will be just fine. Emerald Ring. Is that any good? I have no idea. Cultist Gauntlets. I usually pick up like items that could have reforge value or just identify well. Like a focus. If you get a +2 spell skill focus with like % crit chance on it, it can be really good, so I'll pick them up. Especially if it gets % damage on it. Could definitely be worth a lot of money. And then same thing with these gauntlets. I've identified a few pair of gauntlets that were worth a considerable amount of money. But we are lagging very bad. Crazy work, Visceral Quiver, and some spiked bracers and some wanderer shoes and another focus and a wand. Beautiful. I'm glad that we're about to make a mirror and a half identifying these items because they're going to be the craziest items anyone's ever seen before. Just not the wand and not the focus and not the gloves also, and also not the wand and also not the second focus, and unfortunately the boots are also worthless, but we did get triple T1 gloves, or T8. This is some crazy work right here. Just imagine we slammed like the best suffixes possible but had terrible prefixes. We'll delete this. We'll look at the rings. They're garbage, as always. Pretty sure this is also worthless. Yep. Onslaught on kill. If we could hit T1 Lightning on this, it would be good. But, yeah, we could Chaos Orbit. And we rolled from 7% fire damage to 6%. And then we rolled the Fizz up. And then we rolled that off. Okay, 1 to 25 Lightning. We'll list these as is for like a div. Oh, these have 2/2 Chaos. So yeah, this will be like a div. Maybe. But I only invested... Like, I don't even know if it'll sell for a div. But there's like no investment cost in it, so... This is pretty cool though. How much are the charms on live market? Well, sir. If I come to the charm search engine database and we look through here and we search for Spirit of the Owl. Spirit of the Owl is currently 130 divines minimum. There was one listed 4 hours ago. And it goes up from there, 144, 145, 149, 150. So I'd say on average, probably like 150 div. I think it's one of the more expensive ones. For sure. The good ones are pretty expensive. I'm not gonna lie. The cheap ones aren't too bad, but the good ones are like way too expensive, in my opinion. Like, I wouldn't pay 300 div unless I was like specifically and only mapping. I just wouldn't pay that much. We'll slam these. Why not? Might hit like a reforge value on them. Never mind. Yeah, they're really good in my opinion, but only really if you primarily do mapping. They can also help with stuff like breach zones. This one will save for recombining this breach ring because it rolled T1 lightning damage percent. So we could recombine it with some other rings. Yeah, they'll keep dropping in price. All the charms will, because the drop rate increased. So right now, like, I'm sure a lot of people are buying the charms, and that's why the price is still relatively high. But just over the last couple days, the price has literally, like, because of the changes and the drop rates that they changed, pretty much everything you can get is relatively worthless, or expensive, I mean. But it'll keep dropping. And even then, there'll be ones, like if you use live search, you might be able to get certain ones for relatively cheap, which is what I'm doing. I just have live search pulled up right now. And so I can see all the new listings, and then I have it set to not show me the ones that are bad. So Spirit of the Boar, Spirit of the Primate, Spirit of the Serpent, Spirit of the Ox, and Spirit of the Bear, in my opinion, are all kind of bad. I do have to look it up though, because I don't think, like, Spirit of the Boar, one of the two of them isn't too bad, but I don't want to invest into one that's not the best, knowing that the price is going to keep dropping down, if that makes sense, because I'll never get as much into it as I put out. Yeah, like I said, there's some really good ones. There's some really good charms that you can get. Lightning and fire, yep. Yes, sir. I think for me personally, like, I am a bleed build, so I could go like specific builds, but the problem is that even though it causes bleeding on hit, which is really good, if we look at my lightning spear, like, my lightning spear already inflicts bleeding no matter what, so that part of that charm is pretty useless. It's really just the extra damage is fire damage, and it doesn't have movement speed either on it, so it's kind of why I'm staying away from it. Yes, sir. Very, very good rings. Apologize for the yawning. They're very good charms. Like I said, it would be awesome if I could get Spirit of the Cat or Spirit of the Stag for relatively cheap. I'd be really happy. Like a Spirit of the Owl was just posted for 110 divs, but it is corrupted, and the corruption is that it only lasts for 10 seconds instead of 20, so I probably wouldn't buy that one. Blink and Lightning Orb. Very, very nice. Yeah, I personally need like movement and action speed just because my build, because I don't have anything that like Deadeye has that makes me like, this is the fastest I can throw spears is right here. Yeah, I definitely feel you on that. Part of why I want the Spirit of the Cat is just the evasion rating. 60, my mapping build has like 90% of evasion, so 60% more would literally put me at like 95. I'd be unkillable with that charm, essentially. Although I do want to see something really quick. I think this is going to brick my build, but if I put on these boots and this helmet and swap over to my buckler, and then we put this ring on and then Clondra's Touch. Yeah, I lose all of my abilities and I'm way res capped. Unfortunate. Do I lose damage with this or do I just gain rarity? I don't really know. Oh, I can't tell because I'm screwed. Oh well, it is what it is. Um, I bought this Clondra's Touch this morning when I started my stream. They're only 12 divines right now. Last league and in future leagues, they'll probably be worth like a mirror again. Last league, they were worth around a mirror. And on standard, they're probably going to be worth around a mirror. Probably not right now because the drop rate changes. But at the end of the day, the reality is that, yeah, it's just a really, really good ring for the price. Because it means you only really have to have one good ring. As long as it goes along with the rest of your build. Yeah, that's what I would do. I would wait a few days before buying one. The price is going to keep going down, so no matter what you do throughout the rest of the league, you're gonna lose money on the investment. Like for example, this fall the axe I bought for 12 div when they were going for 15. And before the changes to the drop rates of everything, this was 80 divines minimum. So I had essentially invested early in the league on this item, and I had made 5x my investment. And a lot of the items that I had were like that. Like even this +3 rake gem that I have, this was going for like 400 divs at one point. But it's currently only 100 because the price of Arbiter keys is like a third of what it was. And so the price of these are also a third of what they were because to get the diamonds, it's significantly cheaper now. And most of the gear and most of the items I have relatively follow that storyline at this point, where at one point in time, this build was easily worth over a mirror. Every item I had was like 100 plus div, and now every item I have is like 2 to 5 div. So that kind of sucks, like busting your balls at the start of a league and then having every item that you have become worthless as a result. But there's not much you can do about it. Yeah, I mean it's good. It's very good for new players and for people who are wanting to get into the game. But I do think that group play is still way too strong. It's part of the reason why I quit PoE1. So I tried playing the new PoE1 league, and literally an hour into the league, people had already beat the campaign. They were all group players, and the reason why I essentially quit was because I was like level 25 when other players were level 70, and so Uh, they essentially, no matter what, at that point, are going to control the market and control the game. And that's sort of how PoE2 is, where all of the rares and uniques, like if you have 6 players and can stack rarity and can stack certain setups, you're gonna be like infinitely richer than anybody else in the game. And I don't necessarily think that it's bad that group play is strong because it does incentivize playing with your friends, but it makes playing the game solo really rough. Like if I go into a map right now and I have some really juiced maps, like everything in this triple tower area here was 50% plus quantity and like 100% plus rarity as a base to the map. And I ran a lot of 20% quantity, 140% rarity keys on this map and on this area right here. And at the end of the day, all I really received out of any of that was like a couple divines, and the investment was way more than what I got out of it. Now, had I ran all of these maps with like a rarity bot and group play, I probably would have made like 100, 200 div. But as it is right now, the game does not really support solo mapping at all. So if you're a solo player, I would definitely recommend to stay away from mapping unless you have some crazy, crazy like 300% rarity build. You should really just stick to Pinnacle content because you're going to make a lot more profit. So that was a little bit disappointing to me, or it is a little bit disappointing, I guess, is just the support, like how overpowered group play is and how you can go into a group map and get like 3 T0 uniques a map if the map is stacked properly. Now, obviously, you're not going to see that on every map. It really depends. But yeah. I really believe that regardless of playing as 6 players or 1 player, that you should see the same amount of currency and the same amount of uniques. Like all the other drops should be amplified, and players should really be incentivized to take advantage of like rare items and whatnot that drop, crafting them out, picking them up, identifying them, etc. Especially with unlimited portals. Like that was the whole reason why unlimited portals were introduced, is that GGG wanted players to essentially loot more rare items, identify them, pick up more white bases, and support the market and the economy as a whole. But what's happened in this league is that players just don't do that, and yeah, the economy in the game sort of suffers as a result for players who play solo, which makes it, like I said, rough if you're a newer player and you're trying to get into the game. Your dinner shaken? Peace out, bro. I'll be streaming pretty much all day. I know I'm not really doing anything right now. We're gonna hop into some trials in a second here. I'm just trying to find some good keys. But I really appreciate you tuning in, man. Have a beautiful rest of your day, and enjoy your dinner. Almost all of these tested times, like this guy wants 6 divines for this tested time. 6 div, 7 div. That's some crazy work to think that anyone is going to pay 6 div for a key that you can't possibly make 6 div back on unless you got an incense relic or a vase relic drop. That's some crazy work, bro. We are going to buy this key, though. It does not have Ornate Dagger, and it does have Blunt Sword, so this will be a bit of a gamba.
He's got 2. One is... Okay, we'll buy 2. These are both pretty bad. They don't have honor resistance on them. They don't have percent defenses. They have bad afflictions, but these are like the best ones on the market. Normally, I would like really heavily advise people to stay away from these keys. But with that being said, I have essentially ruined the market by coming out with my trials guide video because there were... You used to be able to buy these keys for like 10 chaos and make 5 div minimum every trial on average, especially if you were selling anything in bulk. I'm not going to really bother to look at the afflictions or the boons too much. We're just going to go with it. And hopefully we are able to come out on top and prevail in this trial of time. That would be splendid. That would be epic. That would be mystifying and magical. But we have to really see if we can get to that point first. If anyone watching wants to do any viewer gambas, like I said, if you have any items you'd like to corrupt, I could take a look at them. We can do that. I don't really recommend corrupting any item that you actively use that your build relies on, because if it bricks, obviously you're kind of screwed. But if you have some fun items or anything that you just wanted to corrupt, let me know. We'll take a look at it. My name in game is FearlessXD. Loading into this key, we do have max honor. We do have a lot of sacred waters, so we don't really have to worry about that at all. Ideally, we want to potentially grab some gold keys since we don't have any. 25% less max honor, probably not the best. Increased merchant prices isn't too bad. There's not really a merchant anywhere nearby. Yes, if you want, but I really prefer percent defenses or... This guy's pretty cool. I've met a lot of people like this league who say, who ask if I want to add them as a friend because they'll supply me relics. Earlier in the league, I was able to buy a lot of really good relics for relatively cheap from one player, and that was really nice. But like I said, I really don't enjoy when I have to pay several divines to get a key that has bad afflictions, no good boons. Like this one doesn't have... I guess this one does have Ornate Dagger. The other one doesn't. So this is a fine key, I guess, since I'm stacking evasion. We'll add this guy. Who knows? Maybe we'll keep running trials. If I do happen to get like an incense relic or something, I will probably stop running trials. We have a few choices here. We already have Sanguine Vial and Ornate Daggers, so what the merchant actually offers doesn't matter too much. We could get another gold key if we wanted, or you know, we could just go here and work towards some of the better options. Obviously, we can't see which room we're headed in, and so it doesn't really matter like
prioritizing one room over the other. Obviously, we just got an hourglass trial. I don't have my evasion gear on, and we have no honor resistance. So I have to play this room kind of carefully. How I normally play these is I'll start by running up here, and then I'll just run around the room. The more you move, the less chance you have of getting hit. And yeah, you just want to keep hitting these guys. Once you kill enough normal monsters, rares will spawn in the middle of the room right here, like this guy. You really want to kill those guys instantly. They can one-shot you if their ability that comes from the sky actually lands. And then, as you guys can see, we've made some decent progress. If you want to be a little bit more risky, you can stand more towards the middle of the room. Obviously, we're lagging. We're disconnecting right now. This is not ideal. We just got disconnected. That is not very favorable. I need to update the Wi-Fi card in my computer. I'm using sort of a budget one right now because the other one I had broke. And we are sort of suffering as a result. Suffering a lot. Not very ideal. I had a spare Wi-Fi card laying around. I don't know where it went. Someone in my family or something stole it. It was like $100 one too. It was really expensive. Unfortunately, we got disconnected. Now that doesn't actually change anything in terms of the trial. We can just go back in, but we do have to redo that room. And hopefully I didn't take too much damage when I disconnected. But yeah, the disconnects, hopefully they will be, hopefully the disconnects will end eventually. I will hopefully have a new Wi-Fi card in the next couple days. And I could always pull Ethernet into my room as well. I could try to do that, and that might help. I just have not done that yet, unfortunately. But I could always do that. We didn't lose any honor from disconnecting. We are going to have relatively long load times. I do apologize for that. Just in terms of loading into rooms. It's just my PoE client, my computer as a whole. But yeah, we'll go back into this hourglass room, and we'll go for round 2. And this does hurt the profit per hour a little bit, but it's nothing too bad. As long as I don't disconnect when there's 5 people in the group and die at the boss or something, we're chilling. But like I said, we just run around. We got to avoid all their attacks. The more you move, the less chance you have of getting hit. And then, yeah, like I said, the rares will spawn in the middle of the room as we go. Looks like our boons this run are actually pretty good. And so as a result, we're sort of just one-shotting everything, which is very ideal. And we're almost done with the room already. And like right there, I don't even think I hit that rare, so I don't know how he died. But we killed him, easy peasy. Grab the silver key. Gonna path up towards the merchant. We'll take the... We already have a lot of sacred waters. There's really no point going towards more sacred water. We'll just take the honor shrine in case we do take damage. Obviously, we're full honor right now, but if we were to take damage this room, it wouldn't be as bad or as punishing. And we got a Sacred Focus. I've been seeing a lot of these white Sacred Focuses drop, actually. And as I said that, we just got another one. Yep, that's how it be. Kill this fool. Come over here. As you can see, like, entities are still loading in on my computer. Half the monsters are visible. And another Chaos Orb. Beautiful. I'm going to turn my desktop audio back up. Hopefully you guys can hear the game. If you guys don't want to hear the game, let me know. 636 honor restoration. No, thank you. We got our full honor. So we'll go towards the merchant here. We actually have 2 merchants, but we don't want to take this no evasion, and we don't want to take monsters that have max life, ideally. And the reason why is that it just makes our life harder. Now, unfortunately, we're not always taken to the room we select, and so our pathing and our plan here has sort of fallen apart. But we did get taken to a ritual room, which is fine because they're free runes. You don't have to worry about anything in them, and so we're chilling. We are chilling like a villain right now. We'll take this Pledge of Kochai just to see if it offers us anything good. More max honor. We can remove Shattered Shield, but we remove Sanguine Vial. No, thank you. and then the last one's bad. So we'll just skip over those. If there's nothing good or potentially beneficial, we just forget about it. We have no more gold keys on the map, but we will take this gold cache, and it is possible to get a spectrum or a time loss cache from the additional gold cache. So if you have nothing better to do, you can always path towards that and sort of pray that you get lucky. For me personally, it's been like 120 trials or something since I've seen a spectrum cache, and I'm pretty sure all of the grand spectrum jewels are all worthless. So yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, definitely subscribe. You know, give me a like. It means a lot. I really appreciate it. I'm working towards the YouTube partner program right now, and so any help that I can get along the way is greatly appreciated. Gold Mages cache, definitely want to stay away from that. And then right here, basically no matter where we go. Okay, so this is like the worst affliction you can get if you're trying to sell carry rooms, is not being able to restore honor. So we definitely want to avoid that. We have 2 honor shrines here, I'm pretty sure, unless one of these was a pledge. And so even if we take damage in this room, we're chilling. And then, like I said in my video, there will always be monsters on the right and the left here that you want to take care of before you pull that lever. You can dodge roll through these little balls on the ground here. And then there will also be monsters on the left and right here that you want to kill before pulling this lever, just to reduce the risk of taking damage. But other than that, yep, we just dodge roll through the fire and we are chilling. Honor restoration that we do not need. And then we can't even see which one is which, so I don't know if one was a pledge and one was honor. I can't remember. But I do know that we're chilling. Kill everything here. Hopefully we don't take damage. And then we can pull up our Discord and our trial message and hopefully get some carries sold. Whether or not I continue to do this is going to depend on the market. If it's busy, I will keep selling carries. If it's not, I will do something else like Breachstones or Arbiter. I really don't like to do these if I have to wait like 10 or 15 minutes to fill up a group. It's still very profitable, but it's just not, it's not as enjoyable when you have to sit there and spam trade forever. I'd rather send 10 messages and fill a group than 1,000. But we'll come here to my computer. We already have Discord open. And like I said, I try to save everything on a notepad. It makes life a lot easier. Come to trial loot. And 1 divine or 19 chaos is our TFT message. So we'll post one of our messages in TFT, and then we'll spam trade chats for the rest. And like I said, hopefully it's busy right now. Probably won't be. There's probably a lot of people playing PoE1, but you never really know. And as long as we get 2 people in the group, we are chilling. 2 people in the group means that we at least paid for the keys, and everything else from relics to jewels to spectrum caches is all pure profit. So, like I said, ideally we fill the group. And we just filled the group, so we're chilling. We'll edit our TFT message, we'll put full, and we will go from there. And then I try to tell people that we're full. Pay for smell. Okay. And we are full, which means we are good to go. Now, there's a couple people still loading in back there, and might take them a couple minutes. So what we'll do is we'll come into my stash here and we'll chance these Sacred Focuses, never lucky. We'll identify these relics, which are also bad, so we'll drop them. And then we'll come into here and believe everybody's coming. So we go inside and we are chilling. This should be 3 div profit minimum if I'm able to one-shot the boss. Hopefully I can. Hopefully nothing's really working against me. And yeah. We'll look at, I do have live search pulled up, like I said, for golden charms. So we're trying to find a cat charm or a stag charm for less than 1,000,000 divine. Alright guys, wait here please. And just hopefully I don't get disconnected here would be ideal. And it's going to take a second to load in since this is my first time killing the boss since opening my client. It's just how it works. Don't ask me why. Everything always takes longer on this computer the first time I do it. As you can see, the floor is missing. And we do have our damage gear on as well. So we're chilling. Chilling like a villain. Build up my rage. Walk forward. Summon the boss. Once we reach around 25 rage, we will debuff, Infernal Warcry, Health Pot, Rake. We did not do that much damage, unfortunately, but we kill him anyways. Simple, easy peasy, kill him, get a couple relics, nothing crazy. No incense, no vase, so we'll just let them know they can come inside. Most people know that you can use the altar to claim your points, so you don't normally have to tell people that. You just have to make sure they trade you. We have a couple Arcanist caches, Relic, Mage, Royal, Relic, Royal, Royal, Royal. A lot of Royal caches, as always. No time loss, no Spectrum. We'll open an Arcanist cache for the chance at a Divine. Like 2 Chaos Orbs is not bad. And then Huang Huntress is paying for Smelly as well as himself. So I don't need to worry about that. Trapping is trading us. That's a cool name, Trapping. So we just need Slaplap and Boisetta RJ. And we're chilling. Made quite a few divines already. 3 div. Unfortunately, nothing special, nothing crazy to sort of go in on top of that. This guy trades us as well. Even if he didn't, like, even if this guy made the decision to scam us, I wouldn't really care because we've already made profit. That being said, I think I put in my trial video, I've only been scammed like 2 or 3 times ever, so it doesn't really matter to me. We'll open this Mysterious cache. Mysterious, there's nothing really left to open for silver caches. Like, obviously that's not going to have anything in it. Pick up these gems, might get something good. And then we'll exchange our water, and hopefully this gives us a gold key, which it did. And now we have the choice between Royal or Arcanist. And if we choose Arcanist, which one are we going to open? We're going to go for the 50-50 Gamba. Hopefully we get a mirror out of this chest. Boom, baby. That was not a mirror. Oh well. Simple, easy, straightforward, boom. Made our money back from buying the keys. So even if I bricked this next key and died, or something went wrong, I've still made money, right? Which is sort of the cool or the important thing to realize with this. Yeah, the rest of these keys sort of suck though on the marketplace, so until our friend is able to make more, we're going to be lagging behind a little bit. It looks like Davidoff wants to buy a Cosmic Tablet, but I'm going to be stuck in this loading screen for like a minute. Probably won't be able to sell it. Oh well. Oh well, oh well. 4 chaos, so it's a fifth of a divine. Divine? Oh, someone vouched for us in the service vouches. Thank you, Remy, for vouching for me. I appreciate it. I have no idea what vouchers even do on PoE TFT. No idea. I'm sure if you get enough that you'll be like referred to as a trusted sale member. Unfortunately for myself, I have not partnered with TFT, and I'm not a big fan of TFT because most people on TFT are insane. I'll have to figure out who Remy was, but I don't normally ask for a vouch when I post on TFT, so it's pretty cool to get a vouch. Pretty cool to see. Still loading in. This is unfortunate. Hopefully no one messaged me who was inside of the trial and was unable to claim their points or unable to respec, because I'm not able to message them back immediately. So a lot of people still messaging me. If you guys are watching my stream as well and you want a trial carry, you want your 4th Ascendancy, I will do it for free as a thank you for supporting the stream. So if you need anything like that, definitely let me know in the chat. I will invite you to the group when we are at the boss, and I will take you for free. I will only take a maximum of 3 viewers from the stream at a time, because I need to be able to make my money back from paying for the keys. Essentially, they're 2 divines right now a piece, so a bit more expensive. This is the most I've ever paid for keys, unfortunately. Take a look at some of these items. That could be an alright emerald. Same with the sapphire, could be alright. Same with this emerald, it could be alright. That one's pretty bad. Poison on hits, pretty bad. Freeze buildup, pretty bad. And that one there is obviously bad as well. We'll just sell those relics. And yeah, we will slam these. Evasion rating, that's not too bad. That's pretty bad. This is pretty good. But this one's bricked, and we have 2 more. Life recovery, bad. Energy shield from equipped focus. Alright, game. Yeah, this goes for 10x, but if I Chaos Orbed the energy shield from equipped focus off, it would be worth a lot. And unfortunately, we Chaos Orbed the crit damage bonus for crit chance, which is worth, for some reason, a lot more money. Not too sure why. Maybe we'll just sell this as is for like 5 chaos. And then this guy wants a tablet or something. Did he already buy that? No, he didn't. Okay, so I have it right here. This one, we'd have to cast Orb that life recovery from Flask. It's not bad as is, but I'm sure there's a million already like this up on the market. Yeah, too exalted. But if we are able to hit the life recovery from Flask, which we didn't, we get magnitude of poison. It's unfortunate. $107 divines for Spirit of the Wolf. 150. Alright. There's the first trial done. Destroy this emerald, it's garbage. We got one alright one at least. Before I hop into another trial real quick, I do want to do some recombinations. We're going to recombine some focuses with +2 to level of all spell skills, and hopefully we're able to make a somewhat decent focus. Now, even if these hit, they're not really going to be worth anything. Unless we slam something good on them as well. But the good thing is, these are relatively cheap to buy as a base, so yeah. These are like all listed for 1 Exalted each. So all we need are 2 of these people to message me back. Buy 2 of them, and we'll go from there. My live search is really popping off, but it would appear as if most people posting Spirit of the Stag or Spirit of the Cat charms have a general idea of what they're actually worth. So could be on live search for a very long time before I'm able to find one of these for relatively cheap. 125 div, Spirit of the Wolf, but I don't think that we want that one. Spirit of the Cat, 280 div. Please, man, please. Have some self-respect. Lower the price of this to 5 div. And this is crazy work that this is only going for, yeah. We could always whittle this Thorns damage off too, but crazy work. 2200 evasion, and it's worthless. Could get even more evasion on it too if we really wanted to try, like I said. Could get like 3000, but it would be so hard. It would be worth so much though. This one's not even bad for 5 div with Spirit on it. 1800 of evasion. With triple res and 50 Spirit won't sell for 5 div. That's crazy work. We need to do some Gambas or something. I think what I'm actually going to do, before we do this next trial, if we're not able to buy any spell focuses to recombine, is we are going to look at some Hand of Wisdom and actions. And we're going to look for these. Corrupted, no. We do not want a corrupted pair. And it looks like we can buy some pairs for like 1 chaos, right? Lots of pairs listed for 1 chaos. Now, are they actually going to sell? I don't know. But we are getting a message for a focus. I'm Meta Slave. If we're able to buy Hand of Wisdom and actions for like 1 chaos apiece, though, it's going to be massive. We'll be able to make some serious money. Actually make really serious money. It looks like all these are like 1 Orb of Annulment apiece, though, which is not very ideal, but you never know. We'll invest like 10 div or something into this. Here's focus number 1 that we're going to be attempting to recombine. And we'll look for a second focus. Might have to pay a bit more for a second focus, like 5x. This guy wants 5x. This guy wants 5x. Both of these focuses that I just messaged for, though, are... Okay, so Lady responded. We'll buy a second focus here. 5x, 5x, 5x. And yeah, hopefully we can hit some of these recombinations, and then we'll invest into some Hand of Wisdom and actions, and before we head back into the trials, and we are going to try our best to get rich off of these Hand of Wisdom and actions. They are relatively cheap right now. Now, I'm pretty sure this focus right here, yeah, so if it has open suffixes, like, I could slam crit damage on this, or crit chance, and it would be worth, like, a decent amount. You know, same, I think these already have, yeah, max mods. But with that being said, we'll go back to my hideout, and we'll recombine these. Recombinator, Boom, boom. 2.5% chance. So for like 10x, like if we search, what did I need? Order or broken circle? Broken circle. Only 12. That's crazy. I didn't know you only need 12 to recombine focuses. These are relatively cheap though, like, but I would definitely buy them. With Exalted Orbs, we'll buy like 48 for 10. Okay, well they just dropped. Whatever, we'll just do 15. And we'll start with the worst one first and then go to the second one. So crit chance, this is max roll T3 or T2 with +2. This is a 25% chance, believe it or not. But we missed, which is pretty typical. And then we have, you know, 2 more here. This is T1 crit with +2. So this is T2 tier 1 recombinations, like 5.5%. And that one missed as well. So unfortunately, we did not hit, but fortunately, we did clear up some bank space, which is very nice. I could look to recombine this helmet too with one that has a lot of energy shield on it, because we slammed accuracy, unfortunately. And yeah, we have a couple other recombinations that we could do, but I think I'm going to stay away from that. I think we're going to invest into some HOAs really quick and see if we're able to make money off of HOAs while we analyze this market here. This guy posted this charm for really cheap, 1 divine. I don't expect him to sell it for 1, but I offered 50. I think these go for like 100 something, so if he takes the offer, he takes it, and we can sell it or use it, make some money. But other than that, we are going to invest into some Hand of Wisdom and actions here. Like I said, most of these are listed for like 1 chaos. I doubt anyone's gonna message me back for 1 chaos, but there are a bunch listed for 1 orb of annulment. And so what we can do is we can buy those, make a little bit of money off of it, and sort of go from there. He said wait. He wants 1 orb of annulment apiece. I have 12. He's at the Copper Citadel. How many do you have? We'll just ask him. I'm going to buy all the ones that he has, as well as any additional ones. Chances are he bought these for 1 chaos and relisted them for 1 orb of annulment. So he's definitely making money here, because 1 orb of annulment is like 5 chaos, but all we have to do is hit like one of these has to roll 1 to 12 like once every 50 corruptions to be able to make money. So I don't know why no one has really invested into these spiral wraps before. And then obviously they're worth more the more int decks they have on them as well. A lot of these are listed for like 2 chaos as well. We can message all these guys for 2 chaos. I hope I'm not missing out on too many invites here. Trying to trade this guy. Please load in faster. I beg. I beg. The Russian guy wants to sell me a pair as well. Two chaos. We'll just go through here. We will buy as many of these Hand of Wisdoms and actions that we can for relatively cheap. I think this is one of the best Gambas that you can do in the whole league if you're patient and you have a good computer and can hop around and buy all of them and, yeah, sort of go from there. Most of these are pretty good, though. So, like, most of these guys only have 2, unfortunately. We'll just wait in this guy's hideout. We'll message more people. Buy more. More. And earlier in the league, I really looked at getting Hand of Wisdoms and actions that were... I tried to only buy ones that had at least 20 dex and 20 int on them. But I learned after a while that when you're trying to pray for the 1 to 12 lightning damage, like, it's divining everything anyways, and so it doesn't matter as much. So we're getting a couple invites. Okay, come on, bro. This guy's blocking me from using his stash. But we're just going to continue to buy all these that we can. And like I said, hopefully we can make some money here. That would be pretty epic and pretty sick. I don't think anyone's really invested into this market, this league, because most people... Oh, come on, bro. Okay, well, he's got 2 pairs. That's nice. Alright, so chances are I don't hit the corruption that I'm looking for on any of these pairs that I just bought. But we did just buy a decent amount, like 10 of them. The total investment cost for this was around a divine. Because we did pay some Orb of Annulments for some. And then we'll buy some Corruption Omens, which are relatively cheap. We can get 51 for 1 div, so that's actually pretty good. And we have a lot of all orbs here too, so we'll go ahead. We do have to make sure all these are socketed as well. We're lagging, unfortunately. I might take the time in a second here to, yeah, I might take the time to sort of fix my stream and the lag in a minute, because this is some crazy work that we're dealing with. But anyways, we'll corrupt all these. Boom, 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 boom. 1 divine investment. 1 to 10. So these did divine, but unfortunately... it's not the way we were looking for. These have 2 sockets. 2 sockets sell for about what we paid for them, so we didn't really lose too much money. 1 to 12. 1 to 10, 1 to 10, 1 to 9, 1 to 10. So we did get a pair 1 to 12, and we only invested 1 div into this, and this is 7 div-ish. Be better if it was higher rolled on the decks in the end, but... as you guys can see, it can be pretty profitable to buy these, and then if you really want to, you can like literally sell these ones here that bricked, like especially the ones with 2 sockets. You can sell those ones that bricked for what you paid for them. So it's not actually that bad of an investment to make. But the rest of these we will just vendor, and then we go again and we buy more. But yeah. Maybe we'll invest a bit more into this and just see what kind of outcome we can get. Someone wants to buy a precursor tablet, beautiful. Sell it to them, easy money. So yeah, we just made like 6 divs, just corrupting a couple Hand of Wisdom in actions, and yeah. Made some money selling some precursor tablets, made some money from trials. We are going to, wow, crazy work that this wand hasn't sold actually. 15 div for these rolls is not bad at all, believe me. I know it's only 53%, but anything higher is like 100 divs. I'm going to be right back, though. I'm going to take a look at my internet real quick and see if there's anything I can do about it.
Question: if I took a lot of honor damage, do people I carry have to have more health and energy shield than that? Yes. So if you take 1,000 damage, let's say you've lost 1,000 honor, and the person that you're bringing with doesn't have at least that much honor, like when they would have entered the trial, they will also die. So it's not percentage based; it is number based. I do apologize, guys. I'm trying to fix the stream and the lag, trying to get some Ethernet into my room, so the stream might be down or whatever for the next 20 to 30 minutes. I'm also going to eat breakfast soon here. So, yeah, we'll have to sort of see. But, yes, is the answer to your question. Hopefully you heard the response to that. If not, I did put the answer in the chat. And again, I will be right back. Still trying to fix the connection issues right now. Most of the time, even if, let's say, you took like 2,000 honor damage, you're still fine to bring most people. It really just changes it. Like, if people that are joining your group that are level 15 or level 30, like, they will die in that case, like, no matter what. Because you just can't get enough life or evasion or energy shield on a build at that point to survive when they enter. But most of the time, if they're like level 80 or 90, which a lot of people are, or even level 70, they're still fine. You can always invite them anyways. You can always still try. And if you enter and they die, you just apologize and you let them know you'll take them next run or whatever. It sort of depends. But yeah, like I wouldn't worry too much. If you do lose a little bit of honor, it's usually not that big of a deal. For most people, but it will kill some people, and so if someone joins your group and they are like level 15 or whatever, I would just let them know that they're not going to live anyways, and that you'll take them next run or whatever. So at least that's typically what I normally do.
Yeah, I didn't know about the Tesla times either, and then I just searched Barrio one day. I saw them pop up. I decided to buy one. I popped it in, and yeah, that was sort of the outcome. Unfortunately, I have ignored that user on accident, but yeah, it was really helpful for me. I saved a lot of time. Obviously, not every key you can buy is ideal. Some of them suck, and so that's why I said in my video, the trials can be relatively skill-based at that point because you have to work around bad afflictions sometimes and not having good boons, as well as just the key itself not being that good. So for example, this key that I have in my inventory is pretty bad. It's got quantity of relics, but it's got no resistance, no defenses, and yeah, it also has blunt sword. Just not that good. It doesn't have ornate dagger or anything, so hopefully I go in and it has full honor, and we are able to sort of go from there. I'm going to put my evasion on for this key, though, just because it will be a little bit more difficult of a key. And, yeah. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the trials. I think they're the most profitable thing in the game. They just get really boring, as anything that you do a million times is going to be. All gets boring after a while. But yeah. Thankfully, we have full honor. We could probably... Like, we have 4 gold keys, so we don't need to worry about gold keys. We could take this merchant right away, but this is, and I forgot to put this in my video, but this is like the worst affliction that you can really have. Guiding Palm of the Eye, Shrine Scepter, Corruption, Gamba. We will do it. Give me 1 sec. I'm not exactly sure what you look for on these, to be honest. If it's spirit or what it truthfully is. Funny story with the Shrine Scepters. I had a feeling that they were going to change them before they ever did. And so I saved a bunch of them. And I identified them after the changes. These were all unidentified. And I divined it because I had sort of found out at the time that... chance to be the chaos version, fire damage. That's the juicer. Okay, so chaos damage or fire damage. But anyways, I had a bunch of these. I corrupted them and, or not corrupted them, I identified them and then divined them thinking it would change the rolls or the values, and it just never worked out. We'll take a look at this. Okay, this is, interesting. It's min rolled, the whole thing, but we're gonna go for it. Bang. Wait, I may have messed that up. We got spirit. Is that good? Is that bad? It's worth like the same, I think. I don't know how much these normally cost, but we got spirit on it, and it min rolled, which is a bit unfortunate. But that's actually a really cool scepter. Like, I almost feel like min rolls are more valuable than max rolls just because it's kind of rare. Chance to be the chaos version. Should I vol mine? Is it going to do anything? Probably not, because it's like legacy. Unfortunately, sir, no chaos scepter. Is that something that can happen? It can actually turn into a different one, like a chaos one? I didn't even know there was a chaos one. Okay, we're going to go for this on mine and see if it does anything. I don't think it will, but it might. This is also item level 84. This came, I think, from the Arbiter or something, and I got baited by it. 2 sockets? Never lucky.
Wait, what is the yes? Did the one that I corrupted for you turn into chaos? Does the chaos one look different? Is it like a different model and everything? Oh no, it got spirit. I remember now. Spirit implicit. Which isn't bad. Like, you didn't lose money, I don't think. Gloom Shrine buff. The one that, like, makes enemies explode? Or something? Yeah, you don't actually need evasion for the trials. Like, evasion is like, if you're really good, you don't need it, but for a learner or a beginner, it will very much help you out, is what I would say. And it just makes it easier. And yes, I'm pretty sure Shurno Shield is also really good with this build, especially if you're using a shield as opposed to a focus, although I do think Crown of Eyes is really strong. But yeah. Yeah, quarter of their health exploding in AoE. That's like built-in Herald of Blood almost, or something like that. That's basically what Herald of Blood does. I think Herald of Blood is less explosion though, but exploding on death is like super OP. I really liked the Lich Ascendancy for that reason. You could go into the explosion on death, which is really OP for mapping. All right, we need to restore a little bit of honor. Like I said, we probably want, like, we don't need the gold keys. The merchant would be nice. Like, we could try to get Ornate Dagger or something, but we want to stay away from this merchant. And, yeah, we don't have You're Not Always Taken to the Room we select. So maybe we'll go here and then go to this silver chest. How was PoE 1? I really enjoyed PoE 1, the gameplay, the game itself, but one thing that I didn't enjoy is that 2 hours in, I was like level 30, and I was having a blast, but I looked at the chat, and players were like already level 80, and they had already beat the campaign, and it was basically like Empyrean's group and whatnot. Like, they beat the campaign in 3 hours, and it made me realize that playing as a solo player on PoE 1 just wasn't enjoyable because group play was clearly way more significant. To the point where, like, if I continued to play PoE 1, I would just be at a deficit the entire league and be struggling to catch up. And so I will say that was not very enjoyable. Fortunately, we got Ornate Dagger here. We could also take Increased Honor Restored. Topic of evasion, I kind of noticed when it procs, I don't lose honor. So yeah, that's why evasion, in my opinion, is strong, is that when you evade an attack, you don't lose honor, right? Which is what makes evasion so strong in the trials. So like with this build right here, I've got 84%. If I had like percent defenses on my key, I would have like 92% of evasion, and then I also have block chance. So all of those sort of combined together, and it's pretty strong. But yeah, PoE 1, great game, super enjoyable. It's definitely a lot more complex, like more developed version of PoE 2, but unless you had like a plan going into the league and a group of 6 players, it's just not that enjoyable, because no matter what you do, those players who get to the end game first are going to have the best gear. They're going to have complete control of the market, and yeah, it's just not enjoyable at that point, which you can't blame them. Obviously, it's the design of the game, but they definitely, by making the game more fun for themselves, they have made it less fun for other players. And no hate, I love Empyrean. I watch, all of Empyrean's videos. He's a great PoE content creator. But it's sort of always been that way, and that's why when I started getting into PoE 1, that I was kind of concerned about that. I thought to myself that maybe if it took them 10 hours to beat the campaign, or 8, that I would, you know, be a lot more happy and content with playing. But when I'm finishing Act 1 and they're finishing like Act 8, because they've found a super juiced strategy where they can essentially, you know, just power through the campaign, it's just, like I said, it's not that enjoyable. But don't blame him. It's obviously it's not really his fault. They're just playing the game and they're having fun, but their version of having fun makes it less fun for me, because no matter what I do, I will always be at a deficit on PoE1. And even PoE2, it was the same way. But I remember at the start of PoE2 League, it was sort of miserable trying to get gear, trying to do anything, and I just didn't want to have to go through that again and then go through that every 2 months. So I'd rather stick with one of the two of them, and then, you know, I have some friends and whatnot on PoE2 that I do play with. You have no evasion, but Wind Dancer still blocks the attack. Yeah, I've never heard of that interaction before. But it is possible. I forgot what Wind Dancer... I think Wind Dancer makes you... Yeah, I'm not too sure. Gale Force. What is the... Too bad you can't hover over Gale Force to see what it actually does. It may cause it so that you automatically avoid attacks anyways, or at least the first attack. And then Wind Dancer tends to kill everything around you, regardless. We have a couple things we can grab here. More Honor is not going to hurt us. It's not really going to do anything either. And then we can buy Moment's Peace, and then fuck it, we'll just buy Babala's Gift. But Moment's Peace makes our next room completely free. So we can path towards a room that might restore honor or something. And so, unfortunately, these are all pledges, but pledges do have a chance to restore honor. And the other thing with pledges is that you could potentially, like, I could get rid of a couple of the bad boons that I have on here. Okay, well, this is OP. We didn't get anything good. I don't really want to Gamba. Like, we have Ornate Dagger and whatnot, so I don't really want to Gamba. And monsters have... We have Sanguine Vial and Ornate Dagger, which are, like, the two best of boons you can get. We do have Blunt Sword, but it's not really worth the Gamba here, because I could lose... Like, I could lose a good Affliction... our good boon and lose a worthless affliction. So we're not going to Gamba it this time. We'll just take Moment's Peace. Makes the next room completely free. And then we can take another pledge here and hopefully get something good. Whenever you get Moment's Peace, it's really nice. And I have had... runs before where I've gotten Moment's Peace from a pledge before the boss room, which basically means that you can't die to the boss. But that's only happened to me once in like 600 runs. It's the only way I'm pretty sure you can get Moment's Peace before the boss is by getting it from a pledge. I don't think you can buy it or that it'll show up on the map before then or be granted from a shrine. So this is perfect. As I said, remove Blunt Sword. Or we could restore honor if we wanted to, but we have we do not have restore honor on entering a boss room. Yes, Moment's Peace makes you invincible in the room. So it's effectively the most overpowered boon that you can get for a single room. But it does go away after that room. So sometimes, like, if you had to choose between Ornate Dagger or Moment's Peace, you would definitely want Ornate Dagger. But we can remove Blunt Sword here. We do get a random affliction, which I think was reduced honor. 50%. Excuse my coughing. And we got Iron Manacles. Thank God we got it right before the boss. But those are like the two very worst afflictions that you can get are reduced effective relics, being the reason being that if you're paying 3 div, 4 div 2 div for a relic for a particular test of time, such as one that gives you you know, quantity of relics dropped, I essentially just like I might only get 1 relic here, and so that's a bit unfortunate. But we do have only like 300 honor loss, so it'll be pretty free. We're gonna copy our message for TFT, post it in TFT. Vouches. Trial carry willing to sell. I'm going to put in my TFT post that I appreciate any vouches. And then again, if anybody is watching the stream who needs their 4th Ascendancy and wants to come in, definitely let me know. Yeah, that's like really OP to get it before the boss. I'm 99% sure it still works in the boss room, but it may not. But it's like, in my experience, it's like the rarest thing that can happen. There is one major boon that you can get that is very, very rare. I forgot what it is. I can't even remember it. I've gotten it once ever, but it's a major boon that does something ridiculous. It like makes it so that you can't lose any honor or something. I can't remember, period, for like the whole trial. I'd have to go through. I'd have to look at a list of all the boons, but one of the major boons that you can get, so like the upgraded minor boons, is absolutely insane. All right. Well, thankfully we are filling very quickly. Most of the service providers, I believe, are playing PoE1, which is working in my favor. Okay, we are just getting absolutely spammed. And I only posted like 5 messages, so this is unfortunate. I'm going to edit my TFT message. And we'll keep letting these guys know that I am full. That might be one of them. That one's very strong, or at least very cool. Yeah, that might be the one I was talking about. It basically makes you like invincible, because you can't die, and like neither can anyone in the run, or at least not like easily. You know what I'm saying? I don't think this guy, Nyx of Withervale, can join. We might have to get someone else in here. And then, of course, I'm lagging right before I go into the trial. I don't know if you guys can really... I don't know how the stream processes it, but it's like I will literally just freeze and then 30 seconds later jump 100 feet forward. Don't think this guy has it unlocked. Normally, if they're at the Arderok caravan, it means that they tried to teleport to me and it teleported them instead and said that they haven't unlocked it or something. Like I said in my video, I'll normally give him like 30 seconds to a minute. Obviously, it'd be really easy to just kick him and invite someone else, but I'll give him... and like he said, he just said he can't. So we'll kick him, and we will invite Thoring All Night, which normally I invite the first person who messaged me, but I already told them we were all full, so. And then I usually tell people you need to kill Balbala in the campaign first. I can take you once you do that. Another boon, it's not a major boon, but one that can be pretty strong, is restore half of your honor when you reach low life or something like that. But it's really hard to actually use, because your honor, like in most cases, if you lose your entire life, like you lose all your honor anyways. And so if you die, like if you get to the point of being low life, you're dead. right, ladies and gentlemen. Time to tackle the Trials boss. We removed Blunt Swords, so we're actually in like a really nice spot right now. Excuse my coughing. And total investment for the 2 keys I bought was 4 div. We already made 5 off of the first one, and this is the second one. And so if we hopefully are able to kill his boss instantly or immediately here, we are chilling. Oh my lord. I'm going to have to reset here. And the reason why is that I don't have my Crown of Eyes on. We'll see. But I'll show you guys like what a reset looks like, because I'm probably not going to do any damage right here. Yeah, I can't even use my Okay, well we still killed him actually. That's a miracle. But I couldn't even use my Infernal Warcry, and I couldn't use anything. We'll take a look at the loot. They can have what's left. Alright guys, come inside. And we can take a look at the caches. It is about 115 runs since we've last seen a Spectrum cache. So, no Spectrum again. We'll open the Arcanist. Maybe we get a Divine. Never lucky. There's not even any Royal caches in this room, which is really rare. It's almost more rare than getting a Spectrum to not have any Royal caches. I'll just open the Ring cache. Who knows? Maybe we identify the best ring that anyone's ever seen in the game. We'll open the Mysterious cache for another chance at some loot, and then we'll collect payment. 1 div from him. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it, everybody. Despair Queen. Beastmaster you, I appreciate your business. Thank you very much, sir. Alcora, you are up next, my friend. One of these times, someone will trade me a mirror. I have helped over 2,500 players get their 4th Ascendancy. And yeah. Before I came out with my video, I was buying Barrias anywhere from 10 Chaos to 1 Divine. After I came out with my video, most of the Barrias that I would normally buy have become like 2 or 3 Divine. So the most I'll pay for a Barria is 2 div. I'm not going to pay 3 because there's just too much chance involved. Like, you might lose money or you might not make any money at all. And so I'd rather just buy them for 2. And, like, at the very least, I'm going to make 1 div from it. I think everybody deserves a chance to get paid fairly for making the Barrias. But at the end of the day, 3 div, 4 div, 5 div is just too expensive. I saw some posted for like 6 div too, which you would just never make money off of, so it's not even worth it. Apparently we did get a Royal cache, and it's right here. Apparently we got 3 Royal caches. I just wasn't paying attention. Can we get anything from the Arcanist cache? No, we cannot. Anything from the Mysterious? No, we cannot. And we'll open this Mysterious as well. Just a bunch of gold. And a blue item. And we missed a Silver Royal, but I'm chilling on that. And we'll let this guy know thank you as well. So yeah, the price of Barrias has went up a lot. Like, I'll show you guys real quick what I normally search for. I'll do like a little explanation, right? I'll open up my display capture right here and just show you guys. So, when it comes to these, and right now I'm live searching for one of these.
If anybody has any of these that they'd sell me for like 100 div, and they're willing to take a 200 div loss, let me know. But, oh wow. Okay, well we might be screwed because I just loaded all those in at once. But when I search for test of times, I just come here, I search test of time. We'll turn the weighted sum off. Why are these popping up like this? So I come to the trade website. I have to relog in again just because the trade website loves to be buggy. This is one of the really frustrating things, is like the verification system and whatnot. But I search test of time. I go to the stat filters and I add quantity of relics. And I personally, from my experience, I'll only run keys that have at least 100%. And the reason why is that I just really would like to see an incense relic at some point. We need to wait 7 more seconds, unfortunately. So I come here, and as you can see, the cheapest one is 2 div. Now, this is actually a pretty good key. It's got no afflictions or boons on it, though. But it's got 75% honor res and 120% quantity of relics. These other ones, these are the ones that I was just running right here. These are the same ones. Someone invited me to a party. I don't know who. I don't know why. Probably for a trial carry. But yeah, most of these are fine to run, but they are very expensive. I used to only pay 1 div. And it's going to depend on how many people you can bring with and how many you can carry. You can actually buy test of times for like 15 chaos to a div. You used to be able to buy them for half that. But you can buy ones that are a bit better. Like this one here actually isn't that bad. He just posted it too. Maybe we'll buy a couple of these from him because they are relatively cheap. We just have to make sure the afflictions are good. So like these are all fine. I'm really just looking for iron manacles and also the one that makes me deal less damage. 96% quantity isn't ideal, but it's not bad. We'll buy like 5 of these from him. And so essentially we just turned 4 div into 10 div, and now we're turning half of that. So I still haven't lost. I've still made 1 divine. I'm buying 5 more keys, which is a potential profit of, you know, if you're paying 1 div each, it's a potential profit of 20 divines if I bring 5 people every run. And yeah, pretty nice. Got 5 question mark. He is a Deadeye, so there is a chance he has a lot of energy shield, and I might just die on some of these when I go in. That's a risk I take, but again, we are in the profit right now. We're just going to double check all these, make sure no iron manacles, and then, yeah, we'll accept. There's 5 div. So those are good keys. Like, I would have, you know, as you can see, I just bought those in a heartbeat. He probably has a lot more. But if we come to the trade site, you'll see I just bought, like, most of what was on the market. But there are a lot of other options. I definitely would not pay 30 chaos for, like, this. This is very bad for 30 chaos. This is like a 10 chaos key or a 15 chaos key. It really needs to have quantity of relics on it for it to be worth at least a divine, and preferably honor res or defenses are also very good. But yeah, we'll buy those from him. I guess we can go back to the trials. We can start this up again, and yeah, we'll see from. We'll go from there, and we'll see. Let me turn my stream display capture off. Yes, correct. We'll identify and play with some of these as well. Rings, like, that's pretty bad base, whatever. All the jewels are going to be worthless. It's been a long time since I found a good jewel, but it's also been a long time since I've really done trials or ran any of this. I think that's T1 cold. It is T1 cold. But it's also T1 life per enemy killed. So what I can do with this is I can recombine it with the T1 lightning ring that I had somewhere. I had one somewhere that was T1. Maybe it was a pair of gloves, I don't know. So this is the Bari I just bought. This is actually a pretty good one for the price. It was 1 divine. It has 100% increased defenses, 100% quantity of relics, 63% honor resistance. The fact that I was able to buy these for 1 divine kind of blows my mind because I just paid like 2 to 3 divines for ones that were significantly worse. So, really nice key that I got there. Drop all these gems, they're all bad. Drop all these rings, they're all bad. Couple more to identify. Normally I go back to my hideout to do this, but if you want, you can stay inside of the trials too. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Drop this, put this all away. And yeah, we will come into here. We'll do another trial, maybe 1 or 2 more. I'm going to take a break in a little bit before I get back to streaming. But I think I just bought all the ones the guy had listed, or maybe he has more. I'll refresh the page right now and see. There are a couple, like you can buy the test of times for like a div no matter what. They just might not always have what you want on them, like quantity of relics. It's profitable without quantity of relics, but it's like 10 times more profitable with it. This is a bricked key. Have no fear, we are going to try to fix it, but it's going to be very difficult because the clown who sold me this key also has reduced honor restored. I didn't really check for that, but reduced honor restored can really make fixing keys difficult. But thankfully, we have an escape into a ritual right off the bat here. And given the fact that we have 88% of evasion, yeah, 88% evasion, we should be hopefully chilling. Hopefully we don't take any damage here, and hopefully we're able to restore a lot of this honor. Now, as I said that, I just took like 400 damage, so we're in a rough spot. But that's always a risk you take when you buy from Deadeyes or Infernalists or anything similar to that. You always take the risk whenever someone has an energy shield build that when you go in here, it won't have that much honor on it. But you can, 99% of the time, you can fix every single key that's bad. You just might not always be able to bring 5 people with you. Like this run, if I'm not able to get back to full honor, chances are I will only be able to realistically bring like 3 people, because some people are going to be missing health and whatnot. I have this chaos ball chasing me. So we do get a major honor restoration shrine here. Need to kill this guy. We'll pick up the key. This key also has 0 keys on it. So this is like a totally bricked, very bad key. Personally, I don't know how you can make a key this bad. Like, you've got to just not be looking at all when you click on runes, because there's no way you have no boons, no keys, no anything. You know what I'm saying? It's just not possible. But we do have a ritual, and we get a boon. Some more honor restoration here. Again, we do have 50% reduced honor restored, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to fix this up all the way. This is only going to restore like 300 honor. Boom. 1717. So we're still under half, but we did get increased honor restored. So we could take Shattered Shield and then Ritual. So Chalice into Ritual. I'm actually getting really lucky with the honor shrines here, because normally you don't get this many honor shrines on the last floor. Like normally you'll get like 2, and I've already had like 4. So pretty cool. And I'm just going to leave the relics. I think I said in my video that the relics can be profitable. Towards the start of the league, relics can be really profitable. And they can be really profitable in general. But they really need to roll with like 9% movement speed and then another good modifier. And I have identified thousands of relics, and I've only seen that once. And realistically, it's only going to sell for a few divines. So I don't normally waste my time on relics. Unless it's really slow, I can take the time between finding people to like reforge and identify relics and whatnot.
But we've already over halfway fixed this key. We have increased honor restored. We have a ritual, which will be a free room. We have a chalice, which should hopefully be a free room, and then an hourglass room. We might take damage in the hourglass room, but in general, this will be really easy to fix. I just alt-tabbed there on accident. The only thing that's bad about this key right now is that we're not going to be doing too much damage to the boss, so that might affect how many people we're actually able to carry or bring with. And we get a boon here. Maybe we get Ornate Dagger. Sanguine Vial is like just as good. It's not the best, but it's not bad. And we have 2 more boons we can get, and we have 2 more honor shrines, and we can restore honor on entering a boss room. So got kind of lucky here, not gonna lie, in terms of fixing this key. But chances are the other 4 that I bought are going to be equally as bad. My guess is this guy bricked a bunch of keys that he was planning on completing himself and then decided to just sell them instead. Which, you know, it's fine. It's no big deal. It happens. Like I said in my video, every key is fixable. There's not a single time that you'll walk into these trials where you can't fix a bad key unless you walk in and literally have 1 honor. Because that's happened to me before. I walked in, I had 4 honor left on the key, and I made it all the way to the boss, 1 room before the boss, and I took damage and I died, and there were no honor shrines, nothing the entire run. So I was really salty, and I actually flamed the guy. I don't normally ever flame anyone, but I messaged him after I died, and I said, I swear to God, if you ever sell a key that shit again, I'm reporting you. Because it was like a bad key to begin with. I overpaid for it. And obviously we just straight up lost out. But we're almost at the boss. We have restored most of the honor. Still 1,000 plus down, so we won't be able to bring anybody who's like level 15 if we can't restore more, or if we go into the boss with this much. Yeah, I felt really bad when I told him. Like, I felt like shit afterwards because I didn't mean to be like a jerk to him, but it is frustrating when people, because a lot of people make these keys and they'll sell them just to make money. But there's some people who will just pawn off the keys that they've bricked, which, like I said, most of them you can fix and it doesn't matter. But I've bought keys from Infernalists before. Like, when I had an energy shield build before, I would buy keys from Infernalists and Liches who lost like 95% of their honor. Which, again, how does that even happen? How do you lose 95% of your honor by floor 4? Like, I understand if you lose that much on the last floor can be difficult, especially if you don't know what you're doing, but how do you lose 10,000 honor before you even get to that point? It's like, at that point, don't even do trials, because the first 3 floors all have reduced damage, reduced scaling, reduced everything. So even if you do get hit on the first 3, it's like, and the keys too had honor resistance on them. Like, that's how it's really mind-boggling to me. Like, how do you have 76% honor resistance and lose 10,000 honor on the first 3 floors? It's almost like that person stood still the entire time. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of chatting it up a little bit over here, so I am, unfortunately, not really hitting. There is one thing I forgot to put in my trial video as well. I'm disconnecting right now, so I'm not sure if you guys are going to be able to hear this, but there is a body armor you can buy. It's a tier 0 unique that causes you to evade all hits upon taking damage, or when you first take damage. And so that body armor is actually really OP for the trials. It's an evasion base piece. It doesn't have that much evasion on it. It's only got like 1,200 or something. I forgot what it's called. I sell my Desperate Alliances. I'm going to be honest with you. It's
it's totally bullshit and a scam that Farmer sold. Uh, the what Farmer did is he bought like 1,000 base relics for 1 divine each, and then he made videos making it look like he sold Against the Darknesses for 700 div, because the price of relics rose to 3 div. So he used that to sort of make money because he flipped all the base relics he had. Yeah, Ire is the chess piece. But I don't run Against the Dark or Desperate Alliances, and the reason why is they're around 3 divine each, and on average you'd have to run like 200 of them to find a good Against the Darkness gem. If you find like percent fire, percent cold, that one does more and gives you more than percent lightning, which a lot of people are going to disagree with me, but it does. And the reason why it does is that has to do with magnitudes of ailments that you're afflicting as a result, and the fact that 4% additional cold is literally 4% damage increase if you have no additional cold. Whereas if you get 4% damage as lightning, it's not actually 4% damage. It's like 1% since you already have so much to begin with. Same goes with fire. But as I was saying, it's a money sink and a money loss to run Desperate Alliances. And you can't really carry people at the same time because the boss is a lot harder. I'm sure there's some builds that maybe could bring people with to carry. But you'd have to basically you would essentially have to run a Desperate Alliance, and in the first 10 that you did, you'd have to get like percent lightning, percent fire damage gem to be able to actually, and that'll maybe sell for like 50 or 100 div for a normal player. The only reason Farmer sold the ones that he did for 300 and 700 div was because he's a streamer. I know I am too, but he misled his viewers and he had some Chinese guy buy it. And I actually follow the guy who bought it on PoE Ninja, and the guy who bought it is not even able to complete tier 15 maps because he has no defenses on his build. It's just a PoE Ninja stacked build. Yeah. Yeah, it's always been like that with his videos. He buys underpriced stuff and he sells them for very overpriced. Yeah, that's why I don't have any respect for him, is that he is like a market flipper and he screws people over who could be buying items for relatively cheap and using those items. So he makes the game harder for newer or less experienced players, and I don't support or appreciate that at all. I don't support any flipping in this game. I don't appreciate like profit crafting. If someone asks you to craft an item for them, that's one thing, and if you sell it to them and you charge them for the time that it took you to craft the item, that's another. But if you're just crafting items and you're only spending 100 div and then trying to sell it for mere, I don't respect that. It's not really ethical for the game to mislead people into thinking that they have to buy those items from you. It's also misleading to suggest to people or to tell them that they need the best gear in the game. I really wish I made my trial video with the old gear I had, because the old gear I had for trials was like horrible and I was still able to bring 5 people. You don't really need anything crazy. And then yeah, like you said, Ethan or Ann, the reality is most of the items that get sold on their streams on the like Belton and Farmer, the people who are buying those items are real world trading. Especially if you look at their PoE Ninja builds, the people who actually buy them, because they'll have like 15 mirrors and gear, and as a very experienced PoE2 player, and who's never reworld traded and always worked for my money, I'll be honest with you, there's not a single person in this game who has like more than 2 or 3 mirrors legitimately, who doesn't profit craft and flip, right? If you play the game, like, there's a reason that a mirror costs 2,000 divines, right? And there's a reason that you only really see divine drops on maps like every 2 or 3 maps at best, even on a juiced map. Sometimes with really juiced maps, you'll get like 5 div on a single map. But that's when all of your things in your tree proc, like on your Atlas tree. That's when everything procs, like all these nodes, like effective precursor tablets, effective prefix modifiers. So that only happens like 1 out of every 5 or 10 maps anyways. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I really love this build. It's helped me gear other characters. I don't really play those other characters because this build I've just found ways to make it work and be so strong as is. It's really good at mapping. It's not like a Deadeye, you know, a maxed out Deadeye is obviously going to be better at mapping, but there's nothing in the game that compares other than like Flicker Strike, which has a much higher investment cost. There's nothing that really compares to this this build as a whole. But yeah, and I get I get really frustrated. I'm gonna post on TFT right now. Like I said, if anybody needs their fourth ascendancy, let me know. You can come for free. Viewers can come for free. I'll take up to 3 people a run. But yeah, I don't really support like profit crafting or flippers or people like Belton or the farmer. I understand they're nice people, you know. They're I don't know about Belton. I think he doesn't have a life or a job, but obviously Farmer's got a degree. He's a nice guy. He's but I don't really support what he does because what he does screws over the player base of the game, right? And if myself, you know, it's hard to like tell. It's hard to get someone into PoE2 or want them to play the game when they log into the game. They get to level 80, 90, 95, and then they go to buy gear, and every piece of gear is 1,000 divines because all the ones that were listed for 1 or 2 or 1 exalted got bought by some streamer or some person like Belton and either crafted on or reposted. Can be a little bit frustrating. Yeah, you can come on your warrior. Just message me. My name is @fearlessxd. Message me, and I will invite you. This might be a little bit of a rough run. I'm not going to lie. The reason being that I don't have any good boons. So we might struggle a little bit. You don't got to pay me, Gale. Do not... don't worry about it. But I am going to fill the group first. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys tuning in and watching the stream. It means a lot to me. I'd like to grow as a streamer and a content creator. It's been a few days since I've had any videos come out, but I do have a few on the way. I have some that I get frustrated. Like I crafted a crazy +5 wand, and I was lost a lot of money from it, and I have a video coming out on that. I have a couple people asking me if I would do some crafting sessions with them. The problem with crafting sessions is that they take a long time. It's a long time to sort of craft items out. Cheap, at least. To be honest with you, I've never tried running Cherno. I don't think I could because I get so much defenses from my buckler, like in terms of using it as a shield, and so much value from the life and stuff, that I sort of need this on my build. Like I'd have to redo parts of my build. And then Sacred Flame I tried out. It was less damage. I just prefer Crown of Eyes with focus because this is literally like, if I take this off, this focus, my damage goes from 21,000. It goes all the way down to it's normally at 32,000, right? So this is like literally doubling my damage just about. Whereas Cherno is like 25% flat, and you don't get as much value necessarily from Sacred Flame either. New character level 10, can I join? No, you cannot. You need to be at least like level 15, which is Act 2, and you need to have killed Chernobyl. Or not Chernobyl, Balbala. But with that being said, Gale, there are people who have gotten Chernobyl to work a lot better than Crown of Eyes. I just haven't changed it because it's what I've used the whole league, and it just works. And all my gear is kind of centered around it. I'm new and crafting is crazy to me. Yeah, it's crazy expensive is what it is. It's pretty simple. There are a couple things like the most complex thing is knowing that omens only affect certain item levels on an item, or affect stats based on level requirements, right? So some modifiers take a higher or lower level to roll. For example, Belton actually does have a video where he talks about crafting gloves, and that the ideal base for gloves is item level 77. And the reason why is that item level 77, you can't roll tier 1 evasion and energy shield, which takes precedent over tier 1 damage. So there are little complex things like that, but the hardest thing is really just the item level bases, and then the omens themselves. It's just that it's expensive. Hopefully GGG does something to fix it soon. How hard is it to carry 4 to 5 people? Yeah, I would say carrying 4 to 5 people is probably about the same as an Against the Darkness run. I'm lagging a little bit here, so this might be like a potential reset angle. I don't really know. And then obviously our afflictions are bad, and our boons are also bad. So we'll see how this goes. I might have to kick someone, in all honesty. Might be a little bit rough. But yeah, I would say 4 to 5 people is about the same as an Against the Darkness run. It might be easier, it might be more difficult. I don't know, because I haven't done Against the Darkness this league. I did them last league, and I didn't think it was good at all. It's just so hard to get a good one. Okay, well, we actually just obliterated him. Can we get anything good? No. It's been a while since I've gotten anything good. A base relic. Do we get a spectrum? Oh, it doesn't matter, because I wasn't paying attention and I don't have gold keys. Assassins is a censored word because, yeah, I don't know why. Who is Delta X? Thank you, Delta X. Like I said, Gale, you don't have to worry about paying. I will not take payment from you. But Bubuin Doobies has logged out. Wait, who paid me? Oh, Wonder Spears. Wait, you did just pay me. That's crazy work, bro. Or did you? Did you pay me, or did you... You don't have to pay me? I don't know who just paid me, if it was Thor or... Yeah, the only thing with Against the Darkness is that you also deal 75% less damage, so that might factor into it. I don't think Boobies and Doobies, I don't think he got his points. He disconnected, which is probably the bug. But it is what it is. Like, we only paid 1 div for these keys, so we made 2 div anyways. Which, like I said in my videos, I don't really care to have currency or money. The only reason I'm running these right now is to try to get a couple divines for a couple things. But, yes, sir. Another one bites the dust. We'll open the Hoarder's Cache for a couple thousand gold, and we'll dip. We will get out of here. Okay, Gail, did you pay me though? Because if you, the only reason I'm curious is I don't remember who paid me, and 2 people, one disconnected and the other logged out. But I don't know if he was paid me or you did. Easy money, we go again. We go right back to the trials of Suck My Butthole. Suckama. You can finish off the rest. Oh, I have to make a new instance. I'm gonna leave this party. Okay, cool.
I just wanted to make sure. So the one guy disconnected, so he didn't have to pay because like he couldn't claim his points anyways. I was just making sure that the other guy in the group paid. But it's totally fine that you didn't. I thought someone was trying to one up me. Cool, cool. I'm glad you got your Sensi points, sir. Thanks for supporting the stream. I appreciate it. We go again. Easy money. Okay, I'm getting a lot of messages from individuals now. This is okay. One thing that I don't understand. I didn't edit my TFT message, so that might be why. But I don't understand how people can message me like 15 minutes after I posted my last message in trade chat. Especially when I posted in trade chat 1 and 2, which are like the most active trade channels. Okay, this is another interesting key. We have no keys, no water, but we do have full honor, but we can't see what any room has to offer. So, but we can still see the afflictions, which is good. We probably want, like, we can just go gauntlet here and we'll be fine, hopefully. Hopefully we get, like, a merchant and we can buy Ornate Dagger or something. Or we have Ornate Dagger. We could buy Sanguine Vial or Hairfoot. We're actually chilling on this key, I think. I don't have my evasion gear on, but we'll be fine. I used to struggle a lot with not running my evasion gear, and I don't know what it is, what changed, but normally if I forget to change it and I just run Crown of Eyes, I'm fine. I think it's just more experience or whatever. We can go Gauntlet and pray for something good as a result of the next room after this. Sometimes you have to be a little bit dodge rolling on that flame wall because you can cancel your dodge roll inside of a flame and take damage. Also, I just got hit by one of those balls, but we have enough honor resistance to the point where it doesn't matter. Pull this lever, click the chest, bing, bam, boom, bam. Personally, though, with Against the Darknesses, and this is like, this might be kind of dumb, but if you're still watching, Aaron, I just want to show you something. So if we go to the trade website, like a Desperate Alliance is like 2.5 to 3 div, right? And the only thing you really get out of it is the Against the Darkness and maybe some chances at some relics or whatever. But if I come to the trade website and we search Against the Darkness, and I'll just show you, I'll pull it up on my stream. So if we search this on the trade website, right, you can buy Against the Darknesses. Obviously, we want ones that are non-corrupted. Search. So we can buy these for, I guess the cheapest one is like 2 div. So, but a lot of these, like as you can see, 20 days ago, 5 days ago, 4 hours ago. So maybe I'm wrong. What I was going to suggest is that you could probably just buy these in bulk, like bad ones, and reforge them for a fraction of the cost, but it looks like that's not the case. It used to be the case earlier in the league. You used to be able to buy them for cheaper than it costed to actually complete the run. For the effects of the different spirits, so yeah, I'm looking for Cap, but if you just search PoE2 as Mirian Wisp, and then go to the PoE2 wiki page for Asmirian Wisp, it'll tell you on there
the wisp modifiers and what the spirit influence does. So when I'm on the wiki, like I'll pull up my browser again, but when I'm on the wiki, this is literally just Asmirian Wisp on the wiki. These spirit influence modifiers right here are what the charm does. So if you get a rite of passage with the Spirit of the Bear, this is what it's going to give you when it procs. So toughness, stun threshold, stun buildup, max life. There are a few builds that this would be good for, such as like life stacking warriors. Spirit of the Boar isn't that bad. It's probably the cheapest damaging one because you gain damage as extra fire, increased toughness. Spirit of the Ox is pretty bad. It literally just gives you toughness and armor, which again, probably good for some builds, like an armor stacker or a life build or warrior. Thorns build, I don't know. But Spirit of the Cat is arguably the best, or one of the best. You get 100% evasion, 100% crit, 20% movement speed, 20% attack and cast. Spirit of the Stag is also very good. It is essentially Spirit of the Cat, but if you're crit capped or in an energy shield build, obviously you don't get value out of these two. So what you can get instead is Spirit of the Stag, which gives you extra lightning damage and 30% all res. These two are both like 300 div. All of the other ones are like 30 to 70 div. There's also Spirit of the Wolf. Again, this one is pretty good. It gives you the movement speed, attack speed, cast speed, but it doesn't have any damage on it. All you get is maim and break armor, which are both pretty useless. Spirit of the Owl is also pretty nice. Like, you get energy shield damage. The wind vorticles are super strong, but you don't get movement or attack speed from this, and primarily I just am looking for the movement speed and the damage, because I want to be able to map and move around faster and sort of benefit from this. And then I don't think you can get Spirit of the Hare or Spirit of the Fox as modifiers on a gem. Let's see. We have Gauntlet or Chalice into Hourglass. I'm just going to go Chalice because I'm feeling a Chalice this run. Maybe we get a mirror to drop from something in this room. That would be pretty sick. Bing, bop, boom, bam. I think this is the ones that just bugged. Okay, never mind. There was just only like 2 rares. Maybe there was 3. Sometimes you'll have, like, in my video I show is sometimes you'll complete the room with rares still alive just randomly. It's weird. I gotta cancel out my display capture, sorry. %50 movement speed. I know, right? That would be crazy. Computer is not that good. And it is a little bit, yeah. Yeah, like I said, the Against the Darkness, there are some people who have gotten crazy Against the Darknesses and sold them, but it is literally only because they're a streamer and they sort of misled their viewers about the value of Against the Darkness. If Against the Darkness was that strong, more people would use it on their PoE Ninja, but they don't. And it's not because it's expensive, it's because it's just not good. Last League, and just to show you guys that it's not good, like Last League, you used to be able to put like an Against the Darkness, for example, like over here, in this slot right here, and you'd be able to hit like 5 different notable nodes with it and get a lot of value out of it, like 50 additional spirit. At most, this league, the most that you get out of Against the Darkness is like right here, where you can hit 3 nodes, is like the most you can hit with one. And so for that reason, it just doesn't really have any value. Like even right here, you can hit like at most a couple nodes, but like nobody, like you're not going to take this node just to gain 5% additional damage. It's so dependent on like what class you're running, and it's so hard to find or get any value out of it. The one that Farmer sold, for example, that had Spirit gain damage as lightning, I already went over this before, but gaining damage as lightning is actually not that good as cold as fire. The reason being that you are already gaining lightning damage as lightning, so it's like going from 40% to 44% gains is like 2% damage increase, not 4%, if that makes sense. It's just mathematical. Whereas like 4% cold would just be 4% flat. It also affects the magnitudes of the ailments you're afflicting as well. And yeah, it's really hard to find value. And then the additional spirit, for example, like 10 spirit, there's no build in this game that benefits from getting like 30 spirit that you can't get on an item and that you actually need past a certain point. Like if you really needed a spirit that bad, you could get a spirit corrupted Sacred Flame. You could get a spirit corrupted Atziri. You could get a helmet that has a spirit corruption on it. There's a lot cheaper ways. Like realistically, no one's gonna pay 300 or 700 divs. So yeah, and that's basically the simple answer, I guess. Just not as good as most people would think. You might be able to sell most of the ones you get for like 1 div because people will just reforge them, or you could reforge them yourself. You might here or there find a good one, but this league, like last league, it was definitely worth it. This league, not so much, in my opinion. And anyone telling you otherwise or showing that they're selling them for so much is just BSing you. If it was that profitable and that good, like I would be doing it, or more people would be doing it. Is this farmable since it's so much expensive? Are you referring to the golden charms? The golden charms are farmable. Also, let's see. Who said Jameson? That's freaking sick that you dropped the stag charm. That's freaking sick. That's epic. That's a very expensive, very cool drop to get. They'll probably keep dropping in price if I had to take a guess, but it is like the best one to get, especially for like a Deadeye or something. So that's epic. Congrats. I should have went to the middle option, by the way, and the reason being is that I got 2 room choices instead of 1. So I picked the wrong room here, but it's not really gonna matter. Yeah, they are farmable. I don't know how, or I don't know if a monster has to be possessed by a spirit in order for it to drop the charm. I don't really know. All the other charms, that's not the case, but like I said, I don't really know all the specifics to it. I don't farm maps or anything. It's just less profit per hour than trials, and you really need 6 players, and my computer struggles with 6 players. Have I tried the new talisman for helmets? Enemies I curse take 5% increased damage. No, I have not. I didn't even know that was a thing, but that sounds really OP. Especially like if I put that in this helmet here. I would lose a bit of max life. I'd lose 4% max life, which is 2% crit damage bonus. But I would deal 10% more damage. I had no idea that was a thing. I'm going to have to check that out. Probably a little bit expensive. Maybe not. I don't think I'd be able to do Pinnacle content with this build anymore. Like, audiences would be the only thing if I did that. The reason being is I am literally right at the health. I have, like, 10 more health than what's needed to be able to survive any attack that actually hits me. There are, like, thresholds in that sense. If you run an evasion life build, you do need to have, like, enough life where if you do get hit, you survive. And the audience always hits you at the start of the fight. If you're a melee character, not if you're a caster, but... 34 Exalted. I mean, that sounds pretty OP because I'm always cursing stuff, but it would really only affect bosses that I'm killing. Hella cheap too. Yeah, I'll have to check it out because that sounds really strong. For sure, for sure. We didn't really get any honor shrines. Do we have restore honor on entering? We do not. But I can't be damaged for 1 second after taking damage, which is kind of cool, I guess. It's basically the Harry's Isle or whatever built into a boon. I think most major boons are pointless for how rare they are. Not gonna lie. Like, do you know how many times I've seen this major boon in 600 trial runs, I've seen it like 3 times. And it doesn't prevent damage. Like if it said you cannot be damaged for 1 second, like after taking damage, and also that you ignore that damage, that would be OP. That would be really good major boon to get. But this literally does nothing as is. We cannot restore honor in entering a boss rooms. Yeah, so for the gloves, I do have the new one. I think I paid a lot for this. I paid like, and here's the thing. These movement speed runes were like 100 div when they were released, and I think I paid like 50 div each. They're like 10 div right now. I knew the price would drop. Obviously, the price was only high because there just wasn't a lot and everybody wanted them. But yeah. And I think I paid like 1 div or maybe 4 div for this one, Magnitude of Ailments. But this is a really nice one. I've wanted to corrupt these gloves this entire league. They're not perfect. It could be T1 crit damage. The fire is perfectly rolled. It could be T1 fizz. I need the max life for the same reason that I mentioned earlier. If I drop it, I don't have enough health to survive certain attacks. And it's a little bit of crit damage. But this could be T1 crit damage, and the fire res could be better too. But I crafted these myself, and I've wanted to corrupt them the whole league. But the reality is that if they brick, I am a sore loser, because anything that's close to these is like... if I half the fire damage, is 300, 6, 1 mirror. And if I take the fizz off, it does drop a lot in price, but it's still like 10, 40 div. And if I upped this to like 30, which is still less than what I have, 10, 10, 25, 100. And I guarantee you that none of those are T1 crit damage. Okay, this one actually is T1 crit damage bonus. Maybe I'll look into this one. If it has more damage rolls and I could whittle it and turn it into something crazy, maybe we'll look into buying that pair. I'm actually going to do that real quick before I post for a carry. I like checking out gloves. I think gloves are like the most expensive piece of this build. So I'm on the trade website. I'm going to put crit damage bonus, level of all melee skills, adds fire damage, and we'll set that to 30. And we'll search, and there's a pair for 10 div. So at minimum, I'd have to whittle this pair 3 times to make it any good. Or twice, I guess. But they are only 10 div. And they are evasion base, which is nice. Maybe I buy this pair. Should I buy this pair? And they're only 10 div. And I could whittle them. Maybe we buy this pair real quick for 10 div. And if we can get a good outcome on them, we'll... And they've been up for a week, so it's not like they're super high demand. But if we could whittle these and get those modifiers off of them, we would really be chilling. Tier 3, Tier 4. Yeah, I mean, we could try. We could certainly try. But I have a feeling that this is just a price fix price. Because it is a Chinese guy, and he does have other listings up for like 300 div. So he's probably just getting people to sell them to him for cheap so he can turn around and sell them for a fortune. I guess not. I guess they are legitimate. We're going to do a little bit of crafting, I guess, before we get too far. Now, here's the question. Can Stalking Bracers roll with fizz or fire damage on them? Because I don't see any listings that have those modifiers on them. All right, buddy. Are you messing around with me, or are you messing around with me? 30, 39 plus 2, 20. Okay. Deal, buddy. Deal. Time to do some crafting, guys, before we finish out this trial run that I was involved in. I'm going to crack my knuckles real quick, and let's see if we can get some fizz, cold, or lightning damage on these. But before I even whittle these or bother with it, I'm going to make sure that it can actually roll on them. So we're going to go to the trade website and just search stocking bracers, and then search adds fizz, adds lightning, something like that. Okay, so it can roll on them, so we're looking pretty good. This does have a couple tier 2 modifiers on it, so this might end up bricking and not being worth that much, but we're going to buy some omens and some divines and chaos, and it's 106 chaos. We're just going to have to do this by 198 for 10. 197 for 10, so that it goes instant. Buy a couple more. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the bad thing about this is that we could roll something that's like tier 1 that just bricks this entirely. Okay, come on, bro. No way the price changed like that. But we do have a couple omens to work with. At the moment, we are like 30 div down on these gloves. So, but we'll start with hitting the evasion. Bing, bop, boom, bam. Bing. And that was like the worst outcome that we could have gotten. Tier 1 evasion. That was the worst possible outcome. We'll hit it again because we might hit like a damage roll that would actually make these worth a decent amount. We got accuracy, which is not good. We can hit the accuracy again. We got mana, which is also not good. And we hit tier 1 or tier 4 flat evasion. So these actually have a lot of evasion on them. It's not bad, but we did definitely lose our money. Maybe we will try to sell them as is. They do have a lot of evasion. They're not a bad pair of gloves, but they could definitely be a lot better. Would have been nice to hit some flat damage. Maybe we'll invest a little bit more into these because we could make these worth some money. But I might end up just going broke here. I'm not gonna lie. There is like a 95% chance that we go broke from this. Which if I do go broke, I go broke. It is what it is. But these have 400 evasion. There's nothing similar, I guess. All right, round 2. We'll buy 2 more omens because I can still hit that flat evasion off of it, hopefully. And hopefully we can hit like tier 1 something would be most ideal. These are actually went down in price to 5 divs. We'll just pay divines for those. Quit before they hit big. Yeah, right. Boom. Max mana. Boom. Max life. Not ideal. These are not ideal outcomes here, but we're going to buy some more omens. Oh, that was the same roll that we just rolled off of. Max. And the same roll again. We just got the exact same roll like 10 times in a row. Or no, this is flat life. And we got like tier 1 flat evasion. Tier 2, which can't be removed anymore. I'm pretty sure it's a higher item level than the fire res. So these aren't bad. These are very good defensive gloves. We could definitely try divining them to see if they'd be worth more. But that was around 70 div investment. So we'll list these for like 50 div. I sold a pair exactly like this earlier in the league for 45. I doubt that these will sell, but we can always try. We can always try and just see what happens. They are technically the cheapest pair on the market with fire damage. I don't know. Maybe there's cheaper pairs with lightning, cold, or fizz on them. What a waste. Not a waste, but what a way to lose 50 div. And that's why I don't craft, by the way. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that, because that's what happens to me every time I craft anything. But these were the cheapest ones on the entire market. I saw they had potential. I could theoretically divine them and go for a higher fire damage and higher crit damage bonus roll, but I don't know if that's really feasible. And then hopefully these boots sell sometime. I know they have no movement speed on them, but they're perfectly rolled T1, and there are builds that would use these. Yeah, 10 Sekmas runs. That's what I've done this whole league with the trials, is I've, this entire league, I've just ran trials, and then yeah, I've sort of, just invested all the money into crafting, but obviously it doesn't always work out. And when it doesn't work out, it's a lot of pain and suffering. But I'm not gonna lie, like a flat, like these are not bad gloves. They have a lot more invasion and crit damage bonus than what I have. I would honestly use those gloves if they rolled any other damage modifier. I would have divined them and used them myself. But the reality is they didn't. Hopefully these sell eventually. They're not that good, but they're also not that bad. T2 res, T1 crit, +2, T1 fire with T1 evasion rolls. This is the focus I have. The res are just to res cap myself. The intelligence is just because I'm too lazy to change anything out. The mana is useless. All I did was I searched for the highest spell damage, fire damage one I could get. And anything more than this was like 100 div at the time. So I just bought this one. It works. If we just search these two modifiers alone, it is, yeah, 10 div, 20. You could always buy like one with less spell damage and divine it or something for cheaper, but yeah. This isn't that bad, I guess. The mana's completely pointless and worthless. It wasn't the best focus I could find. It was just the cheapest one I could find. I posted in TFT. We're going to start posting in Trade Chat again. We'll see what sort of outcome we get. Okay, nice. We're getting some messages already. It's nice to see. From TFT, too. And I put in my post that I appreciate vouches, so maybe this guy will vouch for me. And I will get some credibility as a result on an imaginary server. That would be epic. Oh, second person from TFT. Can you do for 17C? Why not, bro? Why not? Because together with my friend collect 17. Because together with my friend, he will pay you. Okay. Okay. He not coming though? Or both come? Okay, I get it. It's for his friend, and his friend is paying or something. I don't freaking know. We'll have to see. These guys get confused. What is the fire damage for on the focus? Can I join for 2 runs? Yes, you can. Message me in game. My name is @FearlessXD. Sorry if I missed it. What is the fire? Okay, so the fire damage is because I'm stacking fire damage, and percent fire damage affects that, right? So that percent fire damage also increases the fire damage on my rings and my gloves. So I have T1, T1, T1 on the rings and the gloves, and it affects both of those. Andy, I'll put my name in the thing. I do let my viewers come for free, just for supporting the stream and watching. So, no need to pay. As soon as you message me, we will get started. We'll go inside and we will bash and beat this boss and his head in. Excuse my language, but yeah. Yeah, so the focus modifiers don't, yeah, it's not spell damage, it's just straight fire damage. So if you had, let's say, like T1 lightning on your rings and your gloves, you could take percent lightning damage. If you had T1 cold, you could take T1 cold. Just pinged you on stream. Can I do one run for 4th Ascendancy and second run for Ascendancy reroll? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how this works, but I'm pretty sure you can get your 4 points or 8 points or whatever, and reroll on the same run. This guy, I was told, is clueless, so that's what his friend told me. He said he didn't know what he was doing, which is fine. We'll just have to invite him and see what happens. All right, just wait here. I will tackle the boss and assume the initiation process of annihilating Zarok, the Temporal. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hopefully that works, just to make it easier for you. I have a strong feeling that we're going to get an Incense Relic this run. After 600 trials, this is the first time I've ever said that. Can we get an Incense Relic? Oh, this is not good. That was not good. I almost died there. And, of course, we did not get anything good. Hopefully no one died there. I don't know how I didn't lose honor. I literally got hit to 1 health, and I didn't lose any honor. So I don't know how or why that was, if I had some crazy thing or something. And then Andy, no need to pay, just try to refund your points. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. Just try refund your existing points at Balboa and then use the altar. And I'll take you on the next run if that doesn't work. I have to edit my TFT post as well. So Thorns page, support boys. I think this guy's only paying like 17 chaos or something. Yeah, that's fine. It's basically a divine. Like earlier in the league, I'd have people who messaged me and said, "Oh, could I get this for?" And then I think Ranger Osier. Yeah, 19 chaos. That's fine. Awesome, cool. I'm glad that worked. Glad you were able to get your ascendancy respect and your points done. If you don't mind me asking, what's your ascendancy that you're tackling for the witch? Are you going to lich or blood mage? That's the question of the day. Because anybody who doesn't play blood mage, I don't know. I played lich towards the start of the league. I liked it. I did a lich minion build. It was really strong, but it wasn't good at killing bosses. But it was like really good at mapping. It just wasn't the fastest. But I could clear a whole screen like just by right clicking. So it was sick. Barra's Infernalist before they patched it. Going to try a combination of Lightning Spear and Flicker Strike. Nice. Yeah, let me know how that works out. I haven't seen Flicker Strike on Blood Mage, but Flicker Strike as a whole, I heard, was really overpowered. Yeah, we are going to check out the Talisman. Like I said, I don't know how keen I am on losing the life, but we will try it out because, you know, worst case scenario, I just buy new ones, right? I want chaos, blah, 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 talisman. Wait, I need to do this the other way around. This one, minions having reduced reservation actually seems pretty OP. And then I've always wondered if this one actually lets you use more than 3 charm slots or why it's there. Like, can you get like 6 charms now, or how does that work? Yeah, don't worry about paying me, Andy. I appreciate you watching the stream. I'll take at least like 2 or 3 viewers a run, depending on how much I'm paying for everything. Wait, okay. So what are we looking at here? I think we need enemies you curse take increased damage. Lot cheaper. Come on, bro. People want 2 chaos or 34 exalted. Okay, so we're going to have to do some build changing here. We're going to have to put the Soul Core in here for the Chaos Res, and then we're going to have to put the new ones that I just got or I'm about to buy in 34, 34. Okay, cool. We will try these out. But this does make me lose, like I said, a decent amount of life. It's fine, though. Yeah, I lost like 120 health or something, 100 health, which is, I mean, 2% crit damage bonus, but this might just be 10% flat damage since it's not affected by any existing modifiers. Yeah, no problem. Grats on the Ascendancy. If you ever need anything, let me know. Critical hit chance for spells. Cold Pen, not that good, not that bad. I have so many of these, we might reforge these this time. Duration of Magnitude Ailments is bad. Ailment Threshold is bad. Minions, that could be good if I got like energy shield on it or something. Maximum energy shield is pretty bad on a time loss. Wait, but I'm reforging these though. Increased duration, critical spell damage bonus, like that could be good, but it'd be really hard. I'd have to roll like 2 really good modifiers. The rest of these will just slam. And then we will reforge. Normally I don't reforge these. It's not really worth the time in my opinion, but like this one could be good actually if we hit like crit damage bonus, which obviously just isn't going to happen. We will slam these 2. And those are both worthless. And I'm still getting messages from TFT because I forgot to edit my post. And now I have to message this guy so I don't look bad. We'll reforge these because there's just, you know, the small chance that I might get like one worth 1,000 million divines, like 150 mirrors is what I'm thinking is going to be what it's worth. It's just not going to be that one. And it also won't be that one. Magnitude of ailments, but the other 3 modifiers are bad. It is a medium ring. Like we could Chaos Orb this one once, and we actually rolled off the only good modifier, so that was not very cool. This is like 1 modifier off of being good. Okay, duration and minion modifier. Boom, and we rolled off the other good modifier. So that leaves us with 1 option left, which is okay, so the breakpoints for the Pinnacles. I'll show you what this actually looks like. We'll buy an audience. Both the Arbiter and the audience have the exact same breakpoint, meaning that the maximum damage both bosses can deal is like exactly the same. On the Arbiter, you can take damage towards the end of the fight. If he jumps up in the air and you didn't one-shot him, what he can do is jump up in the air, and if you don't kill him before then, when he lands on the ground, he does like up to 2,400 damage. He deals the damage twice, so you can get hit by one part of it without worrying about dying. But if you get hit by the other part, and you can actually press a life flash too, but if you get hit by the other part, you're almost certainly dead, right? But you need like at least 2,400 health to survive that. Now with the audience, I'll show you the health breakpoint. So I have 2,400 life with this setup. I have like over 3,000 with this gear here that I use for mapping and whatnot. But if I go to the audience and I show you, I'll just kind of play this pretty bad. You can avoid some of this damage. Can't use more than 3, but I heard they will be implementing more than 3 next league. That would be pretty sick if they had like, you could have like 6 charms and then they added something like a mage blood for charms. That would be pretty sick. People would probably actually use Pragmatism, the Explorer's Armor, if that was the case. I have a couple belts that have 6 charm slots that I kept as meme museum items, sort of similar to what Empyrean does. And the reason why I kept them is because obviously you can't get them anymore. But I'll show you on the audience right here the threshold of life that you need. Now, damage doesn't really matter on this boss because his resistances and life are low. But when we walk up to this boss, he's going to slam the ground right here. And I'll just show you. Okay, well, he's not actually hitting me. I don't know why. But this attack right there, you see how it brings me to like literally 200 health? So you need like at least 2,200 health to survive that attack if it hits you. And he does other attacks too. I don't know why he's not doing them this time. He normally does do them. But we'll kill him here. Unfortunately, my game can be real buggy. And so as you guys can see, you can actually see the blue lights on the ground here. I just have to follow this. And we got lucky on the maze. But I'd say there's like a 22 to 2,300 life threshold in terms of what you need to actually survive most Pinnacle boss attacks if you get hit by them. For Zest, it doesn't really matter because you're always going to be overhealed from what came before him from Life Remnants. So for Zest, even though he can hit for like 4,000, 3,000 damage, it doesn't matter as much. But on the audience, it's a little bit different. Which most people don't really farm these, so it's not really, you know, that big of a deal at all. Imagine I identify these ball wraps and they're better than the ones that I just spent 100 divine on crafting that ended up bricking. That's why I said too, like, crafting can be a little bit difficult. Those gloves I made earlier can be a little bit difficult because, like, I can't get those T1 evasion rolls off, I don't think. But obviously we're fine right there, so I'm not going to put my other items back on. Okay, what a helmet. What a helmet. Look at that. This is T1, 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 T1. T1 energy shield, T1 rarity, T1 lightning res. Okay, it's not T1 crit. That's like T2 or T3 crit chance. What a helmet. And then obviously these other two items are terrible. Just for remnants, right? We'll recombine this chest piece. I have one that I've been sitting on that is not too bad. Do I have any order artifacts? So I do. So this is, we'll recombine here the flat with the flat. And this is actually like tier 2, so not as good as I thought it'd be. But we hit because it was a 50% chance, and now we have like a base that could get slammed into something good maybe. Who knows? Lightning res, dex, stun threshold. Boom. It's got, it rolled kind of bad. Got 16 stun threshold on it. Pretty worthless. We could socket it, quality it. Once we quality it, it'll have 706, 270, and then it'll have like 800 and something, so I don't know, we'll like throw this in here. Not too sure. Yeah, I don't know the exact breakpoints if I'm being honest. I know that it's a little bit rough. Or at least when I had like 2100 health, the audience would one-shot me. When I have 24, 2500, I don't have to worry about it. All right, we got 11 max mana. Can we get tier 1%? And then I'll whittle this. No. No. Farmer would tell you this is worth a mirror. Ain't that the truth? We did get crit chance, double rarity, but the energy shield roll is just awful. We'd have to whittle the mana off and hit tier 1%, at which case it would have like 300 energy shield, and even then it probably wouldn't even sell for like 10 div. But we can put this in here as like a base to craft off of for like, I don't know, 3 div. Probably end up lowering it to 1 div and selling it. What was I doing before? Was I in a trial? Did I finish the trial? I think I did. What was I doing? Yeah, because I just took care of all the jewels. We'll head right back to the trials. Why not? We'll see how this all goes. How it pans out, turns out. Yeah, there's a whole video on that 10% of damage taken from mana before life, how it pans out. You can essentially get infinite life with that build, and it was made before they made that change. So with that change, it's actually easier to get to that point. The problem is getting damage on the build, and I actually had a ton of regalias that I had. I may have sold some of them already. But I had a bunch of regalias that were Chaos Res, All Res mana, or All Res Global Defenses mana, or Spirit mana, etc. And I had some that were 5 sockets. I really thought that the price was going to skyrocket and that they were going to be able to sell for a decent amount. Like I had some that looked like this, but with mana. But they never did, because I really thought people were going to come out with some mana builds and whatnot, and that it would be really strong. Also, just imagine how rich I'd be if all of these regalias that I bricked actually hit. If all of these hit, this is like 80 div a piece, 60 to 80 div a piece if all of these hit, but none of them did, unfortunately. All right, back into the test of time. Okay, this key is a little bit bricked as well. This one has no water, no keys, no honor. And unfortunately, no matter where we go, we get absolutely destroyed. So at least we're always taken to the room that we select. And we have 50% honor restored. So it should be easy to restore our honor. But it's going to be a little bit difficult to avoid. Like, ideally, I'd want to go to this merchant. But if we go there, we get Enfeeble. So even if we get Ornate Dagger from the merchant, like the Enfeeble basically cancels it out. So we're just going to go to this chalice here. We're going to be chilling. Oh, I was going to kill the Arbiter with the helmet runes. That's what I was going to do. Why is this guy moving so fast? What the heck? Do I have that affliction? That guy was running, like sprinting 1,000 miles an hour. It actually scared me a little bit. Okay, wait. I want to look, though. Do these keys have honor resistance on them? They do. So I don't actually have to worry that much about my honor. About taking damage, since these have honor resistance. These vases, by the way, these pots that they just put in the... These are the most annoying things ever, like, because they block your movement, and sometimes if you're not paying attention, they, like, you'll get stuck, and then a skeleton can fall on top of you or something. Boom. Okay, 2,500 honors, so we still have, like, 1,400 to restore. We're going to get 500 or so when we go into a boss room. But there's, unfortunately, not really any... Like, we have to take this hourglass here, which removes our mini-map. That's fine. Doesn't really do anything. It's just a quality of life thing. I enjoy playing this game with my mini-map turned on, and so this one kind of triggers me, because... Yeah, it is what it is. Boom, bop, bing, bam. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I almost died there. That attack will one-shot you, by the way, if it hits you, even with full honor resistance. The thing where the laser beams come out of the sky, that is like the deadliest attack in the entire Trials. I have no idea why. We have a bit of Sacred Honor, or Sacred Water, because we just claimed some, so we can maybe go down here and get some gold keys, and then work our way towards the merchant, restore some honor from him, maybe potentially get some good boons. It's gonna depend, because we won't really get any more Sacred Water before then. Got a gold key from this guy, though. So we don't have to worry about time loss, chests, spectrum caches if we get them, which is nice. This is definitely a run. I had some people on my videos ask about what I meant by resetting the boss. This is a run where I might have to do that. And the reason why is that monsters have increased attack action speed, which means that Zarek's attack in the fight, like his conflux of time, will be instant. you can't actually complete it. And yeah, he got hit by that while doing Desperate Alliance, right? It's crazy how much damage it deals relative to everything else. That one, and additionally the one that let's see, what do we have here? Large Sacred Water, trial parameters. Like, I'm kind of screwed here. There's not really any way to restore honor, so we're gonna have to do the boss a bit honored down, which means a couple carries might die, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to take 5 people with no boons. See, what are my afflictions? My afflictions are really bad. I'll probably be fine. We'll put these talismans in the helmet to use. But I want to kill the Arbiter after this trial run, just to see if how powerful those talismans in the helmet are. Yeah, so this might be a run where I actually have to reset. Last run I thought was going to be... Honestly, I have no idea how I didn't die last run. I was going to reset last one, but then I raked again, and it actually did a lot of damage. Like, my second rake that I used did a lot more than I thought it was going to. And so I didn't reset, and it wasn't a problem, but... Okay, this is actually good. We can go Chalice, Ritual Escape, and we can restore honor. And hopefully we can buy a boon here, or something crazy. Reduced action speed is not bad. We'll just spend our water because we can't really change in this water for anything anyways. And then we'll go here to Ritual. We have plenty of gold keys. But yeah, this might be a rough run. I don't know. I had to reset the boss a lot more when my gear was worse than now. There's a lot of times now where I think I might have to reset the boss and I end up not having to. It's unless my afflictions are awful, I don't really struggle on the boss anymore. But I could just intentionally let the Conflux ability happen just to show you. Because it's messed up. When you have this affliction, monsters have increased attack, cast, and movement speed. That all affects the Conflux of Time special attack. And it makes it go, like it ticks from 12 a.m. to 12 p.m., however you want to put it. Okay, I just took a ton of damage there for no reason. But it goes all the way down in like half a second. And it's weird because it's almost like impossible to do even with the Temporalis, because I just got stomped on like 5 times there and lost all my honor. But I do have increased honor restore. Why are my... Okay, my abilities are just not working and I'm getting hit by everything and I'm slowed. Okay, this is bad because I went from having 3,000 honor to having none. My abilities wouldn't work. And we still have one more. Bing Bop Boom Bam. Death Crystal, thank you. We're going to restore like 2,000 honor here, and then we get some from entering the boss room as well. But it is going to be a long loading screen between the two. Okay, come on, man. This is like the 3rd time I've gotten this today, and I never get this one. Reduced effective relics. Whatever. We're full honor. At least we make money. We'll post on TFT. We will... post on TFT, and then advertise in trade chat. And like I said, if anybody's watching the stream who wants or needs their fourth ascendancy, let me know. I'll take 2 or 3 of you guys every single run, if you ask. We're going to start posting and trade, though. Hopefully we fill relatively quickly. And thankfully, it is still relatively busy. Or at least we're getting messages, which is nice. And hopefully this helmet does some work this run. And blast this boss. I do kind of not necessarily enjoy a lot of these new talismans, because even though they're really cool and they give a lot of effects, what I don't enjoy about them is that I'm missing a lot of max life. Like, I would have like an additional 400 max life if I had everything socketed with life still. Which is crit damage bonus. That's like 10% crit damage bonus on this build. I trust you. Do not worry, friend. You do not need to prove to me that you have currency to be able to come with. And like I said, anybody watching, now's your time. Let me know in the chat. Message me in game at FearlessXD if you want a trial carry. I will bring you for free. Just let me know that you're from the stream. Bing bop boom bam. Nyabetha the Abomination. What a beast. What a name. I'm getting kind of lazy with the advertisements here. Not really posting as much as I probably should be, but all right. We have filled the group. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Full sorry. Full sorry. I need to edit my TFT post. This is so much work, I swear on my life. This is like harder than having a full-time job selling these trials. It's a nightmare. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Time to absolutely annihilate this boss. God, I wish I could corrupt these gloves too. It would be frickin' insane if I could corrupt those gloves. Wait here, please. I will let you know when to enter smiley face. If anything goes wrong, I will reset, so do not panic. Alright, time to put this helmet to the test. Let's see if 10% damage is noticeable with no afflictions. I basically have 20% of Ornate Dagger with those helmet talismans. Alright, someone may have died because I just accidentally took damage there that I wasn't supposed to. Come on, bro. You really thought you could take that relic? Come on now. Quit playing around with me like that. You ain't getting no relic from me. That's my base relic. That's the first one today. In like 6 trials. We do have an Arcanist cache. We have a Time Lost cache. Okay, we're like 117 dry for a Spectrum cache. This is actually a little bit ridiculous. And we have not seen a Divine from an Arcanist in a while. Flippiger Flip. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Nyabetha, the Abomination. Thank you very much. We'll trade Lazy.
3 more payments. That guy who walked inside the trial actually almost killed the run. And the reason why was because... Wait, he did. Okay, because I had like 2,900 honor, and the guy ran in the room and got hit by like two of the balls and killed, I think, this guy who just logged out. I don't know. Maybe this guy claimed his points. I wasn't paying attention. But he got disconnected either way. I'm not going to charge him. I'm not going to harass him. I'm not going to worry about it. It is what it is. If we lose a little bit of money here or there, you know, who really cares? We just need Will Purge to pay us. And we will be chilling. Thank you very much, Will. I appreciate it, sir. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Oh my gosh. Something, I apologize, guys, if my mic is acting up with some annoying noises. I think someone's outside using some tools. It might be a loud whistling, whining noise right now. Okay, that's bad. This is bad. I need that. No. Anything I left on the ground I don't need. No. No, sorry. Yep, go ahead. Take what you want, sir. Raid my loot and pillage. Oh. Okay. Arcanist cache. Can we get anything good? Nope. Do we have any more Arcanist caches? I'm in the gambling mood, so we're staying away from royal caches, and, yeah. Alright, we're going to kill a couple Arbiters. I just want to test out the talismans on this helmet. If anybody has any viewer Gambas or anything that they want me to try and tackle, and I can definitely take them on. I'm not a big fan of corrupting really insane items unless you absolutely want me to. Because there is always the chance that they break. In which case, you are a little bit doomed. But I will do a couple lesser Gambas. Oh, I want to show everyone. This is actually going to go bad. The reason why it's going to go bad is because I've not actually done an Arbiter kill today. So, I'll show you guys what that translates into. Ancient, Weathered, Faded. Oh, these are still ridiculously expensive. I don't get it, because they all spawn at the same rate. All the Citadels spawn at the exact same rate. So the fact that one of them costs 3 times more than the others is a little bit ridiculous. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the run. We will go to the Burning Monolith. And I will show you guys exactly what I mean when I say that this is probably going to be a dead run. The first run that I do. But I do want to test out these talismans. It definitely felt like I was dealing a little bit more damage there, but I don't know for certain. I mean, obviously it's more damage, but I don't know if that 10% damage is like just 10% flat, or if it's affected by other modifiers that might reduce its effectiveness. Like if it stacks with something else that gives you increased damage, it's less effective, and the crit damage bonus for more life might be worth it. I don't really know. I could whittle this fire res on these gloves if I really wanted to. I would be at 72% if I lost it or bricked it, but it is something I could do if I wanted to. We'll stand here just for a second to let particle effects load in. Alright.
It's actually loading really well. I'm kind of surprised. And then this is tier 4. Okay. That definitely felt like more damage. Any Shrine Scepters in the chat? Okay, okay. Alrighty then. Twilight Reliquary Key, a diamond, focus, bone wand, bound cuffs, another focus, another wand, and a pair of sandals. Not bad. We'll have to see how much the reliquary keys are going for. They used to be going for like 15 div, but I bet it's a lot less now. But we probably just made our money back. Wait. Oh. No, not Twilight. I want... Wait, is that what we got? Wait, it is what we got. Why did I get a Twilight Reliquary Key and not an Arbiter Reliquary Key? What? Huh? Huh? What is up with that? Alright, we're going to gamble this diamond, though. And get +3 Flicker Strike. Boom. +3 Toxic Growth. Ew. Alright, we'll look at the rare items and see if we got anything notable. So far, we did not. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, it should be a final modifier. Huh. +3 Toxic Growth. Almost destroyed it, but... For everybody watching, I'll show you guys. These are the amount of diamonds I have identified this league. And we did get a couple that were worth like 30 div, but nothing that was worth 100 or 200 or 300. Holy cow. I think I have a full tab, like 2 full tabs of rare precursor tablets in here too. I get a lot of people who ask to join the guild, and these are all like public tabs in the guild. And so I don't normally invite people for that reason, because I haven't changed these yet to be private. And I don't want someone just joining and yoinking all this. It's all worthless. Like, it all has no value other than maybe the precursor tablets. But it's like my collection, my earnings, my salvation, should I say. We'll do one more Arbiter key. Can't believe I got a Twilight Reliquary Key. I got baited. I thought it was an Arbiter Reliquary key. Yeah, all of those were farmed. I've done, like, at this point, around 600 Arbiter kills. Maybe a bit more, maybe a bit less. I've sold, like, 15 diamonds. Most of them sold for, like, 5 div, because they were, like, +1. I got a +1 Flicker Strike that sold for, like, 5 div. I did get +3 Plague Bearer that sold for 30 div, and +3 Sunders sold for 50 div. Isn't it better to use Disengage before Rake to do more damage? Not necessarily, because we have Heartstopper. And what Heartstopper does is that we deal more damage to enemies on full life. So if we disengage first, our Rake's going to deal less damage. We won't get the 100% increased damage that Heartstopper gives. And then in addition to that, Disengage retroactively updates Rake. And what that means is that if you land Rake and then disengage, it'll still increase the magnitude of shock and increase the existing or remaining damage of bleed that's on the target. Yeah, I went into here. I'll go over it in a second. So I went into
Modular Servant. I used to do rare precursor tablets, but I thought that maybe I could get some of the new socketables with modular currency. I've done about 100 kills with that on, and I haven't gotten anything. I haven't gotten a single socket item from Modular Servant, so I have no idea what this does, like, at all. I thought it would drop the new runes and whatnot. But I think rare precursors is better, or maybe way forward. Probably pretty good too. Come on. Give me Regalia? Okay. What is this? Gold amulet. Grand machetes are worthless. And I'm a little bit beat up that that Twilight Arbiter key was not an Arbiter key. Well, I guess we can open this Twilight key. I wish I had footage of these. I opened about 500 of these earlier in the league for like 20 div before they updated it and added more entries into the pool. And I didn't get anything. In fact, over half the drops I got were Pillar of the Caged God or the bow that gives increased bonuses from your quiver. But I guess there's always a chance right here that we get like an Astromenace or a Headhunter or something. I'll build the suspense a little bit. And I can tell you guys right now that because I can't see it on my mini-map that it's worthless. Wait, we actually got... Oh, wait, what? We got a max rolled Beacon of Itziri. What in the world? I'm sure it's still worthless, but it might be worth something because it's colored. Like, someone would pay a pretty penny for a colored maxed Beacon of Itziri. Okay, the mana didn't roll that well, but the rest rolled very nicely. Goes for like 5 chaos. This is the first time I ever made money opening one of those. These are min rolled, not worth anything. What is this? Serpent's Egg. Gain an additional charge when you gain a charge. 16 all attributes, 20% chaos res. It's worth like 1 chaos 7 days ago. And the rarities min rolled, so it's definitely what it's worth. Alright, well, we'll put this in the guild stash as like... I know my friend hasn't... My friend collects uniques, like he's got the unique stash tab, so all the ones he doesn't have yet, I put in here, and I know he doesn't have that one. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just got this RGB Beacon of Aziz, and it's max rolled from the Twilight Key. I think what we do here is we... there's no essence that affects spirit, right? So we do just mana modifiers, and we give this a bit more mana. And then what's the allocation? Is it vulgar methods that people use, or is it cooked? Or I'm pretty sure people use vulgar methods, right? Let me look it up. Deadeye Lightning Spear build. Because I'm pretty sure that's the build that actually uses this. Or the only build that uses it. Obviously the build uses it. Beacon of Itziri, of Aziz, whatever. I always think it's Itziri. This is like the... Okay, endgame hybrid. There's no information on what installation to use. Or distillation or whatever. Does anyone know what these Aziz's normally have on them? In terms of the distillation? The anointment, I guess, is what it's called. Build variants equipment. I'm like 99% certain it's vulgar methods. Or this guy has acceleration anointed, but acceleration I don't think is, it's not bad, but because I'm gonna corrupt this bad boy, we're gonna get like an over spirit roll. We're gonna perfectly roll this bad boy. 40 plus 36 spirit is what we're aiming for. Beacon of As-is search, and we'll set the search to like 1 div. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure the build is like crit capped, which would make cooked good. But I'm also pretty sure that it's not bad. Storm charged. Okay, so this one uses storm charged, pure power, barbaric strength, storm charged. Storm charge seems to be pretty popular from what it looks like. It's all over the place though. Vulgar methods on this one, I'm thinking. Overwhelming strike. Yeah, I don't really know about Whirling Slash. It looks like a lot of these have Overwhelming Strike, though. There is another colored one, worse than mine, for a couple div. I don't really care whether this is good or not. I just want it to blast. Allocates Overwhelming Strike. Towards the start of the league, these beacons were a few divine each. They were like 6 div, and I gambled at Alva, and I got 3 of them in one inventory of gambles. I've never seen anything since, and I spend all my gold at Alva gambling because it's like the only thing you can do with gold other than buy stuff, like currency exchange, buy stuff. But yeah, we'll post this as is. This is going to be way overpriced. A lot of people are probably going to flame me for this, but it is colored and it is max rolled. So we'll list it for 10, and I'll just leave it as is. I was going to corrupt it and anoint it, but there's too many variations on the trade website of anointments. Like, a ton of people use Storm Charge, a ton of people use Overwhelming Strikes, and a ton of people use vulgar methods, and yeah, maybe we'll list it for like, we'll set it to 50 div, because maybe as a threshold, because that might show us like more relevant storm charged, overwhelming strikes. Maybe we do storm charged. I don't know, a lot of these have overwhelming strike. Overwhelming strike does not look bad. We'll look at whatever the most expensive one is, because the most expensive one is probably what people actually use. Despair, Envy, Disgust, or Storm Charged? Fear, Fear, Envy. Okay, I'm thinking Storm Charged might be good. We'll do Fear, Fear, Envy. Need to buy some fears, though. Perfection. All right, ladies and gentlemen, time to blast the As-is. But not like that. Like, don't overthink it. We're not ass blasting. We're blasting the asses. And we're either going to corrupt this to 36 spirit, or we're going to get +1 to level of all skills on it. So, yeah, wish me luck. Boom. Okay. I'm happy with that. I will take that. I will take that.
We overrolled the spirit. We didn't get 36, but we got 31. And it also has Storm Charged on it, and it's colored. So we'll list this for 10 div. Obviously, the upcharge for it being colored. Because you'd probably have to spend 10 div on Twilight Keys just to see one of those, in all honesty. And then this Desperate Alliance, like, maybe we could do one of these later. They're just worth so much. I don't think it's ever worth it to run these. Like, I could easily sell this right now as is for X Chaos. Don't ignore the annulment offers. That's like 3.5 div in annulments almost. 18 annulments. One divine is like 6 orb of annulments, maybe even 5. So it's like 2.5 div. Either way you look at it. I'm going to do these last 2 breach stones, and then I'll go back to trials. I just want to get them out of my inventory and out of my bank. We'll see what we get. Maybe something good, maybe something bad. All right, we're lagging a little bit. I've noticed that I frequently disconnect like this inside of Breachstones. I don't know what it is, but Breachstones, for some reason, use a lot more internet to be able to actually run. Like, what is this? Hopefully, okay. I literally disconnected. What can you do? Like, my game broke. And it only happens in Breachstones. Like, it's a Wi-Fi issue, but it only happens inside of Breachstones. I don't get it. Probably because it's, like, has to load everything in from the server instead of the client. Freezing right when Zurok spawns. One solution to that is you could try, like, if you freeze, you could just try... closing out of your game and reopening it. That should force you to immediately log out so that you don't, like, die or lose the key. You could also try spam pressing escape. I don't know if that actually pauses it or not, though. Or I think it does. You can try spam pressing escape. But I'm sorry to hear that. I haven't really had that issue before, but I have had, like, a lot of lag or whatever. Thankfully, I haven't had that issue, I should say. I've disconnected in plenty of rooms and lagged out or whatever. You could just be in a similar boat to I am, where your computer's not that good and it's affecting your ability to do anything.
I spend way too much time looking at this loot sometimes. I should make a better filter, but I'm a little bit too lazy. Getting tired of pressing Alt every time. We're going to build up some rage and then test this helmet on this bad boy right here. Whoa there. Okay, the damage is not looking too good on this run. But I don't think that's because of the helmet. I think I just didn't crit like 3 times in a row there. It happens. Not much you can do about it. Can we get some spiral wraps? Nope, but we can get a diamond and 2 chaos orbs. And we can also get some elegant wraps. Bad, 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 bad. Ooh, also bad. These would be nice if they had, like, not that on them. Very large ring. Unfortunately, all these are essentially worthless. You have to hit, like, massive ring and then min-roll every stat on it for these to ever have worth. Which is what I might just do right here. Okay, never mind. I literally min-rolled the whole frickin' thing. Okay, game. I'm not a big fan of running maps, if I'm going to be entirely honest with you. I think it's really only profitable in group play, and I don't have a group, and B, when I do have a group, I lag too bad. I lag like really bad. Even if it's like 2 people, a rarity bot, like you really need the extra 4 people in the group. The effect is massive. And yeah, juicing maps is like has a high investment. So normally, like if you're normally a rarity bot wants a 50% split, but they'll run your maps or whatever, if that makes sense. And they want you to run your maps. So like if I come here, I'll just show you. If I go to TFT and we look at like mapping, like if I go to LFG PoE2 map hosting or LFG, right? All of these rarity bots, they want 5 plus 2 chaos plus tips per map. This guy, so they want you to do your maps, and these guys say 5 chaos per map, 5 chaos per map. Your maps, your atlas, 5 chaos, 2 chaos per divine. So those are pretty nice. You know, these people used to want a 50-50% split. The problem with that is that the investment for the mapper and the carry is massive. To buy like effective precursor tablets costs like 2 to 3 divine a piece, and you need to juice 3 towers. So you're looking at like a 15 divine investment just in precursor tablets, and then realistically for good maps you're looking at paying like a divine per map plus the anointments on the map, which if you're doing 150% delirium, that's like an additional 2 div. So most rarity bots want like such a high payout, and they don't realize that the mapper and the carry are literally spending like 5 div per map. So if you're not making like 5 div per map, which the only way you can really make is in group play, mapping is just pretty bad. I've done like hundreds and hundreds of maps this league, and I have never seen anything good from maps, and I've juiced every single map as a solo player. But like I said, if you play as a 6-man group and you have a rarity bot, you will get like pretty good loot every now and then. I've never seen a mirror drop in any group I've ever been in, and then the big issue with me is just my computer. If I had a better computer, I would do more mapping because I'd actually be able to complete the map. But as is right now, I'm just, yeah, I lag a lot. It takes me forever to load in. It slows the group down, and it can be a little bit frustrating for myself and for whoever else is in the group.
But yeah, some streamers and whatever. I mean, mapping could definitely be very profitable. I know Farmer said he made like a mirror in 31 hours mapping. I call BS on that. I know he streamed it all, but the only way to do that is if you like didn't give anyone in your group anything along the way, and also you have to get really lucky. Like he probably got 1 or 2 of the 400 div golden charms. Yeah, I feel kind of bad because I have a lot of friends who ask me all the time if I want to map. Like my buddy, he's playing PoE1 right now, I think, but my really good friend that I do a lot of trial stuff with asked me to map all the time, and I've got a few rarity bots on here that ask me, and I just like this guy right here, Falcon. He does he has a rarity bot, but I lag too bad in 6-man groups, and yeah, it sets me back a little bit. I want to do a couple more Arbiter kills before I get back to the trials. We'll do like 3 more. But unfortunately, the price of these just changed. Okay, never mind. There we go. These are actually cheaper, I think, to buy with Divines, maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he sold a lot of new uniques for like 10 times more than what they were worth. Most of the new uniques that they got were worth like nothing. Were worth a lot and they're currently worth nothing. Like when I mapped the first day of the patch and I got like 3 tier 0 uniques across 5 or 10 maps. And I sold them for like 100 div. I split it with my friend. I probably could have made a lot more if I kept mapping, but the reality is like the prices were just going to keep dropping and the investment is high, and so yeah, it can be a little bit difficult. Why did it not just buy the last one for 13? I don't know. Blows my mind. 20, 40, 60 minus 3.75 would be 57 chaos for these 3. It'd be cheaper if I bought a 4th one, but... And then these are just ridiculously expensive. Like, actually ridiculously expensive. Like I said, they all spawn at the same rate now. There's an equal number of citadels across the whole thing, so I don't know why those are so expensive. Bing Bot Boom Bam. Burning Monolith. We're going to get a double Sacred Flame Shrine Scepter here into a diamond that identifies with +3 Flicker Strike or +3 Skeletal Storm Mage, either one. Or both. We might get a double diamond drop too and get both of those. And then we're going to, on the last kill, get a mirror to drop from the Arbiter, while also simultaneously at the same time getting another double Sacred Flame Shrine Scepter drop. And even though the Shrine Scepter is currently worthless, we're going to corrupt them and hit 72% on all 4 of them, both double drops, and they're both be worth like 100 div, and we'll make 3 mirrors and 3 Arbiter kills here. Mark my words. And we'll blast this dude. No big deal. Okay, dude. Well, he should still just, yeah, skip the special attack, but I didn't really do that much damage there. I hate when he does that, when he moves and then my rake misses. It's like, okay, dude. Alright, here we go. Double Shrine Scepter. Not the Grand Visage with the Grand Ring. Yeah. Not what we wanted to see there. We're going to have to really bank on some of these rare items identifying crazily. Or the Regalia. Ooh! This is the same Regalia that I just sold for 100 div. Ooh. We have to divine it and corrupt it and actually hit the corruption, though. This is T2 Lightning, unfortunately. Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, we are chilling. Why is the price of this going up so much? What? Okay, never mind. It's just because the armor, evasion, and energy shield rolls are all relatively high. Can we slam anything good on this? We cannot. We'll socket this, corrupt this with no omen. Can we get spirit? No, we cannot, but we did overroll it. 27% light radius. Okay, I actually hit like the perfect over corruption and I didn't quality it. What can you do? If I qualityed this, it would actually be worth something, but because I didn't quality it, it is worthless. We'll list it for 5 chaos. Maybe someone will buy it. I don't normally list items like that. Okay, so this Regalia here is literally min rolled. Holy shit. Should I just corrupt this as is? It is literally min rolled. All res spirit defenses 201%. And min rolls on the entire thing. Oh my gosh. This is the okay, so I sold one of these the other day perfectly rolled for 100 div. It had 297, 10, 7, 10. So we're looking for 10, 7, 10. 10, 7, 9 is good, but we can probably do better. But it's going to cost us a lot of divines, so we're probably just going to corrupt it as is. Probably won't hit the 5th socket. The armor, evasion, and energy shield roll is also very low, so there's not much we can do about that, but we'll try our best. And we did not get anything good, but unfortunately, or fortunately for us, we didn't like brick it, so we can probably still sell this for like 5 div. Like a total brick on it would have been not hitting the 4 socket. These guys have it listed for like 40 div. That's ridiculous. I just sold one of these for 100. List it for 30. I don't know. Maybe someone buys it. You never know with stuff like that. It's like the worst chess piece in the game, even though it looks so good. Belton sold a perfectly rolled one for 1 mirror. I struggled to sell the same one he had. I struggled to sell a perfectly rolled better version of what he had for 100 div, and he sells his one for a mirror, like in a heartbeat, because he's Belton, and it's a garbage chess piece to begin with. I have a perfectly rolled one on my other character, and it's not as good as just an evasion energy shield piece. The reason being that it just doesn't have enough evasion and energy shield on it to actually work and be good. Okay. Oh no! Are you kidding me? That's so frustrating. Actually, like, he did this attack, which is super rare when you do that much damage right off the bat, and it was invisible. And this is frustrating. This happens all the time at Arbiter with me. I'm not even going to pay someone to come and finish that off. That's just BS. That's legitimately BS that just happened, but like, what can you do? That's so annoying. Like, what the heck? What's in the frick? What the frick? What the frickety flippity flip? What can you do? Nothing other than go again. It's all you can do. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, when he does that lane attack, I've actually, last league, I used to die to that every single time. There wasn't one time I killed the Arbiter last league where I ever killed him when he did that attack. This league, I figured it out, but sometimes that'll happen where it's invisible, and you have to guess where the first lane is at, and if you don't guess right, you're just dead. But it's better than last league, at least. Last league, that attack was, if you got that attack, like, you were dead. It was impossible to, even with Blink, to do it properly. As you guys can see too, that when I disengage after raking, it massively increases the damage. You don't need to disengage first. If you do so, you're just losing rake damage. And can we get a Shrine Scepter to cut our losses? Question of the day. We cannot. We got another Grand Visage. And no double drop. Bum, 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 bum. The rest of this is useless. We actually want that focus. Could always get a crazy focus. You never know. You could get +2 spell skills, crit chance, and like lightning damage, and you'd have like 100 div, right? You never know. This is actually rolled very nicely, but I don't know if I'm gonna do too much with it. That's pretty bad. This is also unfortunately pretty bad. Pretty bad. This is T1 crit damage with some cold damage on it, but unfortunately it's tier 5 and probably won't sell. Sell these breach rings. Then we'll come here. We will buy some Artificer's Orbs. We'll quality this, socketed it, do everything like that. That is way expensive. Yeah, I was going to say, definitely not 2 for 1 chaos. Always double check. Because, like, I could buy 10 of these for 20 exalted. Or I can buy 2 for 1 chaos. Always double check. We might hit the spirit on this one. We'll quality this one since the last one over-corrupted. And we didn't get anything good out of it. Double socket, typical. It says it's worth 1 div. We'll list it for 10 chaos. You never know. Some people use these. Sometimes they do sell. I've sold a couple this league with spirit on them for a decent amount. How much did I get this for? I bought this for 8 divines. I bought it as is and corrupted it. And this was the outcome. And I did it twice, and I got the same outcome both times. The other one I have has more crit on it. And more fizz, but it's 2 socket instead of 15% crit. I bought this like towards the start of the league, like this, uncorrupted for 8 div, and then corrupted it. And I had corrupted a bunch of these beforehand, and I always got like cold damage or something that just made it worth nothing, and then I just got really lucky. I tried to sell this one a few times for like a mirror. No one, I got trolled by so many people. Yeah, right? I got trolled by the 2 best Tangle Tongues that I bought for 8 div, both corrupted really well. I tried to sell this for like 100 div, 200, a mirror. Literally, I got called a troll. People flamed me. I've got a bunch of messages on Discord, people telling me that this is ass and that it's not worth anything. The reality is this is the best one you can get for this build. It's the best one in the game. There gets to be a point where you're crit capped, and so having extra crit chance like 23 or 24% doesn't do anything. Because you can crit cap yourself without this. And some people will say, oh, but you can hit more nodes on the tree, but whatever. The 3 golden charms stack, I don't know the answer to that question. I think so. I used to run 3 golden charms. They stack in the sense that, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure they stack, but I couldn't give you a 100% definitive answer. Even if you're at like 90 or 95% crit, it doesn't matter. Like, you're critting so much that Like, you'd rather have more crit damage bonus. The damage difference from this 15% crit damage bonus is way more significant than any amount of crit chance you could get, or additional physical damage. And the reason why is that it's not like 15% flat, it's like 15% global, so it multiplies everything you have in your tree by 15%. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is like a multiplier. So you combine this with like gloves, amulet, and stuff, and this is insane. And this is a lot more. It's not a lot more, but this is like 5% more damage than the 2-socket one that I have with more fizz and more crit. It's like 5% more damage. And the reason why is that like that's just what 3% crit damage bonus translates into. But a lot of people like probably wouldn't pay for this or buy it because again they think that like one with 24% crit and more fizz on it is just better, which I don't know. Maybe it probably is for like a Deadeye mapping build. More crit probably is better, but from my experience, I'd rather have this. We'll buy a couple more Arbiter keys. Why not? I'm kind of bored. And then we'll probably go back to trials after that. Faded, weathered, ancient. 3, 4, 37 should be good. No, I'm going to have to pay like 39. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I tried to tell that to people. I got flamed. I got flamed, and a lot of people like berated me for that, for saying that, and for suggesting that. And yeah, I don't truthfully understand where their logic's coming from, because like the numbers, yeah, they're wise, but I don't know. There are some arguments people have made to me that you can hit more crit damage on the passive node tree and take less crit chance if your Tangle Tongue's better. But whether or not that comes out to more damage, I don't know. I've never tested it. I know that for this build specifically, like the Blood Mage Bleed, that this is like the best Tangle Tongue you could get. And maybe for Deadeye, crit chance might be better. The other Tangle Tongue I have is insane in some other character, but unfortunately, like I said, I tried to sell that one too. I listed it for like a mirror, and I had a few people message me, and then they always just left my party, or they would put like 10 div in the trade window and say that's all it's worth. And then I tried to sell it for like 600 div. No one messaged me. A few people trolled me. Long story short, I even posted on TFT for sale, and I said, perfect Tangle Tongue, 5 off perfect Tangle Tongue with 15% crit damage bonus for sale, 100 div. Some guy messaged me and flamed me and said, that's not perfect. Perfect Tangle Tongue is when it's got 24.5% crit and this much fizz. And it was like, I told him, I was like, no, a perfect roll is a perfect roll before a corruption. You're never going to perfectly roll a corrupted item. It's just way too hard, unless it only has one modifier on it. Alright, broski, show me what you got. Give me a double Shrine Scepter. Give me a triple Shrine Scepter. World first. Bing bop, boom bam. Goodbye. There we go. There's the Arbiter Reliquary Key that I got baited by the other kill. I genuinely don't think it's worth it to open these Arbiter Reliquary Keys. There's a few reasons behind that. You can only really get Regalias from them, from what I've seen. I've opened a few of them myself. Regalias just aren't worth it, and as you can see, as is, these are worth 14 div, so... But they're also incredibly rare, which is why they're worth so much. They're worth 14 div because the... yeah, they're worth 14 div because they're just so rare. They're a 1% drop rate from my experience. But I feel bad for whoever buys those, I guess. Yeah, and like I said, the thing with crit is that, like, either way, you have, like, even if you're at 90% crit chance, it doesn't really matter. Apart from, like, Wind Serpent's Fury, you probably want to be crit capped for that. But in every other build in the game, crit chance, like, above 80 or 90% is just pointless. And, like, even at 95%, you still, it would be so unlucky to use Wind Serpent's Fury, and I think it hits, like, what, 7, 8 times, maybe more than that, maybe less. You'd be so unlucky to have more than one of those attacks crit, or to have, or not crit, or to have it not crit at all. Like, and the math is there, you know? You're really unlucky if you use Wind Serpent's Fury with 90% crit and don't crit, like, twice, right? So, like, anything, in my opinion, above, like, 85% is just a waste of investment. There are times, like on this Blood Mage Bleed build, where I don't crit, and it takes, you know, the boss just doesn't die, but all you have to do is just use your ability again, and it will crit at that point with 90+% crit chance, and you're chilling. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, he keeps doing this flame attack. Bing bop boom bam. Can we one-shot him and get another Arbiter Reliquary Key? So I've gotten 6 of those Reliquary Keys in like 600 kills. I stopped keeping track of my kills past 500. Okay, game. Okay. Yeah, sure, just throw the double Gambas my way. And give me a bunch of useless items, I suppose. If that was T1 ES, it would be a lot better. This is worthless. This looked really nice when I first started reading it because it's got a lot of evasion, but unfortunately it also has max life, but it doesn't have movement speed. Now this, on the other hand, bad. And this is also bad, I'm pretty sure, yeah. One way I remedied that is put Blindside on Blood Hunt and Bind on Disengage. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I haven't really looked into, like... I still have spots on Blood Hunt. I just have these 3. I'm sure there's more I could put in here. Better ones. Same thing with Rake, even. Disengage, too. I could have better rolls. This isn't even level 20. Most of my skills are... Well, apart from Lightning Spear... Rake and Blood Hunt are level 21, but everything else is like level 19 still. I just haven't bothered. And then obviously some of them are lower level because of the requirements, stat requirements. Which with the Crown of Eyes build, I'm chilling. But I can't believe we got 2 of these from the same kill. It's got to be really unlucky. Okay, T1 Lightning Res. This is looking very promising. If I hit rarity, okay, I hit more life and energy shield. This is an insane helmet for people who don't use Crown of Eyes. I sold one of these this league for a lot of money. Well, not a lot, 10 div. Exactly like this for 10 div. But it also had rarity on it, so we'd have to hit like rarity. And of course, we min-rolled flat energy shield. I mean, what are the chances? And then we rolled light radius. No! Alright, we'll just list this for sale for like 5 div. It's probably overpriced. It does have T1 lightning res. You could probably make it pretty crazy. Chances are it won't sell, and we will relist it for a fraction of the price. These helmets here, we will socket these. We'll corrupt them. We will see if we can get Spirit Implicit, which, again, sometimes sells for a decent amount. 2 sockets, 27 Spirit. Just like that. I'm pretty sure this 2-socket one won't sell. But this one will. We're going to have to take those off, though. And as you can see, it is worth at least 2 div. It's kind of funny because I literally have like 3 of the 6 that exist in the game. This one's only 25 though. And we'll list them all for 2 div. We'll lower the price because they've been sitting around. But I sold a few of these earlier on for 10 div a piece, so I don't know why someone bought it or what it's used for, but you never know. Yeah, I don't even know what my own crit chance is. I think it's like 92%. I don't know how to read it properly. I have 72%, but the effective chance is 92. I think that's factoring in the forking and whatnot. Yeah, that's what I thought. So like 92% for me is fine. That means that 8 out of every 100 trials or 8 out of every 100 arbiters that I do, I don't crit. But that's like statistically insignificant because I can just press rake a second time and I'm gonna, you know, deal just as much damage as I would have, minus the fact that I'm not benefiting from full life damage modifiers like this this modifier right here, 180% damage at full life. And 90% of the time, if I don't crit, like I still one-shot the boss anyways, just from just the raw damage. Okay. Oh, I thought he was doing the lane attack. I don't know why. Just what the animation looked like. Boom. Goodbye, sir. No Shrine Scepters and 10 kills. That's unfortunate. Makes me want to keep going until I can get one to break even, because I'm a gambling addict. All this gear sucks. Maybe this riding coat could be good. Looks like it has high flat ES base. Bad gloves. Bad quiver. All these are pretty bad. This would be good if it got like a flat roll on it. These are all right if they had movement speed. This is pretty bad. Okay, time to slam. And pray for the optimal outcomes. That is not an optimal outcome. This one, unfortunately, is also probably not worth that much. I mean, it does have a lot of evasion and energy shield, I guess. It does have rarity and intelligence on it, too. Maybe we quality this and socketed it and hope for the best outcome. We'll list it for like 3 div. I mean, it's not bad, but it'd be a lot better if it had flat rolls on it. Set this to like 35 with 25 int, 20x, and rarity. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably worth those. We'll list it for 2 divine. Just 1 div. I'll be happy with 1. kind of sad that these can like perfectly roll and they're still worthless. And 3 more Arbiter keys. I know you guys probably don't want to watch Arbiter, but I want to go until I see a Shrine Scepter, and then I'm going to retire forever. I had over 100 divines when I logged in today, and I currently have, and I made like 45 divs from trials in the 2 hours that I was running trials. And I currently have 4 div, 9 div to my name. Because I remember we made those gloves. That was like 60 div investment, and yeah. What can you do? Can we buy 5 keys now, or how many chaos orbs do we have here? This will be like 162, right? No, 152, 154. So I bought Faded. I need Weathered. 5 for 190. No. 95. Right? Yeah. Nah, bro. I wish the rich got richer. Crafting has... I've made this league easily 2 to 3 mirrors, and I have lost it all crafting. Every last penny I have made this league, I lost crafting. Purely because of the price of omens. It's not like I've bricked items. I mean, I have bricked items and just lost money, but most of the time I'm able to sell an item I craft on for relatively like a decent amount, but nowhere near the amount I invested into crafting it, even if the item's perfectly rolled, which is... Like I said, you really need to be like a streamer or something. As shitty as that is to say, to really make money crafting it, feels like. 20, 40, 53. Okay, we need a little bit more chaos orbs, like one div more worth. I'll just come on, please. Can I get 20? Did I click it in time? Yes. But the only reason I say that about being a streamer and selling items is that when you've got like 1,000 people watching your stream and you're telling them all, oh yeah, this item's insane, it's crazy, and you have a reputation, and then they believe you and they just buy the item. I've had a lot of people message me like on Discord and say that they got ripped off from streamers, that they play on console, that they can't price check items, and then they got on their computer and price checked the item, and it turned out that they got totally ripped off. I've seen it all. I have heard it all. What do I need? 58? No, 64. 63. Nice. Alright, last 5 Arbiter keys probably of the league, not gonna lie. The other thing is that streamers have a lot of people who just like kind of hand them money, and so basically from the point that the league starts until it ends, they're able to just be rich. These will probably be the last 5 Arbiter keys I ever do, though. This league, I'll do a lot more next, but it's just not profitable anymore. Even if you get a Shrine Scepter, they're only worth like 8 div or something right now. They're ridiculously cheap. The keys are like just as expensive as they were when the Scepters were 40 div. The Regalias are like more expensive-ish, but it's literally like every 30 Regalias that you work on, you might find one that's actually worth something. So that's like, you know, and even then you really need to corrupt it and hit the corruption for it to actually be worth anything. And yeah, the rest of the drops are pretty bad most of the time. I'd have to get like a mirror to drop from this guy to actually do something with it. I almost died there. Okay. Thank God I killed him there. I actually almost died. Because he spawned the circle with the laser beam, and if I didn't kill him on that attack, I was for sure dead. I think we're going to get Regalia here, though. Yes. Yes, we will get a Regalia. No, I've gotten really lucky. The last 3 Regalias that I've reforged or identified have all been insane. And so if I had to take a guess right here, I would say that this Regalia is going to be crit damage bonus, all attributes, life regen. Yeah. Yeah, it's just not that good. All attributes, chaos res mana. And it's like mineral. And these boots would be good if they rolled higher on all 4 stats, but they just didn't. Crossbow's bad, boots bad. Gloves, T2 lightning. This rolled flat ES, right? Tier 1. Perfectly rolled it too. That's pretty nutty. Perfectly rolled T1 energy shield. We could slam this, but it's a bad base, and so like even if we slammed this perfectly and got like another % roll and perfect resistances, which we just did, other than the fact that it is life regen, and we socketed it and we corrupted it, yeah, not worth that much. Like at most we're looking at 600-700 energy shield. Even if we hit another socket, it just, yeah, it wouldn't be worth that much. We could list it for like, I don't know, 10 chaos. Maybe someone will buy it. 7 chaos. Put the Regalia off to the side, destroy the boots, and we'll get right back into the Arbiter action. A couple more kills. And then we'll go back to trials maybe. I might take a break for a little bit. I don't know. Put that Regalia in there for reforging. It's not a bad Regalia. It could corrupt and be worth like 5 div with 5 sockets, but it's not good either. That's the one thing about Regalias, is that there are a lot of Regalias I got this league that if I corrupted and hit a 5th socket, probably would have been worth like 3 to 5 div. But I prefer for the Regalia to be like perfect. And to, yeah. These guys, like Astromenace, 90 div, these sell for like 30 div, by the way. 125 all attributes, only need level 24 to equip. Please don't private me, just come and trade directly. It's like, come on, bro. No one, the way that you worded that message is basically like saying, come spend the divines you just bought on a real-world trading website on this Astromenace. Like, anyone with 90 divines is going to know that you only, and who actually work for them is going to know that you only need level 24 for that. Come on. Alright, another Grand Visage. We're getting a lot of double drops today, but unfortunately we are not getting the double drops that we really need, which is very unfortunate. I won't lie about that. It's very, very unfortunate. These are all bad, of course. Ooh, the Regalia is 1 modifier off again. Yeah, I'm a bit sad because if I go to my other character, there's actually a decent story behind it, but this character I built, essentially what happened was I was mapping with a group and an Astromentis dropped, which is crazy because they came out with a statement before the changes saying that An Astromantis only drops 1 out of every 45,000 divines, raw divines. So I was mapping before the changes, and an Astromantis dropped. And I picked it up and gave it to the group owner, and he tipped me 1 Chaos Orb for picking up a 150 divine drop and giving it to him. And so I said, fuck this game. And what I did was I went and bought 60 Stellar Amulets for 22 div, and I chanced one. And so I said, okay, I'll build an entire character. This is the other Tingle Tongue I have, by the way. So I said, all right, I will build a character around an Astromantis. I looked up on PoE Ninja. I killed the Arbiter 1 time. I got a Shrine Scepter, so I said, okay, perfect, because all the builds with Astromantis used this. So I was like, okay, perfect. I bought 5 pairs of Hand of Wisdom in Action for 2 divine total. I corrupted them. I hit 2 of them, got 1 to 12 lightning, so I actually made money because I sold 1 pair for 10 div. I also got this pair, which is like perfectly rolled. And I already had the Tangle Tongue. I bought a bunch of helmets and boots that I bricked. Like, you actually have no idea how many boots and helmets I corrupted and bricked. This one, for example, is one that I bricked. It had like T1 crit, T1 rarity, and T1 cold res on it, and I bricked it when I corrupted it. But we don't talk about that. I got this Regalia from the Arbiter as well. And so I told myself, I was like, okay, I'll build a character on an Astromantis. And this gear at the time was worth like a mirror, because the Astromantis alone was 150 div. And then they came out with the changes and the Arbiter changes and everything, and now this build is worth like maybe 100 div. And the most expensive part of it is this Regalia, which, as you can see here, you can buy near perfectly rolled Regalia similar to this one for 60 div. And this is what I'm saying, too, about Regalias. Belton has one of these that has 21% more increased armor, evasion, and energy shield. He's trying to sell for 1 mirror. Or maybe he already sold it for a mirror. I mean, come on, bro. There's ones that are literally 1% worse than that one, going for 60 div. If he sold that one, it's like obviously real-world trading or something like that. Which I wouldn't doubt. Obviously, if you real-world traded and you've been playing this game for a long time, you would... This is way high rare magic monsters. But yeah, this Astromantis I have is like worth nothing now. The rings that are missing on this build are these 2 rings. I just don't use them. Or haven't used them. Although I could use them with this Clonder's Touch now, and that'd probably be pretty good. Are rarity bots good on Pinnacle bosses? I don't know, to be honest. I don't think rarity really affects Pinnacle content. I think I got lucky in my audience video when I got all the omens, additional omens when I had rarity. Yeah, I know, right? I was ethical, honest, and straightforward with the Astra that dropped in the map. I got totally screwed over by the map owner because he only tipped me 1 chaos. I chanced a Stellar or an Astromantis, then proceeded to get every piece of gear for the build that I had looked up without spending any divines, because it was literally came from 2 Arbiter keys, and then from a Breachstone and or from corrupting Hand of Wisdom in Action. I sold the Hand of Wisdom in Action and covered all the costs of everything. So yeah, it is a crazy story, but it's unfortunate that all the items are worth nothing now. But again, to answer your question, I don't think rarity affects Pinnacle content. I wish it did. I would run rarity if it did. It might affect the rare drops, but it definitely does not affect the unique drops, like the drop rate of any uniques or the quality that you receive. But it might affect like the tier of the rare items, as well as a little bit of currency, and then it might also on the audience affect some of the omen drops. But I'm not certain of that. That was my conclusion from 100 kills, but I only did 100, and you'd kind of have to do like 1,000 to really statistically be able to tell. I think rarity affects trial loot though, and the reason why I say that is that last league I ran 200% rarity, and I got a vase relic from every single kill that I did with 100% quantity of relics. If I ran 100% quantity of relics with 200% rarity last league, I always got a vase relic every single run without failure. This league, it's like my base relic drop chance is like 20%. I have 0 rarity on this build, and I kind of wonder if it affects it. Yeah, I started really slow this league and especially last league just because I didn't have so last league, and we just got we got either a diamond or a grand message.
Are you coming down?
I don't know, probably not.
Why?
If you want the honest to God truth, it's because all of my stuff went missing out of the shed and everyone says they had nothing to do with it, so that's honestly what it comes down to. But anyways, yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. They nerfed the drop rates. I wasn't too sure. We actually got this helmet. I don't know why it showed up like this, because I'm 99% certain it's not worth anything. But yeah, I do think they nerfed the drop rates, and that's why. I just never really knew. We could corrupt this helmet, maybe go for like the over corruption on it, on all 3, which would be really rare, but it would make it worth a decent amount. And we did roll higher, but unfortunately, it's not really the best outcome. Yo, what's up, Ephemera? Yeah, I would say, Aaron, that it's about the same for me. I get a base relic like every 3 runs. I've had a couple drops this league. I'll show you, actually. This is pretty crazy. I don't know if you've ever seen this before. I'll go to my Discord. Actually, let me find it first, and then I'll show you, because I don't want to leak personal information with the other guy involved. But I'll show you guys. I had this happen to me 3 times this league, actually, and this is more rare statistically than a last flame drop. So this is pretty crazy, what I'm about to show you guys. Okay, well, the first thing I'll show you guys is these gloves, because I was talking about these earlier. I actually made these gloves myself towards the start of the league for like 3 div, maybe less. And they sold for 45 div. As you can see here in the trade window, it might be hard to see, but they weren't really that good in my opinion. I think that's like T2 fire. I could have whittled them for more damage. It is T1 life, T1 crit, T1 dex, but I wish I still had this pair of gloves, because I would have kept whittling them and made them actually better than the ones that I have on. But I'll pull up the other picture that I have. If I can find it. If I can find it. I got a triple vase relic drop 3 times this league. I'm trying to find the picture. Struggling to find it, though. It's just a lot of pictures of all the very bad items that I spent all my money on at the start of the league. Oh, here we go. Okay, this was it right here. This has happened to me 3 times this league. Obviously, this was back when my build was first starting out. As you can see, I only had 1 person in the group, and so I wasn't able to carry as many people.
My rings weren't as good. I still had the same gloves, same tangle tongue, but everything else that I had on this build was worse. I didn't have the same gems. And we got the triple vase relic drop, and that's happened 3 times. Now, the drop rate of the vase relic is like 10% without quantity of relics and stuff, or 15. So statistically speaking, this is like as rare or maybe a little bit more common than an incense relic drop. But I did think that was kind of cool. Am I done with PoE 1? I'll still play it here and there. I don't know if I'll stream it. Like I said in my post, I got about an hour and a half into the league and maybe 2.5 hours, and people had already beat the campaign. I think Empyrean's group beat it in like 3 hours, and they hit level 95 the first night. And the reason why I made the post I did is that I just didn't feel that I'd be able to enjoy PoE 1 with players having that much of an edge and an advantage over myself, and I kind of blame it on party group play and just how much easier the game is in party. So I'll still play PoE 1 here and there. I do enjoy it. I thought it was really fun. But I didn't want to have to go through the same thing I went through in PoE2, which is struggling for the first 2 weeks to a month of the league just to catch up because I play solo. Especially with the duration between each league being 2 months between PoE1 and PoE2. I didn't want to like bust my... I would rather just keep playing PoE2 and get better at PoE2 and invest more time into it than struggle with keeping up on PoE 1 and PoE 2 since I don't play as a group player. That's crazy to me that the last flame drop rate is 0.5% because I have done around 600 trials and I've never gotten one. I also enjoy budget builds. Bleed Mage is definitely more on the budget side and for how effective it can be. I never tried Incinerate Whirling Slash, but I did see it and it looked pretty fun. I'm not going to lie, Ephemera, I wish I was still logged into PoE 1, but on PoE 1, I actually dropped some really insane items. Like, items worth several div. From Mercenaries, I got some insane uniques. I was getting a lot of Orb of Alchemies. I had insane drops in general. So one thing I will say is that it was really fun and enjoyable. But I knew that as soon as I got to endgame, that every item I'd want would be at a price I couldn't afford it. I would struggle finishing out my build. That being said, I don't want to turn you away from PoE 1 at all, because I think you will enjoy it. And I think I would enjoy it too, or that I definitely enjoy it. It's just one of those things where, like I said, there's only 2 months between each PoE 1 and PoE 2 league now. And I just didn't want to spend half of those 2 months every 2 months catching up because I don't play as a group. Some of these guys, they take Adderall and stimulants and stuff, and they stay up for 24 hours, and they have spent weeks before the league coming out planning an approach and attack to get ahead of everyone else, and you can't blame them. Like Empyrean, for example, he's an awesome guy. He's super cool. I wouldn't hate on him at all. I enjoy his content, but his version of fun ruins my version of fun, right? Because them having fun and getting ahead of everybody else makes the game just unfun as a solo player and not enjoyable. When I'm just entering Act 2 and they're entering Act 8, and I'm storming through zones, but it doesn't matter because they just have managed to come up with methods and strategies to blast through every zone. Yeah, definitely, like I said, stay with it. It's a great game. PoE 1 is fun. It's a lot more complex. It's a lot more in-depth than PoE 2 for sure. PoE 2 is a very simplified version of PoE 1. And that being said, I hope they keep it somewhat the same, because I don't want this game to turn into like Diablo 3, where you can finish an entire build in like 3 days or 2 days.
But I also don't want it to be as complex as PoE1, where you basically have to have played since the beginning to actually benefit from anything. Vine arrow skills, not exactly what we were looking for. 28% attack speed, though, is pretty insane. Maybe we could slam something good on this. Yeah, right? that's exactly how I'd summarize it. The pressure of seeing the constant feed of this player, Rasmus underscore MF, whatever, MF Messiah, has reached, Act 8 and level 65, and like I'm level 13 trying to follow a guide on what support gems to buy from the store, and then I'm realizing that the support gems that I'm buying in order to benefit from the item has to be linked. And so I'm like, okay, well, how do I link an item? Well, it turns out you have to just find an item that's linked, because that early in the game you can't just link all your sockets on the item. Yeah, that's the name of their guild or their group or whatever, is like MF Messiah, and they named all their characters like Empyrean underscore MF Messiah, right? And so it's yeah, very interesting. Sayonara Gooners has died at level 100, number one on the ladder. It is a good name to die with. Yeah, I didn't really look into it. I don't watch Empyrean streams that much. I just watch his YouTube videos for the most part. And that's how it is. I don't really watch any streams. I really just watch YouTube videos because I just don't always find streams entertaining. I just like to see the highlights because I'm lazy. But I will say I did tune into Empyrean stream for the launch. I was watching, and I kept asking in stream, do you have any advice or tips or whatever? And he didn't. He ignored every single question that I had, or anything that I asked him. He ignored, and he kept running ads every time I asked him too. And I was like, what the heck, bro? It was kind of a bad experience because I joined his stream right as he went live when no one was in his chat and asked him questions, and he ignored all of them and then ran ads. And I'm assuming it's because he's just been asked those questions a lot, but I don't know. Well, unfortunately, we spent 40 divines on Arbiter keys, and we lost it all. We actually made it back at one point, and then, yeah, we lost it all again. But it's okay. Unfortunately, this quiver is not very good. These gloves are not very good. It is kind of cool that we got one of these amethyst charms. It did ding like a divine, showed up like one too, but they're pretty worthless. I got one of these at league start. They were like a divine each. From a random map. Hashtag worth is right. Now we're broke. We're back to the boondocks, and we're back to the trials. Just to build up another 100 divines that I can gamble away and lose again. That's what I'm saying. It's all Gamba at the end of the day. We have some regalias coming in hot here. Some recombinations. As I said, both of these might be worth some money as is if I corrupted them and hit a fifth socket. Couple divines maybe. But if they brick, they're 100% worthless. And yeah. Now, I thought I had another regalia sitting around somewhere. I must have vendored it because I got sick of looking at it. So what we'll do instead is we'll buy one from the trade website so that we can lose even more money. We'll identify it so that we can lose even more money.
And yeah, we will sort of go from there. Okay, come on, broski. I do not want to see your colored Warrior Invictus 5-socket regalia for 50 divines with life regen on it. Why is this the first search result that pops up? I think it's because I have my filters set bad. Okay. Exalted Orb equivalent. Let's go to identified. No. We're going to do a double Gamba because we're going to reforge this, but we're also going to buy one that's unidentified. They are 1 div each right now. And we will destroy this Crown Mace. And we will put this Amethyst Charm with the other one to never, ever be seen again. Alright, sir. You're either going to sell me the best regalia in the game or the worst one in the game. When I identify this, we'll have to see. Kind of glad that these are only 1 div now. These were freaking 2 div, 5 div, 3 div. Ain't no one paying 3 div for an unidentified regalia. When it's like a 1 out of 45 to get a good one, and the good ones are worthless. Grand Regamba is right. We gamble our money away for the content. We lose it all. We make it back. We lose it all. We make it back. At some point, I would really like a Rite of Passage Golden Charm, though, so I probably should have bought one of those before I did all this gambling, but I couldn't find the one that I wanted for the right price. All right. What time zone am I in? I'm in Central U.S. time zone. So for me right now, it is 1:12 p.m. I started streaming pretty early this morning, though. I've been live for a while. All right, here we go. Grand Regamba, number 1. Bing Bop. It's worthless. It'd be worth something if it had, like, all res on it. Would be good. But the rest of these are ass. Maybe we recombine the attributes with the spirit with the global defenses. Or something crazy like that. I don't know. And we get some... Okay. How awful is this one? How awful is this? I'm looking for the cat one. Cat or stag. But they're both like 300 div. I was using live search all morning for one. And, yeah, people kept messing with the prices. I don't really get it because there's ones listed for like 280. And people are posting new ones for 400. Like, who's going to pay 400 when there's already ones listed for 280? You would think that as more come into the game, the new ones would be lower priced than the existing ones. But, yeah, you can reforge Regambas. That's what I did when I killed like 500 Arbiters. I identified every single one, reforged them all. I only got like 6... Well, I got 4 good ones, as in they were good because they corrupted well. But I've had a bunch that, or no, I guess I only have gotten like 4 good ones. But I've had a bunch that bricked, like this one here bricked. Chaos Res, All Res, Spirit. The Armor, Evasion, and Energy Shield roll is really low. But it's like a 1 out of 50 divines just to hit the 10-7-10. So you kind of have to corrupt it once you hit that. This one was Global Defenses, All Res, Spirit. This one bricked. This one would be worth a lot if it hit, because Global Defenses is actually really good. This is Spirit, Global Defenses attributes. That one's not as good. We had another crazy one right here. This one, no, not this one. I sold it. I corrupted one the other day that I sold for 100 div. I rolled it perfectly, like the one that Belton had in his video. I rolled the same one perfectly. It only had like 297% armor, evasion, energy shield, and I sold that one in like an hour, which is crazy to me because I've had so many regalias this league, and they all take like weeks to sell no matter what you list them for. You never know though. Some of the trash ones, if you hit a 5th socket on, might still be worth something. Like this one here, All Res Spirit, but crit, reduced crit.
So like if this one hit 5 sockets, it might be worth 5 or 10 div. You never know. Maybe more, maybe less. Obviously we didn't. We bricked it. I've had it listed for 2 forever. We've got a couple cool ones. I had a couple good ones that bricked that I still sold for like 10 div though. One similar to this one. This one's listed for 30 because it price checks for like 100 as is. Like with 4 sockets, the cheapest ones are 40, 50, 50, 60. So I listed this for 30. I think I sold one very similar to this earlier for like 15 div with the bag corruption. But this is like the best regalia you can get. This variation or all res spirit, all attributes are like the best. Global defenses is very good too though, because like 50% increased global defenses is like 50% global evasion, energy, shield, and armor increase, which is good. Multiplies all your modifiers. All right, back to the trials. Back to no last flame relic. We're going to manifest the last flame relic this time, though, is what we're going to do. And it's going to go crazy. It's going to go absolutely bonkers. And we're going to be the happiest we've ever been before. Unfortunately, the entire league, the last flame was worth like a mirror. And they changed the drop rate. I did like 600 trials, 500 before the update. I'm working on my way towards 600 right now. And now when I finally might get it, it's going to be like worthless. All right, let's take a look. Surely. We do have Ornate Dagger. We don't have Sanguine Vial. And our afflictions don't really matter. So we'll go to Thickles of the Wind, because this is a fun one. This cleanses an affliction, grants a boon, and massively restores honor. We are missing a little bit of honor, so we will fix that. And then we'll go to the gauntlet after. Unfortunately, I was supposed to get 2 last flames earlier today, but in the process of completing the keys, I did manage to get 50% reduced effective relics twice or 3 times. And I still firmly believe that in all 3 runs, if I had 100% effective relics, that I would have gotten a last flame from all of them. But I missed out on relics. That's why I only run quantity of relics, is because, like, why have 1 chance for the last flame when you could have 3? You know what I'm saying? I don't mind if I have to pay 2 div for a key instead of 10 chaos or 1 div, if it means that I get 3 times the chance of a 3, 4, 500 div item. Come on, give me something good like Sanguine Vial. And my next purchase apparently has no cost. And we removed no armor, which is worthless. Well, time for the gauntlet. They reduced the drop rate a lot this league is why. Like I said, I've done around 600 trials this league, and I have not gotten a single last flame. Also, I just accidentally closed my game, believe it or not. Which means that it's going to be a pain in the butt to load everything back up when I get back in. I can't believe I just right-clicked. Okay, so I play on windowed mode, and I right-clicked the top of the window and clicked close. Like the where it says Path of Exile 2, I right-clicked that, and then when I went to move my mouse down, I clicked close. Is there even a point running past 154%? Not really. Can you get more? I don't know. You might be able to get 4. Like if you... I don't know. I couldn't really... I think the most I've ever seen is 3. I may have seen 4 before. But I don't know what would have changed that. No, this instance is the run. It's right here. We're gonna get it. Like, it's coming in hot. I had to close the game there and reset because it was the only way I was gonna get the last flame. I data mined the data and came to the conclusion that the game didn't want to give me a Vase Relic that run or a last flame. All right. It's okay. We pop out. We go back in. We just redo the gauntlet trial, I guess. We weren't that deep in it anyways. Could you imagine, though? Like, there's like a program or something that tells you the loot you're going to get, and so you just reset the instance until you get it tells you that you're going to get the loot you want. Low-key probably going to be a thing someday with, like, quantum computing and whatnot. Data miner, shaking my head. I've actually never data mined before, but when I used to play WoW competitively, like I was in before Limit was known as Limit, I was a part of a guild, or Limit was always known as Limit, but like before Limit or Liquid was known as Liquid, they were known as Limit, and there were like two guilds, Easy and Limit, and I was in Easy. We competed against each other, and unfortunately, a lot of bad stuff happened. I got banned. I was accused of cheating, but I never was. They couldn't, you know, it was unfortunate. I was streaming at the time, so like I sent all the proof to them, but yeah, it was rough. I don't even know why I was just saying that, but it is true. Gauntlet escape. Awesome. Yeah, I'm friends with a lot of the people in Liquid, or at least the ones that were. Like Lip, I raided with before. Lip, Kingfly. A lot of the people, like Dryny, for example, a lot of those people came from Easy, and I actually, like, you know, we used to play together all the time. We used to compete together. And like I said, I haven't played WoW in like 10 years, but this was back in like 2015, and they still play. Yeah, same. I basically I've had a lot of people ask me to come back to WoW and play. I just for me it's that I was wrongfully banned, and when I tried to defend myself and file a ticket and contact Blizzard, they said, "Sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. Our system is never wrong." And I had a whole guild stand up for me, a bunch of people. It ended up screwing us over because it was during the middle of Trial of Valor progress, and at the time, no U.S. guild had gotten World First in forever, and we were actually on pace to get World First. So back in those days, it was like Blood Legion used to compete against Method. Well, Blood Legion broke apart. Limit at the time was good, but they were having like internal issues. They did get U.S. First for Nightmare, the boss with Xavius, or the raid with Xavius. But as I was saying, yeah, it was a bit rough because, yeah, and I would come back to raid for Liquid if they ever asked. You know, I doubt they ever will because I left sort of on a bad note in Easy. But like I said, I know a lot of the players. We used to raid together. It was a lot of fun back then. WoW was my favorite game. I loved WoW. I gave up my whole life to play WoW. Like, rather than go to college, I played WoW, and they accused me. I essentially at the time, like, I could show you guys. The thing is, I was rank 1 DPS. So like I'll show you. I'll pull it up. Like if we go to WoW progress, I was rank 1 DPS across like 3 classes: Mage, Druid, and well, just Mage and Druid. I had rank 1 parses on every single fight throughout like 2 entire expansions. And because of that, they thought I was cheating. And they had no proof. I wasn't cheating. I swear it on my life. I never... They thought I was using like a rotation bot or something. It's not even possible for a rotation bot to achieve a 100% perfect parse. It's just not. I don't know why anyone would think that. At the time, that popular streamer, whatever his name is, the guy who used to work at Blizzard and do his stuff, he was like running the Blizzard department. So I don't really like him because, yeah, I was just, like I said, wrongfully banned. I'll show you guys my parses. If we go to here, these were my WoW parses, not this. Go to this and like heroic, because mythic logs were all private back then, but my mythic logs were all the same. So those mythic logs that show aren't the ones that were real. But this was my WoW progress parses on pretty much every class. It was the same. You can see rank 1. This was like rank 2, rank 2, rank 1, rank 1, rank 2, rank 2, rank 1, rank 2, rank 1, 99, 99. Hellfire Assault was hard to parse on. Parses don't really matter. They don't mean anything. They don't translate into anything. They're a really bad statistic to go off of. But because I had consistently parsed like this for like 2 expansions in a row, Blizzard accused me of cheating. They banned me, and Easy at the time actually lost. Like we were on track to be the first guild in like 10 years in the United States to get a world first, and I was banned, and it totally, like, we lost all of our progress. Like as a guild, we literally just straight up got banned. But yeah, it was a long time ago. Hellfire Citadel to this day is my most favorite raid in the entirety of WoW. It was the hardest raid to ever be released by a mile. It took over a month, or around a month, for any guild to kill Archimond. There was only one guild, Method, who actually managed to kill Archimond without legendary trinkets and legendaries. And yeah, it was a blast. I loved it. It was the best time of my life. I gave up college, like I said, to raid, thinking that it would get me somewhere in life, and I got falsely banned. And I lost pretty much everything in my life because of it. I had to drop out of college. I couldn't afford to go anymore because at the time we were like making money to play, and yeah, screwed over my whole life. That ban did, and it was the wrong ban. I got messaged by people like years after asking if I had actually cheated, and I told them like no, just never cheated before. I've never cheated on any video game I actually enjoyed playing. The only game I've ever cheated on was Counter-Strike. I did cheat on that game just because it was hilarious to cheat. But, you know, you get banned so quick on that game that it doesn't really matter if you cheat or not. Like, you're not going to affect high ranks by cheating. And, like, let's be real. Who hasn't cheated on a game like Counter-Strike? I also cheated on, like, Minecraft was a game I cheated on. like X-raying, not, like, cheating. That's what I'm saying. Like, they thought I was using like a program to execute my rotation because I was just so flawless and had been that way. But the way that I look at it is that all of my parses and everything else are, or at least were, they were on pre-patch before anyone knew the rotation. Like, it's just impossible to cheat. Like, you can't cheat on a pre-patch and parse as a result, and at no point did I ever bot or anything. It was such a ridiculous ban. I still have the message of when I got banned on my computer, and I could show you guys that too. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I did see that they have the rotation helper, which is just crazy to me because that was like one of the highest skill expression in WoW is being able to execute your rotation without taking damage. That's like the highest skill expression, like prioritizing mechanics while also still being able to execute your rotation. And then also, you know, being able to communicate on a high level, like being able to communicate with your team is really valuable and important, and so is having good awareness and like just team whatever. It's really important when you're playing WoW to be aware of what everyone else in the raid is sort of doing, positioning wise, and for yourself.
and to have a good grasp of how other classes and players function and how they're expected to play. So it's good if you play more than one class. Yeah, I forgot to turn my capture off. Oops. Display capture. You guys can all see I play on windowed mode. All right, round 10 or something today. I don't know. We're about to get last flame, though, is for sure. Last flame drop incoming. I'm excited. I've been waiting the whole league for a last flame, and we're finally going to get one. I just got to post in TFT. And I also have to bring my trade chat message up. But yeah, I used to stream back in the day. Wow. Do you need to be a certain level to buy a run? You need to have killed Balboa in the main campaign. And I don't charge my viewers. I will take, 2 or 3 people a run. I will not charge them. So if you want to come with, I will take you, but you must have killed Balboa and unlocked the trials. So if you can't teleport to the trials yet, if you haven't killed Balboa, I can't take you. Last flame hype. Last flame hype. Right? That's what I'm saying. Today is the day. Today, we finally achieve our dreams, our hopes. In fact, I'm going to price check the last flame right now. I'm really sad that if it's a reasonable price, I will try to build out a 350 div 2 hours ago. I'll have to undercut him. So it's went down a lot in terms of price, but I might sell it and buy like a rite of passage. I might try to sell it and buy a Temporalis and go from there. You see me on TFT? Yes, sir. That's my name. Don't wear it out. See, I got the real life. I basically dox myself because I've got a picture of myself, my name, everything. If you want to come, if you have unlocked the trials and you want to come, Boogie. Okay, yeah. So message me in game. My name is FearlessXD. If you're able to teleport to me, then you're free to come. And I won't charge you. I'll just get you your points, and I appreciate you guys watching the stream and supporting me. It means a lot. It's epic. It's awesome. It's cool to finally stream a game and actually have an audience. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It was like 1,000 plus. This guy could be a price fixer, though. He might be. We have to actually look at the price of Temporalis, because that'll give us an idea of what the relic is usually worth, like 30 to 50 div less than the cheapest non-corrupted Temporalis. Okay, so Temporalis is 840 div minimum. So the last flame is actually probably worth like 800 div. And the guy who has it listed for 340 is probably just price fixing. But all of these are also perfectly rolled. They're rolled really bad, but they're almost perfectly rolled. Like 850 div for a perfectly rolled one. It would appear as if the same 5 or 6 people have every one in the game. This Sten guy has 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got like 5 of the Temporalises on the whole market. 3 of the ones he has listed are listed for 4 mirrors. Like, come on, buddy. Ain't nobody paying 4 mirrors for a colored 3-socket Temporalis that's only 18% all res. Like, are you crazy? Yeah, I'd have to see. I think a lot of people would say 350. That's what it was last league. Yeah, I bought a Calandra's Touch this morning, Gail. You gave up on what, Shaken? Trials or weirdest ways to kill you?
Gale buy an insane breacher. Yeah, that I was saying. I think you know, but I bought Clonder's Touch this morning. I was gonna buy like 10 of them, but I just bought one. They'll probably fix the drop rate of this item and make it worth a lot more eventually, and it'll be worth a lot again. This used to be worth like 1 mirror minimum. We could even corrupt this one if we wanted to. I don't know if it bricks it or not, or what it does if you corrupt it, but we could if we wanted to. Boogie, DM me in game or post your name in the chat. I'll invite you. But yeah, Clander's Touch is like worthless, so investing in a really good ring isn't a bad idea. I have, this is like the best breach ring I have. It's not that good. It's a low tier lightning and low tier cold and fizz, but the rarity and the all res and the lightning damage are pretty good. Moist blood clot. No way this guy's name has blood clot in it. Just bad RNG day, the usual GGG. Tomorrow my RNG will be good again. I believe in you, brother. I believe in you. We all have rough days, but at the end of the day, it's going to work out. And if you need help with anything, I can try to help you. Okay, there we go. I have invited you, sir. I'm going to find like 2 more people, and then we'll start. If no one joins in like the next minute or 2, I'll just go ahead and start it, because I don't want to waste Moist Blood Clot or Ziena's time. I'll invite you again. Just see if you're able to teleport to me. Click the blue icon next to my name. Right? Moist blood clot. Bomba clot. Like some Jamaican. I wonder if he's actually Jamaican or if he's just trying to poke some fun. Well, I'll let you know, Boogie, if you do kill Belbala or whatever. I will take you along. No problem. For free of charge. No worries about that. We have Ornate Dagger this run, so we can easily get 5 people in here. We will just post a couple more messages and trade, and I'm manifesting the Incense Relic. I really am. Today is the day. Today, we finally acquire some real currency. Maybe I'll do this later. I know I said earlier that these aren't worth it to do. I genuinely don't think they are on any level. But with that being said, we could still have a little bit of fun with it. Maybe we get lucky. Maybe we get like % lightning spirit. We corrupt it. We get plus 12 to spirit and 6% lightning, which I don't think that's possible. But 5% lightning. Yo. What is this portal? That is sick. Whoever has this, that is epic. Alright, I'm just going to start. We're not really getting any messages. I'm also not really actively posting. I'm just wasting time. And the game told me that if I don't start right now, I will not get the Incense Relic. Alright, here we go. Bang, 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 bang. Merc with the mouth. Wait here, please, guys. Smiley face. I will let you know when to enter. If anything goes wrong, I will reset. Most people don't even know what that means. They just panic. So you gotta like log in immediately. before they leave the group or it gets disbanded. Bing bop boom bam. Come on, Zrock, show me what you got. Give me that incense relic. Give it to me. Whoa there. Okay, that almost got rough, but we're going to zoom in all the way here. Oh my lord. Well, we got a barbed spear. Never seen that before. And we also got, I think, Aventers. No, we didn't. We got, what is this, Anvarius? Or, yeah, I don't know which one that is. But we are 118 dry for a Spectrum cache, it looks like. Yep, 118. Very wonderful. Very, very lovely. We'll open this time loss cache. And maybe we get something good. We'll open the Arcanist cache for a Divine. Never lucky. And we will collect our payment. And we'll go again. And that's all we can really do. Yeah, I'm going to need Moist Blood Clot to pay 100 Divines now. Actually, everyone in this group needs to pay 100 Divines. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll, and then I'll buy a Last Flame. Use the altar in the middle of the room. Oh. I never told them they could enter, so I've been sitting here for like 2 minutes and no one came inside. Peace out, Gail. Thanks for tuning in. I really appreciate it. That's unfortunate that I left. This spear looks sick, though. Look at how insane that looks. Thank you, Ziena. I appreciate it, sir. Thugalulu, hook me up. Thugalulu Mathugaluglu. What kind of a name is that? Merc with a mouth? What kind of mouth? Wink wink. Just kidding. That was inappropriate. I apologize. Thank you for your money. Moist Blood Clot, you're up. You owe me 1,000,000 divines. And everyone got inside. Everyone got their points. Thank you very much. Merc with a mouth. I appreciate it. We're out of keys. We got some time lost gems. We got this barbed spear and a gold ring. Is this Anvarius or is it the other one that gives you quantity of gold? I think it's the quantity of gold one because I have. Yeah, it's not Anvarius and it's not Venters. How unfortunate was that? That was very unlucky to get a quantity of gold dropped golden ring. Who even uses that? I'm sure people actually use it when they go into the one unique map that gives gold. But yeah. So I think earlier today we bought like 5 of these keys from one guy, and we've bought them for 1 div each, and we've made 5 div from the first 3, 4 div from that one, and we have 1 more. Not too bad, not too bad. Okay, this could be worth something. I don't know. Okay. I saw double critical hit, and I thought this was going to be a juicy time loss, but one of them is minions. Okay, so we have a triple minion roll. Damage, crit, and accuracy, but I'm pretty sure accuracy is worthless, so boom. Skill effect duration, boom. Okay, it's dead. Wait, no. We still have the crit chance. Okay, we're going to chaos crit damage. No, I meant like not... Okay, whatever. We're just going to destroy it and forget about it. We're going to destroy this one too, and we're also going to destroy this one. We're going to destroy that. Ooh. Look at this. Unfortunately, it needs flat. Someone asked me the other day if I had something like this. Dex Evasion Spirit with cold res on it, though. So we'll Chaos Orb this and hope to hit the Ignite and or the Thorns. We didn't. We hit the Spirit. We got what we needed, but we killed the Spirit. Which killed my Spirit in return. So, yeah. Attack speed. Prod speed. Freeze buildup. Goodbye. 11% quantity of gold. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I used to save them all and reforge them, like everything, and it's gotten to the point where I just destroy them. Like I've got tabs full of time loss. I'm too lazy to reforge them. It's a lot of work. But you are definitely right. They are. It is definitely. I would tell most people, if not all people, to save and reforge them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've gotten rid of so many jewels this league. I had like probably 4 quad tabs full of just time loss and sapphires and emeralds, and I got to the point where I was getting way too many of them per run because I used to just stack a lot of keys on top of quantity of relics and whatnot. And so yeah, is this worth anything? It says it is worth 1 div because apparently we near max rolled it. I don't know. Oh, this is low. It's actually really low rolled. But it says it's worth a div, but it's also been posted for more than a day, so we'll list it for like 10 chaos, which is half a div. Maybe we get a biter? Probably not. And this was worth like 1 chaos, right? Yeah. We could quality this and stuff. We're just gonna corrupt it. Maybe we get something. Well, we overrolled the attributes and the mana, but we underrolled the one mod on this item that makes this item what it is, which is the quantity of gold dropped. Alright, game. And we also didn't quality it, so the fact that we overrolled it doesn't really matter. That's also useless, and we have 1 more key left. Steal my potential customers. Hey, I don't mind, man. The sooner that the market's dead, the sooner I can go back to doing something else. Like wasting my money at the Arbiter and losing hundreds of divines. To be honest, though, there's like all the service providers right now are playing PoE1, and so it's a pretty open market. And on top of that, it's a fun, or not fun. It's such a high demand service. There's so many people still playing this game that no matter what, like you'll always be able to sell it. It gets really competitive towards the start of the league. Like at the start of the league, I had to undercut a lot of people. I had to just to get people in the group. Like if I saw people posting for 1 div, you best believe I was posting for like 15 chaos or 10 chaos, because obviously I needed to get the runs done. I needed to go. It's a lot easier to charge 1 div or more now. Yeah, it's been like that the last few days. I'm surprised that the last run I just did didn't fill that fast. But like all morning, my groups have been filling in like 30 seconds to a minute. It fills, which at the start of the league, that can be unheard of. Like sometimes you can sit there for 10 minutes and not find anyone, but it doesn't really matter because at the start of the league, a divine is just worth so much that like you're more willing to sit there and wait. Yeah, I was also doing 100x for a while, but that was when 1 divine was like 200x. I would advertise for like 1 div or 100x or 10 chaos. And believe it or not, most people really paid like most people would still pay a div or more. No, I cannot carry you if you're playing in standard. Just because Standard and this league are two separate leagues. And unfortunately, I wish I had a character on Standard to help you out with, but yeah, I just don't. My Standard characters are all bricked from the changes that came in this league. The guy that I bought these 5 keys from, like over half of the 3 of the keys I got were really, 2 of them were really bad. Like I walked in, they only had 500 honor, they had really bad afflictions. I was still able to restore it all, finish the run, but these keys have not been that great. They have no keys on them, they have no water, they have no boons, and they have a ton of afflictions. And like I said earlier, I don't understand how that's possible. It's really hard to have these keys have literally nothing on them. Really hard. It's like you have to try to do that in the first 3 floors. But we get a couple rooms here that are free, a couple rituals, honor shrines. Should be pretty easy. We do have Ornate Dagger, so the only thing at this point that's really going to benefit us is Sanguine Vial in terms of boons, and then yeah, we'll go from there. Should be pretty free to fix this key though. But I might get to the end with like no gold keys, which if that happens, it is what it is. We could go towards this merchant here. Worst case scenario, we just restore honor. Holy cow. Yeah, I had a stat stacker last league. I played minion build, and then I played stat. I made a gemling, and yeah, the gemling, I got a lot of good items on it. My friend had like 10 mirrors in gear, and when I say that, he actually, like last league, he had an Astra Menace, he had perfect rings, he had you know, the best regalia, perfectly rolled. He had trying to think what else he had. He had the best regalia, he had perfect boots. My friend's build was like 5 mirrors. Mine was kind of a more budget build. I did have a really good regalia, but I didn't have an Astra Menace or anything last league. But that build was still amazing even on a budget. But it got totally bricked with the new changes and everything, or with the changes. Totally bricked. Because attack speed doesn't work the same. So like you could use whatever the main ability was. Like the more attack speed you had, the faster you moved around maps. So that's gone because Falcon technique got nerfed and changed, which kind of sucked. And then obviously the passive tree sucked. The auto bomber I'm sure is still pretty good. People still build auto bombers this league with the Temporalis. I really wanted to build an auto bomber Temporalis Spark build this league. It's the only reason I really did trials. I'm just selling carries because it's profitable, and I can buy the tested times and pay for them with the carries, which makes getting the Temporalis quicker, but we just haven't been lucky. Yeah, my friend voled a 93% ingenuity, and I voled an 80. I believe the best I got last league was 81%. It was really hard to like corrupt ingenuities last league, and the reason why is that last league an ingenuity was like, wait, are we not taken to the room we select? Okay, yeah, we are not. I was wondering how we ended up here. Yeah, I only have an 81 is the best on standard. But last league ingenuities were like 10 div for... It was like 10 div for an ingenuity, right? And if you corrupted it and it bricked, it was worthless. So it was basically, if you got overrolled, like if you hit 90% or even 100%, like yeah, you could make a few hundred div. But if you didn't, you just went broke. Right, and audience with the kings were they were expensive. They were like 5 div a piece. I really liked a lot of the items and the builds and whatnot. And holy cow, I just got hit by that explosion. Forgot to dodge roll, so I was scratching my nose. But I really liked last league. Really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. This league, I'm glad I found this build, because if I hadn't found this build this league, I probably would have quit. I tried a minion build this league, and they bricked. They said they weren't changing anything with minions, but they did. They bricked minions entirely because they made it so that you can't get +5 on a scepter, which is like 30% less damage. They also bricked snipers. They bricked scepters, like quality, giving more spirit. They bricked the amount of spirit that was in the passive tree, and so they claimed they didn't nerf minions, but they nerfed minions big time. I had a lot of fun with the minion build last league. I could just stand still and my minions killed everything. It was the best. Like, literally, I stood still and my minions destroyed everything and anything. Arbiter, audience, and I didn't have to do anything. I could go in maps and I could just stand still, not worry about taking damage, because my minions would kill everything before it mattered. Get some honor back right here. Easy money. Should give us, yeah, full honor just about. And we only have one room left, which is a chalice trial. I'm just losing all my honor left and right, aren't I? Very interesting. Hello? Lagging? I also haven't seen a raw divine drop from trials in a while. Granted, I've only seen like 5 drop ever, but it's been a long time. And I'm 118 or 119 dry for a Spectrum cache. I almost feel like Spectrum caches are more freaking rare than a freaking Last Flame at this point. But at the start of the league, I got 4 Spectrum rubies back to back to back to back. Like from 4 runs. Literally 4 runs in a row, I got a Spectrum cache, and every single one was a ruby, and I sold them for 10 div apiece. So I can't be too upset about not getting Spectrums. I don't even think any of the Spectrum gems are worth anything anymore. Alright. You guys can tell I'm getting kind of, not bored or tired, but I'm definitely zoning out a little bit at this point. I normally only do like 10 or 20 trials a day at most. It's just, I don't want to burn myself out. They're fun. They're enjoyable, but they get very repetitive. Ruby is 22 div plus. Yeah, I was going to say, I got a Ruby, another one, when they were, I got a second Ruby when they were 4 div, and I sold it, and I was thinking to myself, man, these are so worthless, it's not even worth it anymore. Can't believe they're 22 div now. You can see I kept a lot of the other Grand Spectrums I got. Emeralds. Well, I sold a lot when they were like 1 div, but they're worthless now. They're like 1 chaos. Enjoy your food, Ephemera. I appreciate you tuning in. You're going to miss the incense relic drop, though. This is it. This will be it, and then I'll be able to buy a Rite of Passage or build a Temporalis character. Yeah, you can't miss the incense relic drop. I mean, this is going to go hard. Yeah, you got to stay for it. Getting a lot of people coming from TFT. Oh, I'm lagging now all of a sudden. Getting some Wi-Fi lag coming through. But it is all good because, as I said, now is the time that we shine. Sorry, sir, we are full. I need Extreme Tune to teleport to me. That's what I really need. What do you want to bet? I message this guy how much for these rings, and he tells me like 1,000 div. 200 div, I bet. Price on both. Watch, I'll ask him. Price on rings. Okay, well, I guess this guy... We'll invite Shinohara. Sorry to hold you, Ephemera. We are going to get some incredible... Nice. He messaged me back. He goes, yep, 300 div. Come on, bro. I ain't paying 300 div for mana T1 that you can't get rid of. And for 19 strength and a combined resistances that would be just 1 res. If it was all T1, I'd pay 300 div and had another damage roll, but some people are bonkers. Need this guy to come inside. And then we can start, and we can get rich, is what we can do. I'll probably take a break as well soon. I need to eat, and, yeah. Here we go. Big money. Big money moves coming in hot right now. Incense relic. Incense relic. Whoa, we're losing rage. This is not looking too hot for us. We've had a couple rough kills today, I'm not gonna lie. But not this one, thankfully. That was pretty easy. Alright, well I baited you all. No incense relic today, I guess. Royal, Mysterious Royal, Hoarders, Helmet. Oh, never Lucky, never Spectrum. Never. I don't even have any gold keys. I couldn't even open it if I wanted to. Okay, nice. We got a gold key. Yeah, I did get one. And it was tiered. What is with people disconnecting today when they try to come in? Al Ranged is offline. I need to watch replays and see if these people are coming inside, claiming their points, and then logging out. Because I I don't know what it is. I need to start carrying an incense relic with me just as a good luck charm to remind me of my true purpose. I used to do that. I used to pick up one every single run just as a good luck, but it never worked, so I stopped doing it. Yeah, I've had a lot of people the entire league have the issue where they enter the trial after it's completed, like they go into the boss room and it disconnects them. I've had that issue happen the entire league. I've had it happen so frequently that if it happens to people, obviously I don't charge them. I never charge if they don't get their points. If anything happens like that, I just, So I've seen it happen a lot. My guess is that bug happened to him. It could also just be the game, the server, something like that. Something maybe the servers are the same as PoE1. You are fine, sir. You are fine, sir. It is a known bug. Well, actually, I need to ask him if he got his points. Did you get your points? Because it looks like he just keeps disconnecting. Because he said, please trade. So I don't know if that means that all right, so he did get his points. Cool. So he is going to pay me. That is awesome. That is splendiferous. And yeah, I'm really happy with that. I am really, really very happy. He just keeps disconnecting. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. Ooh. Never seen those two together before, so that might be worth something. Like maybe people corrupt these and use them with Adorned. It is blue base. Maybe we sell it as is for like 1 div. Thank you very much, Mr. AIAL Ranged. I appreciate it. Alright, nice. Well, we went broke. We've made a few divines back. We're out of keys. Someone just messaged me saying they prepared keys for me, so we'll invite them. I have to scroll up. I think he was charging 2 div each. Alrighty. We'll list this for like a div. I doubt it'll sell. Okay, I dislike when people, like, I really appreciate this guy making keys specifically for me. It's awesome when people do that. But it can get a little bit frustrating when they make way too many of them, because I don't run these 24/7. I do other stuff, and so 3, 5, 10 of them are cool, but if he comes to me later and says he's got like 20 of them, I just won't be able to buy them all at once. He said go, so we'll see how these turn out. These are what I like on a key. I just met this guy randomly, and then he offered to make these for me how I liked them. So I prefer them with at least 100% quantity of relics, ideally with more. You could definitely get more than this. I also enjoy honor resistance, and then percent defense is preferably. Max honor and honor restored are pretty bad. Yeah, thanks, Ephemera. Enjoy your food as well. Enjoy your day as well. I really appreciate you tuning in. I'm probably going to take a break for a few minutes and go eat as well. And then I will be right back. We'll resume the stream. I'll run a couple more of these keys, maybe kill some more Arbiter, and we'll go from there. And then I'll probably be done for the day because I've been streaming for a while. But I will be right back. I'm going to put a message on the screen. I won't pause the stream. And yeah, when I get back, we will resume the Temporalis action. BRB. Oh, I'll be back, guys. Like in like 5 minutes, maybe even 10. I'll be back. I'll be back shortly. Yeah, I'm not really going anywhere. I'm just grabbing a little bit of food real quick, and yeah. I'll be back later. Thank you, Ephemera. I make my own keys. Yeah, I have a really good relic setup. I used to enjoy running them from start to finish. It's just it takes a lot longer than buying the Tested Times, even though you can get a better outcome. If you have a really good setup, you can probably do the first 3 floors like really fast, and it doesn't matter. But I just spend the div or 2 buying the keys, like right there. These were 2 div each. I make 5 div usually per run, so that's 3 div profit. Only takes I can do like 5 to 8 an hour depending on how fast I go and how focused I am. And yeah, but yeah, I'll be right back, guys. All right, we are back. We have returned. Another thing, and I haven't really been saying this, but if anybody has any viewer gambas that they want me to do in terms of corruptions or identifies or whatever else, let me know. I'll do them. Regalias, Hand of Wisdom in actions, diamonds, corruptions on gear, etc. Let me know. I will pop them in and we'll see if we can get any good results. But I will suggest, as always, that if you have, for example, if you have an item, for example, that that your build relies on that you want to corrupt, I really wouldn't recommend corrupting that. All right, a few more keys. Let's see. I'm lagging a little bit. I'm disconnecting. Hello? Okay, we disconnected, but we're back. We have returned. All right, we'll scout this key out real quick. No gold keys. We do have Ornate Dagger. We do have we do have Sanguine Vial, so we are chilling. We do have Blunt Sword though, so maybe we'll try to remove that at some point. And then we definitely want to avoid cannot restore honor. Did I go over what relics are best? Yeah, I do have a video on the trials where I do go over what relics are best, but essentially it's going to depend on whether or not you're buying these keys or not. If you're buying these keys, like Test of Times, to instantly be on the last floor, you want to look for as much quantity of relics and preferably honor resistance or percent defenses. If you're using your own relic setup, movement speed is really important. Quantity of relics dropped is really important. And I recommend honor resistance or defenses. Everything else is just situational. Like if you need more boss damage, you can take boss damage relics. It sort of depends. It's can be different. We'll just go to this escape trial first. Why not? And we'll take Deceptive Mirror. We're already passing cannot restore honor, so Deceptive Mirror isn't really going to screw us, or at least hopefully it won't, unless we need to restore honor and it passes us away from that. But relics, the reason why movement speed is so good is that you're just able to complete trials a lot faster, and honor resistance helps reduce honor loss if you make a mistake or take damage, and percent defenses can do the same thing if you use an evasion setup, which is what I do. You'll notice I get hit a lot, but it doesn't actually remove my honor because I have evasion and I'm just dodging the attack. So I would recommend like at least 100% quantity of relics and then as much movement speed as you can afford, because movement speed relics are really expensive. You can also get dodge roll distance relics if you really want like a crazy setup. There are setups where you can stack like 300% movement speed with dodge roll distance and literally do a whole trial in like 10 minutes, but it's very, very expensive and not always worth it in my opinion. I'm actually not the biggest fan of reduced trap speed because it throws me off. I'm used to doing them at normal speed or twice speed. So when they move slower, I get a little thrown off. See, like, all those guys' attacks just hit me or missed me? No way, no way, no way, no way. Please don't do this. Wait, I think that still worked. I think I pulled the lever. Did I? Oh, nice. I didn't open the chest, which would have been more ideal. I just swapped to a build that looks similar to yours. Still struggling on boss kills. Do you wear the crown of eyes all the time? It depends.
I will, if the key doesn't have honor resistance on it, I will wear more evasion gear. Like I'll wear an evasion helmet and boots and a buckler until I get to the boss, and then I'll swap it out. But yeah, but it sort of depends, like whether or not I'm using evasion gear or something else. We're gonna take. Actually, you know, we could get Hairfoot. I'd have to run back through the whole trial, pick up water, and by that point, I'd already lose the value of Hairfoot. So we'll just take Moment's Peace so that we can get the next room done for free. We don't need Honor Restoration. We don't want to go down to that Gauntlet trial, but we do have Deceptive Mirror, which means that, of course, we're going to get screwed and be forced into taking Iron Manacles. Chaos Orb, nice. If you're struggling with damage with this build, it's most likely due to not having enough damage on your gloves and your rings. As long as you have gloves that have +2 melee skills and crit damage bonus, and as long as you have an amulet that has +3 melee skills and crit damage bonus, the only thing else that really affects your damage is the flat damage on your rings, as well as ingenuity. So yeah. So if you're struggling with damage, I would say it's more just, you might have just a rough passive tree, or you might have just, it could be a number of different things. I do have a build guide, and even on a budget with the build guide that I have, I was able to one-shot the boss. Sometimes with less people in the group, though, it sort of depends. How do I lock the Tangle Tongue in both slot 1 and 2? What do you mean by that? Oh, okay, so every time I swap gear sets, I do have to change it over. But I do have a second Tangle Tongue exactly like this that I use, or I used to use for that purpose. It's on a different character right now, so I would just have 2 Tangle Tongues to make my life easier. But normally you have to like swap it over. But yeah, Crown of Eyes and a good focus as well. Like this focus, for example, if I remove it, it halves my damage, so it's pretty important to have a good focus. Now, unfortunately, I have screwed myself, and I have to leave the trial to equip this focus back on. I just corrupted my gloves and turned Tier 1 Fire into Tier 1 Lightning, and now I need to buy a new focus because I have no flat fire damage for my 117% increased fire damage. That is a feels bad, man. That is very, very feels bad. But hey, at least on the bright side, you didn't brick the gloves entirely. Like, if you know what I'm saying. Like, at least they still have a Tier 1 damage on them. Lightning, obviously, I prefer fire for a few different reasons, but they all are somewhat the same at the end of the day. 2 Tangle Tongues with 25% crit. So I had this discussion earlier, but in my opinion, you really want a double socket Tangle Tongue that has really high crit chance and as close to perfect fizz as possible. The physical damage that's on a Tangle Tongue actually has a lot of value, but your crit chance doesn't really matter because your crits are forked anyways. So like even with a lesser crit chance Tangle Tongue, I'm at 93% crit chance. So yeah, like crit damage bonus, this is a global modifier. So 15%, for example, or even 12% multiplies everything in your passive tree to be that amount, right? And so it's a lot more valuable and a lot more important to have crit damage bonus, in my opinion, especially on this build, as either an implicit or through a double socket. Especially on your gloves and your amulet too, you'll really notice the difference, because the stuff in the passive tree is additive, but the stuff on your gear is multiplicative. So it's there's a noticeable difference between the two. Have I tried a Tangle Tongue with the Rage Corruption? I have not, but I would almost guarantee you that, or assure you that you are right. It's probably better for mapping. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are going to tell you that it needs a 100% crit chance, and there is reasoning behind it, but the truth is it doesn't give you as much value as you'd think, especially not when killing bosses. It might give you more value in mapping. It's going to give you a lot more value in mapping, actually, but it's going to make bossing a lot more difficult, or Pinnacle content or anything like that. See, this is why I hate slower traps. It's because on this trap specifically, you kind of have to sit here and wait. I mean, you can rush through it if you want to, but I didn't want to. We have to sell this precursor tablet. We'll see if this guy joins. Can't believe this helmet hasn't sold yet. I know it's got a bad corruption, but it's got 76 resistance, 23% rarity, max life, 470 energy shield. It's only listed for 8 div. I have a build guide on my channel. I can also send you a POB link. I'd have to open up POB and generate a new link. But I do have a build guide on the channel and like a pretty thorough explanation of why everything is the way it is. A lot of people have went in the comments and suggested different variations of the build too. You can try those out. But the variation I'm using is the original, the first variation of this build that ever was released back towards the start of the league. And for me, it's just what's worked. It's what's best. And so I've stuck with it. Oh my lord, we are getting deceptively cucked right now, excuse my language, but Deceptive Mirror is just not taking me at all to where I want to go, which is unfortunate. Okay, I'm just getting pounded by every ball. Please stop. I should have taken my time with that instead of just rushing through it. Oh my gosh. What kind of key is that there too? Probably a gold key. It is a gold key. No freaking way. Okay. Do I go back to grab it? No, because I'm taking all this damage because I have no evasion. This might be a dead run, I'm not going to lie. It's very rare that you just randomly get iron manacles, but this is what happens when you do. You get hit by every trap. You can't dodge damage that easily. We've lost 2,000 honor randomly. We could try to go... Ideally, we want this ritual because we want the merchant, which actually doesn't matter because we can't buy anything at it unless we have Babala's gift. Do we? We do not. This is unfortunate. And of course it was there in the purchase screen. So now our best bet is to just I was going to say our best bet is to restore honor, but unfortunately looks like we will not be restoring honor today. We are probably going to have a rough carry session as a result. Might only be able to actually carry a couple people. I'm going to have to put requirements on my post for the first time today. This is the first key I haven't been able to keep at max honor. But that's sort of what happens. Most of the honor I lost this run was my fault, just not paying attention or whatever else. But give me a second. I can generate a POB link if you want. Okay, there we go. We are finished. We take this silver key. We come here. We do we have honor restoration on entering a boss room? We do not, unfortunately. So we'll just step outside and oh, I do still have BRB on my screen. My apologies. I have removed it. Yeah, let me generate a POB link if I can find POB on my desktop here. Actually, let me pull up one of my older videos and find the old POB link I had. It's the same build. It's the exact same I'm using right now. I just can't find POB right now on my desktop. Come here, YouTube. My channels. Videos. I think it was in the Arbiter of Ash kill guide. Holy cow, my mic is bad in that video. Do I have a link for my build? Yes, I do. 94 AC is the POB link. Okay, here we go. I have posted the link to my build in the chat. And if you have any questions about the build, like I said, I do have a video on the build as a whole, kind of explaining it. It's not the best video. It's actually pretty bad, but it's not the worst build. I do explain a lot of things and why I do what I do. I stack life, I stack evasion over energy shield. I think energy shield on this build is really bad. You don't actually get any value out of it, especially if you're doing trials, and then the rest is pretty self-explanatory. You can basically just copy the passive tree if you want, and then like I said, 2-socket Tangle Tongue in my opinion is a lot better than Corrupted Crit Chance. Try to get one with as high phys roll as possible, even if it means losing a tiny bit of crit chance. The rest of the build, like big important factors I'd say are an amulet with +3 in crit damage and gloves with +2 in crit damage, and hopefully some added damage on the gloves as well, which can get a little bit expensive, but it happens. I'm actually going to update my TFT post and say that there is an energy shield or health requirements. And so even if you lose honor like I did in this run, you can still sell carries, but you just have to put in there, like in my trade chat message right here, you'll see I put 2,000 energy shield or HP required, because that's how much honor I've lost, right? And realistically, they actually only need about 800. But this will help weed out some of the people who are level 15 that would ask to join, and hopefully get more people who are like level 70 plus who have enough stuff to survive. Now, obviously, I'm not going to take any damage on the boss itself, and so, or at least hopefully I won't. So that doesn't really matter. Like, losing honor doesn't matter. We just want to make sure that everyone that we invite doesn't just instantly die. We just go through these channels, post our message, spam it out a little bit, hop channels, go back to channel 1. Once I reach 10, send one message in 1, and then go to 10 and work our way to 20. And I think they changed the rate at which you can send messages, because I'm getting message restricted a lot more frequently than normal the last few days. Normally I'd be able to get to like at least channel, 5 to 10 before I got restricted in that channel 3. And then hopefully these guys all do not perish. That would be ideal. Like, I can already tell you guys right now that this MBX Doom guy is just going to instantly die. And I can tell that because he has no ascendancy, which means he's probably like level 20, which means that he probably has no life or energy shield. So he'll die when we enter, but whatever. It is what it is. Unless he's like high level randomly. But these guys just don't even read. This is why I say it's so important to have full honors, because people don't even read your posts, even when you say that there's a requirement. And they'll ask to join anyways. Like, obviously I'm filling the group, but it very clearly says in all caps, 2,000 energy shield or HP required. MBX Doom will perish as soon as we enter. Guaranteed. You guys will hear, I'll turn my desktop volume up so that you can hear him go, oh. That's the sound someone makes when they die, when they enter the trials. They like moan. It's like, ugh. I'm going to be honest with you, Boogie. I'm going to have to take you next run, and the reason why is that I've lost a lot of honor this run, and so you'll just die if I go in, since you're low level. But I promise you I'll take you next run.
I'll show it to you too. This MBX Doom guy is just gonna die when I go inside, and so will Slayer, because Slayer is also level 24. They just they don't read the posts unless they've got an Astra Menace or something on. I don't know. But I paid 2 div each for these keys, so we need to make at least 2 div. Anything else beyond that doesn't really matter. We'll invite Element, Reflect, and why do you need 2,000 ES? So this run particularly, and this isn't normal, I lost a little bit of honor, and so they need it so that when they go inside, they don't die instantly. But normally you don't need that. Like 99% of the runs I don't have a requirement on. It's literally just because I've lost a lot of honor. And honor doesn't transfer percentage-wise when you go into trial. It translates number-wise. So if someone would normally have 1,000 honor when they went in the trial, and you've lost 1,000, and then they go inside, they'll die. So I'll show you right here. Like, Slayer and MBX Doom are just going to instantly die when we come in. That's why I put the requirement on, but they wanted to join anyways. As you can see, I've lost like 1,800 honor. So we come inside, and as you can see, he's laying on the ground right now. He's dead. So, but we still have 3 people, which means we'll be fine. And he's probably going to message me in a second. Okay, so he just left the group. I was going to say he's probably just going to message me in a second and say, why am I dead? Well, it's because of my post. I said 2,000 HP required. Yeah. I called it, though. I knew they were going to die. I don't mind because it means that the rest of this goes pretty smoothly. And we don't have evasion, so we have to be a little bit careful here not to get hit by attacks, because it might potentially kill people. No way, we just got a tier 0 unique. I think this one's worthless, but never gotten a tier 0 unique in 600 kills. That's pretty cool. I actually thought it was like an incense relic at first. Alright, I forgot to edit my TFT post, so I'm still receiving a couple messages. We'll say full. And we'll come back here. We have 2 Arcanists so far. Royal, Gloves, Royal. That's like 119 without a Spectrum. 119 trials. Maybe we'll get a Divine or something from these Arcanists. But of course we do not. Pretty standard. We have 9 silver keys. So we can... thankfully use those. Thank you. Thank you. We'll trade Hunt Me Crooked. Hunt Me Crocked. Thank you as well. I appreciate it. And Element Reflect. The names this time were a little bit boring. Sometimes people have really creative names, but these names were pretty standard. Thank you very much, sir. And we'll just come through here and we'll open some Silver Royal caches. And we'll drop the rubies, because rubies are worthless. But the good thing is we still made money that run regardless, so I'm not too beat up over it. Over those 2 dying. I could have made more money for sure. When you have no evasion, it can be a little bit rough, because if you do get hit on the boss fight, it does a lot of damage. But normally you don't get hit with evasion. Alright, back to town we go. Yeah, I got you. I'm going to load the next key up right now. I'll try to get to the boss with full honor. I'm using a new supplier for my keys, and I'm kind of experimenting a little bit. So that was a rough last run. We got a bit unlucky with the afflictions, and that was sort of the outcome of it. I do want to look at this bow, though. I'm pretty sure this bow is like 1 div, maybe, if even. It's actually less than a div. I can't believe this showed up like a tier 0. It's not. It's min rolled. Low mana regen. We'll have to quality it, sock it, and corrupt it, and hope for something good. Now, fortunately, I don't think that these can really brick, which is good. We'll take a look at all the jewels, vendor them all off for 100 gold apiece. Evasion rating, I guess, could be good. That's bad. Kind of 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 bad. They're all bad. Chances are this one is also bad. Yes, it is. But we will corrupt this bow. Maybe we hit some crazy corruption on it or something that makes it worth more than it is now. 12 to 18 fire damage. Probably not worth that much. But I guess we could list it anyways for like a div and see what happens. You never know. Alright, time to go back to the trials. Yeah, it should only take me like 5 or 10 minutes to get to the boss again. And I will take you. And like I said, hopefully this run goes fine. I'll try to use the better of the 2 keys that I have. This one has Hairfoot. This one has... Yeah, they're both about the same. Okay, well, Spiked Exit doesn't really matter because it just doesn't really matter. Chalice Escape, like, Chalice is probably safer. We can go to the Hourglass. Does this key have any Sacred Water on it? It does not. We don't need to restore Honor or anything crazy, so we'll just go Escape. And, we do have Hairfoot, so this one should be pretty nice to complete. I really like Hairfoot, but it's you don't get it on every key all the time. You can if you make your own keys. It's pretty easy, but not everybody makes it. I don't really know why people don't try to prioritize it, because it's very overpowered if you're making these or just running them yourself. It's really freaking OP to have double movement speed almost. There's a gold key. Maybe we'll get a Spectrum Cache on our 120th run. Dry in a row. So we have a couple choices here. We could go to the bottom gauntlet. But if we go to the bottom gauntlet, the thing is that we only have one choice for a room. So since they're both the same and they both give the same reward, we go to the one that gives us the most options afterwards, if that makes sense. And then you guys will see this time I can just basically run through these without worrying about taking damage. Whereas last run where I had Iron Manacles, you just get hit by those no matter what. I will look at the afflictions really quick. Looks like we don't really have any terrible afflictions that are going to make our run really hard. We do have Enfeeble, which kind of sucks, but Enfeeble is not bad by itself. Just like Blunt Sword isn't bad by itself. They start being really bad when you have multiple of them. Like when you have Enfeeble with Blunt Sword, with Spiked Shell or whatever, gives monsters more max life. So again, we could go Escape or Chalice. I'm just going to go Chalice because they're a bit easier. Well, Escape's actually a little bit easier with Hairfoot, but it's a little bit specific. Go here, we blast that guy, we come down here, we come back up here. Blast all this. Pick that up, because why not? And we continue on. And we got a gold royal. I ignore those if they're royal. Or, yeah, we'll take ritual. My current crit chance is 92% after forking. It's like 73% base. So I'll just show you on Rake we have 72% and then effective chance of 92. So that basically means that if I'm killing a boss, only 8 out of every 100 times that I'm killing it, I'm actually going to not kill it or not crit it. And you can just use Rake again if that happens. Rake is your first ability that you use to damage the enemy because of Heartstopper and all the modifiers on it. And so, yeah. Took a little bit of damage there, but nothing too bad. And I think this one bugged out. There's got to be another rare here. Like down there. This is one of those rooms where you only kill like one rare and you complete it. We are going to take this pledge here and see if we can remove Enfeeble. Sanguine Vial is actually really good. Makes all monsters, including bosses, have 30% less life. So we'll take that and we'll just take Red Smoke because at this point there's only a few rooms left anyways. Sir Pat is sending me a friend request. I guess we'll just accept him, why not? We have a couple options here. We could just go for the gold key, open some more chests at the end of this run. Doesn't really matter. Either way, the loot from chests is like 90% of the time bad. That's 99% of the time. Especially with all the changes they've made and just the state of everything right now. I have to wait for that attack to bounce. Fortunately, I took a little bit of damage, but it should be fine. And unfortunately, we're not able to restore any honor. And we do have restore honor on entering a boss room. So as long as I don't take too much damage right here, I should be able to have full honor going into the boss fight, which is ideal. I'll be able to bring Boogie with no problem. And we will be chilling. We will be extra chilling, actually. Very cool. We will go into the boss room. We'll restore that honor. We'll go back to town. This will save the relic in progress at the boss. We can go back and re-enter the boss room. And yeah. We'll make another TFT post. Boogie, I will invite you to the group. And we can go from there. And hopefully we get an incense relic this run. That would be absolutely sick. And I will start posting in trade chat as well because TFT has been a little bit dead recently. You still need your ascendancy points, right, Boogie? Because I noticed that you are ascended, but you may have also just done the first trial yourself. Nice, nice. I appreciate you taking the initiative to do the first couple trials yourself. It doesn't matter whether you do or don't, but yeah, the trials, in my opinion, they're fun. They're the most fun thing in the entire game. This guy said, "Do I need HP or something?" I told him no, and then he left. What a weirdo. I think we're full, though. Sir Pat is also joining. Bloody Rabbit. Unfortunately, I cannot invite or take with this run. Who is Sir Pat? Whose friend is that? If it's your friend, Boogie, I don't mind taking them. Or if they're a viewer. But I don't remember inviting him. Or maybe I did. I don't remember. Maybe it's Richisti's friend. If Bloody Rabbit is your friend, Bloody Boogie, I will take him as well. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's the Richisti's friend. And that Richiste invited him and then left, I think is what happened. I guess I told him I'd take him next run, last run, and he waited for me to post, and then I didn't take him. But it wasn't intentional. I just had a lot of people message me after I filled the group, so I wasn't sure. We loaded up, though. We power through. Bing, bop, boom, bam. We pop this boss, and we get the Incense Relic. Boom. On like our 600th trial. Boom. Alright. Never lucky. We haven't even seen like base relics in a while, unfortunately. We've gotten one base relic today in like 15 trials with 100% plus relic quantity. And this will be like our 120th, I think, without a Spectrum cache. Something like that. Oh well, it is what it is. We'll open some Arcanist. Maybe we get a Divine. Royal? Gold Royal? Gold Arcanist? Oh, I can't actually open it. Boogie, don't worry about it. I do not charge viewers. So you are all good to go, my friend. I appreciate you tuning in and watching this stream. It means a lot to me. We'll trade Sir Pat. Thank you very much. The Sicky, thank you. And Rex, thank you very much. So that key costed 2. We made 4. The first one costed 2. We made 1 or 3. So far we've spent 4 and we've made 7. It's not the best, but not the worst. And we unfortunately have not gotten any good relics or anything today. Or any good drops, any jewels or anything at all. We're going to go back to the Ardawa Caravan. And yeah, we're going to see how this rolls and how it goes. All the gems are atrocious. That one, like, it would really have to roll something really good. As, okay, this one could be promising. That could be promising. Chances are it's going to brick, but you never know. And this one, too, is, like, a good start, but we need to Chaos Orb something on it and then maybe get some other good rolls. This is actually really good. Effective notable passive skills and radius is, like, one of the best modifiers a Sapphire can get. And we also have chance to inflict ailments, attack damage, poison on hits. Maybe that could be worth something. I don't know. We'll just slam all this. That one obviously not that good. This one obviously not that good. So we will slam all these, preferably without looking at them, just to build up the suspense. I'm not going to read what they say yet. I think I saw a crossbow or something on that one, though, which is unfortunate. Okay, so magnitude of poison bricked. Effect of notable passive skills and radius also bricked, but what we can do on this one is we can fracture it, and we missed the effect of notable passive skills, so that's a brick. This one is also a brick. Oh, this one got effect. Wait, this one's not too bad. Wait, this one's also not too bad. We may have actually made some money today. I know that attack speed with spears is not preferred, but might be able to sell this one for a div. This one, bricked. So we got two that were pretty good. This one is effective, notable, passive skills and radius, as well as magnitude of ailments. There's only one on the market for one div, listed 3 days ago, and yeah, this is a nice one. This is like, I don't know, probably 3 div maybe. So that's pretty cool. And this one will list for 1 div. It's called PoE Overlay. So if you just search PoE Overlay, it'll pop up, and you just download it. It's an Overwolf extension, so you have to download Overwolf 2. And it's not the best, it's not the most reliable, but it just helps give me an idea how to quickly price check items. All you do is you press like Alt plus E while hovering over something, and you can highlight the modifiers that are not on an item to do a live search, and you can also additionally change the values of these modifiers. So this will show you every item that is equal to or better than your item. So sometimes you have to lower values to get an idea of what your item is actually worth, because chances are if you price check something for a certain amount, it's not actually going to sell for that amount, because what you're seeing are results that are better than that and not worse, or not the same or worse. And we're popping another key in, and then maybe we'll do some Gambas. Maybe we'll go and power out the trials or something. Or not the trials, the Arbiter. We'll kill the Arbiter a few more times. I don't know. We killed him like 15 times earlier. We didn't get a Shrine Scepter or anything. So right here we have All-Seeing Eye, but it's a little bit distracting to have All-Seeing Eye, because I'm probably not just going to plan it out, but we do have minions up here deal less damage, and we have 50% reduced effects. So we want to skip this or avoid it, and we want to avoid this as well. So we also want to avoid monsters having increased max life. So I'm thinking that the best plan of attack here is to just go along the bottom. If we lose honor, we can path towards this chalice and this right there. Yeah, there's other price checkers and other stuff that you can use as well. You'll probably price check a lot of stuff too that shows no results, and what that just means is that you either have to lower the values to see if someone just has a different variation of the item you have. Sometimes it also means that you're the only one with the item in the game, but nothing will ever be more reliable than like using the trade website itself. And just using weighted sums and thresholds for values. But it takes a while to learn how to do some of that and do it. Maybe someone kind enough can give me a few level 3 support gems for 1 exalted. If any of you want to help that guy out, definitely. His name is Main Thornworm. I would help him out, but I am busy. I am preoccupied getting an incense relic. God, I love Lightning Spear. Like, I'm just killing stuff that I can't even see with it. It's so overpowered. And mine's not even that good. Like, it barely does any damage. It's just such an effective ability. Okay, so like I said, we want to avoid monsters that have more max life. We're just kind of speeding through these rooms. These keys are pretty good, so the types of runes don't really matter. Yes, sir. Yes, it is. Very expensive. They used to only be like 1 divine. If you were looking to get one and you couldn't afford it, I would recommend running the Trial of Chaos. The Trial of Chaos is actually a lot easier than the Trials of Sekhmet. It's just not really that profitable. You have to get good soul cores or like kill the boss and get an adorned that also rolls well for it to be worth anything. So I sort of stay away from the Trials of Chaos. It's a really good option towards the start of the league if you're looking to get your Ascendancy, because it's a lot easier than the Trial of Sekhmet. There's no honor. You can just basically reset until you get good afflictions, because you have to pick an affliction every time. But some of the ones that you can pick are just really bad or really hard to deal with, and some are really easy. And you can get runs that are very easy, and you can get runs that are near impossible. But as a whole, it's pretty easy. Some of the bosses can be difficult, though. Like the bird boss that flies up in the air. God, that boss one-shot me like 100 times this league. When I was trying to do my Ascendancy before I had any gear. Alright, we'll go up to here, because I'm going to work my way towards the merchant. We do have Sanguine Vial, but we don't have Ornate Dagger. But we also don't have any bad afflictions, and so Ornate Dagger doesn't really matter. Nothing really matters at this point other than us having full honor when we get to the boss. And we just lost a little bit of honor there, which is why we went the direction that we did. And, yeah. And we get additional honor restoration from using the shrine, and also just in general. I have a couple people messaging me. We'll have to... we will have to get them into the group. I guess I'll go back through and look at some of my old messages and see who asked to come earlier and invite some of them. I haven't been doing that today, but normally I do. Like, normally I'll go through all my messages every time. If someone asks for a carry and I wasn't able to carry them, I will invite them later. But I've been getting so many messages today for carries that it's hard to do that. Like, this guy wants to come, but he's going to have to wait. We can restore honor, thankfully, at the merchant up here. We do have plenty of sacred water. We might even get Ornate Dagger. Okay, we actually got something insane. We got Moment's Peace, which is insane. And then obviously right here. Okay, what is still hitting me? This is stuff following me through. Just a little tip, if you notice this, increased honor restored, buy this before you restore honor. You can thank me later. We also can restore honor on entering the boss room, so we'll do that just to put ourselves at full honor. And then we'll portal to town. We're going to wait to invite anyone until after we restore honor. And the reason why... do not want to go to my guild hideout. We're going to wait to invite people until we get back to the trials so that it doesn't mess up the instance. Alrighty, sir. We'll invite you, I guess, and we'll invite Emrys. And we'll post on TFT, and then we'll post in trade chat as well. So boom, there's my trade chat, or my TFT, which you guys can't see, but it is on TFT, and then I'll copy my trade chat message. And we will start posting. And like I said, if you guys are watching the stream and you need or want your 4th Ascendancy, I will take you for free. Just let me know. Send me a message in game at FearlessXD or post in the chat. But the group is filling quick. Might have to be next run. He said, I have me and 2 others I'll pay 8 div for. Okay, we'll do that. 8 div. Someone was not able to join, so we'll have Big Mjolnir join as well as his 2 friends for 8 div. That's the most anyone's ever offered me for a trial carry before, but I guess we'll take it. I mean, he probably struggles to find a group for him and his friends. Just because most people don't have... Hopefully these guys don't rip me off. I'll have to make shorts or something. I doubt he's going to actually pay 8 div, though. It's too good to be true. That's like 3 times more than anyone in the entire game is asking for. But 8 div for him and 2 friends would be insane. T16 maps, experience gain, and delirium, 12 for 30 div. This guy's out of his mind. All good, sir. I can't wait that long, though. If this guy takes like 5 minutes for his friend, I'm going to have to kick him and his other friend. Or just start without him for now and take him next run. But that'll be like 10 div for this run. The last fart bender. So we have Big Mjolnir with the last fart bender and his friend Kaminira. The last fart bender. No way. It looks like they're all level 29, so they must be playing together, which is pretty sick. Pretty sick. Can't believe he's offering to pay 8 div, though. I really feel unethical taking 8 div for this. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Grown man's gotta eat, you know? All right, I feel like these guys are joshing my tots because they're taking a little bit long. The last fart bender is not really joining up. Might be slowing me down a little bit. Might be trying to sabotage my business. But it's okay. It's all okay. Okay, there we go. Now he is coming. Now we can start, but I am lagging, disconnecting a little bit. Just need him to teleport to me. Okay, well, of course, I lost connection there. We are getting DDoSed, and it is not looking too good. But thankfully he's here. Thankfully we can start the trials. Sorry if the stream just cut out for a second. Have them come inside and the last fart bender. I normally don't like keeping people waiting that long, but it happens. It is what it is. Wait here, please. I will let you know when to enter, sirs. If anything goes wrong, I will reset, so do not panic. He goes, that was hella fast. No, we were already at the boss before you joined, and you took 10 minutes to join. I could have already killed the boss and been back at the boss again, but we're not. It's all good, though. I don't mind, like I said. We're making 10 div from this run. It's the most I've ever made from one trial run. That name, though. Last fart bender, no way. Easy money. Never, ever lucky. Never lucky. Did we get a Spectrum, or are we 121 dry for a Spectrum? That's the question of the day. We are 121 dry for a Spectrum cache, but we did get an Amulet cache, which is kind of cool. Maybe we get something good. It's pretty rare to see like an Amulet cache. Some Arcanist caches, maybe we get something good. But otherwise, we will just trade these guys. We'll start with Chaos Live and then Piancha, because the last three are in a group together. Thank you very much, sir. Bianca? Yeah, I've been having a lot of issue with the PoE servers recently, but I also have Wi-Fi issues, so that could, most of the time, that's the lag. He says, who do I pay? We'll trade him. I feel like you could join trials and just like trade people and get them to pay you as not the person who's in charge. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody just throws the money in the trade and accepts it. They probably don't even look who it is trading them. Like, you could probably just join a carry group and trade people and get payment as a carry. And then go, oops, my bad. I did not know. I'm sorry. Then you just change your name and do it again. No, I'm just kidding. That would be a messed up way to make money, but it would be kind of funny. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. Right? Like, I'd be low-key, like, I wouldn't even be mad if someone did that in my group. Like, if they collected payment and then left, I would just laugh. I've done so many of these trials, and I've never seen that before. But what I can say is that I've done... That's 121 trials. Oh my gosh, I also missed a time loss cache. No way. Can I get a gold key? Or can I get a... Can we open Mysterious and get a gold key? No, we cannot. And unfortunately, it's not looking too good for us. Any more Mysterious? Oh well. Our last time loss caches were good, so chances are these ones would have been bad. And somehow we don't have any silver Mysterious caches. I don't know how or why or when I ended up in this position that I'm in. But I'm starting to feel distant again. Thank you very much, Piancha and boys. 10 div for one trial carry run. 8 div from one guy. Huh. Never had that much before. And he's not even watching the stream, I don't think. I think he was just saw my post on TFT and wanted him and all his friends to come. Which is normally really hard to get done. But hey, they can get back to mapping together. They can all play together. I was going to tell him 3 is fine, but he was adamant on the 8. So we take 8 and we're happy with it. 10 div. Wait. Oh, I already deposited them. I looked at my inventory and I was like, where is all my currency at? Alright, these amulets better be good because I chose to open these instead of anything else. And so far, we're off to a really weak start. So that as well. Attack damage, poison on hit, bad, bad. Chaos damage, bad. Minions, bad, bad. 9% increased effective wither. I'm pretty sure it has to be max rolled to be good. Lightning damage, attack speed with bows could be good. I don't know if magnitude of ignite is good or not. I know there's builds that use ignite, but I just say screw it. And then damage and attack speed with quarterstaffs could also be good. So we'll slam all these. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, well, we got 1 dub so far, I saw. We got energy shield. Or no, that was stun threshold. I saw energy shield. Minions, minion. Okay, well, this isn't that bad, is it? Minions, minions withered. 4 chaos. These are also all very low rolled, so okay. Could be worth like a div, but I don't want to overprice it. Critical hit chance, damage with spears, damage with an active charm. Believe it or not, damage with an active charm is actually really good, but because if you're mapping, you always have an active charm. But with that being said, this one is probably worthless. We could list it for like 10 chaos if we wanted to. This one we could chaos orb. Or no, which one can we chaos orb? Not that one. Nice. 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 That's exactly what we just wanted to happen. The ailments, I don't know about. But the rest of these three, this is like one div. One div. Try to hit the pin build up on this one. Unfortunately, we bricked it. Lightning damage, damage with spears. Actually, I fixed this one, so we could try chaosing it. We need to get the mana recovery or the pin buildup off. Days buildup. And it's doomed. And then this one, obviously, we just want to hit like another lightning or quarterstaff modifier. But looks like that's not going to happen, and it is worthless. So we can destroy it. And then the amulets here, one of these looked really good. Like this one, if I rolled +3 levels on it, and we got +30 strength, unfortunately. This one, crit chance, fire res, yeah, bad. This one, obviously bad. So these two are bad. This one might be worth like a div because it's got a shit ton of attributes, as well as some evasion percent, tier 1 energy shield, and like T5 energy shield. This one will list for a div. Meh. List this one for 10 chaos. And this one is actually really good for a bow build. So we'll list it for like a div. But the rest is pretty bad. We'll sell those. Come here to our currency tab. Bang, 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 boom. Imagine having friends to map with. I feel you on that. I feel you. Wait, what? Okay, this guy's out of his mind. I sold an exact wand like this for 200 div. This is an insane wand. He's saying 50 div for it. I'll buy it any day of the week. I'll give him something I have on. That's an insane wand. I need 25 divines immediately. This is like a mere tier wand. All you'd have to do is get that extra cold off of there for something else. It depends on the type of relic you're looking for. So move speed and quantity of relics can only... Yeah, you are not wrong, sir. Yeah. Yeah, you are not wrong. Honestly, I only got 25, but if I had 50, it would be yours in a heartbeat. Let me see if I have anything. Yeah, I don't know if this is like worth it. Right? But this is insane. Like, is it not? It T1 crit, +5 lightning, T1 extra fire, T1 extra lightning. I mean, tell me this is not insane. Yeah, I will pay you back. I need to buy this immediately. And the best thing is, okay, I will buy for 50. I'll give you collateral or something, Ephemera. I will pay you back. I swear on my life. There's no way this guy's selling this one for 50 div. Right? Because I sold a wand exactly like this, but it had cast speed on it. It had cast speed instead of crit damage bonus, and it was for 200 div, and it was literally the exact same wand with less crit chance. So I think I buy it for 50. I pay you back. Eventually, we'll run some more trials. I will give you some collateral to hold on to. See, this is why I said earlier, it was unfortunate that only have 21. Wait, but I have some Chaos Orbs. Wait, okay, let me see. 21 plus 25 is 46, so I need to get like 2 div. Is it still available? I don't plan on selling. I've been farming for Temporalis, and I'd like to use it. Let me see if he even still has it. I'll just give you like a Clondra's Touch and a Vase Relic to hold on to, and I'll get the money back and pay you back. I could sell this ring too or something. I don't know. Mr. Steal Yo Vol. I don't think he's actually selling it for that much, so I think he's trolling. In which case... Yeah, I think he's just trolling. There's no way he was selling that one for 50 div. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. He said, I appreciate it, but I was just trying to prove a point. Oh, I thought you were selling it for 50 div. Oh. Darn. Darn. Yeah, that's like a 400 plus div wand. Holy cow. If I was able to buy that for 50 from him, I would have lost my mind, because I would have actually kept it and used it later. I'm 99% certain that this is like the wand that I made, though, that I sold. I'll wait till I get at least 1-2x. Okay, well... Alright. We'll try to talk him out of it. Well, I'll be honest. If it was T1 crit bonus or T or cast speed, I'd pay that. I sold the one I made myself that I spent 1,500 div on for only 200 div. It was relatively the same as yours. Never lucky is right. Back to the trials. Back to the trials. Oh, well. Yeah, hold on to your divines. I don't want to... I would have... yeah, that would have been insane. But yeah, we'll be nice to him. 50 div, though. Holy cow, what a wand for only 50 div. I think he was just trying to, like, prove a point to his friends or something. I don't know. Can I have fun with this on a budget, or do I need a 500 div bow? I don't know, bro. You probably need a 500 div bow. It's a quiver with no bonuses on it. Anyways, time to go back to trade and look for more test of times. I will actually put these up on the screen while I'm going through and buying these, and yeah. So, unfortunately, if we go to trade here, I'll pull up my... Unfortunately, the price of these, even today, has, like, doubled. They were 1 divine earlier, and now they're 30 chaos each, and these are horrible. If you're watching this, do never buy from this guy. Like, this is a horrible key for the price he's asking for. It literally has nothing on it. It's got 1 million boons, but I don't know. Maybe the boons are worth it, but it's got no honor resistance, no quantity of relics, nothing. Do not buy a key like that. This is the best one on there right now. Listed 6 minutes ago, but it has iron manacles on it. Maybe we'll do some iron manacles. Fun. Every other key is going to be like 2 div. They are all super expensive right now. I was going to buy some from this guy earlier, but he went AFK. This is really good quantity of relics. The movement speed's nice, but the rest of the key, like spiked shell, is a little bit rough too. But it does have Hornet Dagger. Maybe we'll buy one from him and just see how it goes. We'll buy one, see how it goes. I just had a Heroic Tragedy Timeless Jewel, and I don't really understand what it does. Okay, so the Heroic Tragedy Time Lost Jewel, I'll show you in a second. It modifies passives in your tree to affect or to be different. So it depends on which of the 3 that it rolls as, whether it's Olroth, Varana, or the other one. And it also depends the number that's rolled. So some Time Lost Jewels or Timeless Jewels are worth a lot because of how they interact with the passive tree, but I couldn't tell you which ones are worth more than others. There is like kind of a standard set price. Chances are if you post it and it gets sold, like someone messages you in a heartbeat, it's way underpriced because some of them are really good. But I'll show you what it does in a second here. Okay, this is not good. This guy's an Infernalist. Chances are this key's bricked. If that's the case, I'm putting him on ignore and we'll never run another key again. He also screwed me over because he put me in this place. This is the most troll place to ever put anybody. All right. Okay, but I can tell. Yeah, so Varana is the best one. Varana is the best one to get, and then the number also determines its value, but I couldn't tell which ones are worth. Couldn't tell you which ones are worth a lot and which ones aren't. But I'll show you what it does. I'll log into another character I've got where I use one. And I'll log into my attribute stacker actually and show you just a little bit of what it does. Because there are a few builds in this game that use this gem, and some of them can be worth like 100, 200 div, but it's really rare. Sort of depends, but Varana is the most expensive one, so that's a good start. You made a couple divs at least. It's not as expensive as it was last league, but this is the gem right here. So for example, this is Chaos Inoculation right here, and normally Chaos Inoculation says maximum life is 1, immune to chaos damage. When you put this Heroic Tragedy in there, which this one's Varana, it changes all of the passives. So you'll see here, this is +5, and this is recover 3% of maximum mana. If we put this gem in here, it totally changes those. So now this is 40% armor and 10% cold res, and this is gain no inherent bonus from strength, 1% increased energy shield per 2 strength. So I'm stacking attributes on this character, so this actually gives me like 300% increased energy shield. But depending on where it's at in the tree, it'll do different things. So the most expensive one that you can get is the one that you put right here, and it changes all of these nodes to be % increased lightning damage or gain extra damage as lightning damage. So if you put it into the tree right here and it changes the nodes around it to affect lightning damage and give you increased lightning damage or anything like that, it's worth a lot. You can see Varana is 5 div minimum. There are some that are listed for 10, some that go all the way up to 500 div. So again, it sort of depends. These were only like 2 div before. It depends on what it actually does in your tree, and you'd have to sort of see. Some do more than others, some do less than others, and as you can see here, there are ones for all different prices. If we set this to 0, you'll see the cheapest one is 4 div. So you have a guaranteed 4 div and then more depending on whether or not it's good. But again, I couldn't really tell you if it's worth anything or not right off the top of my head. Yeah, so those ones can be really good. The one that I have, for example, is the one that I have does give some lightning and cold damage. but you want like a majority of the nodes to be increased to lightning. So what you can do is you can always post in like TFT and C. But yeah, what I would recommend is post it for like, I don't know, maybe expensive 70, 80 div, maybe more, maybe less. And then if no one messages you, just lower the price. You might have to like sell it on TFT because no one really knows what it does until you put it in your passive tree. And so if you put it in your passive tree and you take a picture of all the nodes it affects and post it on TFT, you're going to probably grab someone's attention a bit more. It's literally the only item in the entire game that you actually have to use something like TFT to sell. Because it is kind of complex, and depending on which ones you have, it impacts it differently. But yeah, that's a sick drop to get. Grats. You won the 1 in 3. You got the expensive one. The real question is, though, am I going to die immediately when I enter this test of time? Yeah, no problem. Like I said, I don't know all the exact values of each number on the jewel, so I can't really help with 100% price checking it, but hopefully that helps a little bit. All right. Let's see. We have Hourglass, Ritual. Let's look at our afflictions. Monsters have more max life. Monsters do more damage. We have Hairfoot, and we also have Ornate Dagger. So we could go to Gauntlet, and then we could go to... or actually, we could do Gauntlet, and then Ritual, and then Chalice. And what this will do is we'll be able to restore our honor. We'll be able to potentially remove some of the bad afflictions we have. And, yeah, hopefully we'll be chilling. I think this key has Iron Manacles on it, if I remember correctly. No, it doesn't. Did it have quantity of relics dropped, though? I can't remember. I think it did. Traps are slower. Too bad I'm not. Oh my gosh, we have Spiked Exit too, with no honor resistance. I was not paying attention to that. That is not good. And then I think we want this Ritual Trial. That's what we wanted. I forgot to check before we couldn't see anymore. And then I think we go straight after this. But yeah, Spiked Exit's dealing a lot of damage. It's going to do like 1,000 more damage to me. So hopefully we could remove that, or Spike Shell or Honed Claws. And we actually can't. And we can't even restore honor without removing Ornate Dagger. And it's not worth taking the boon because 517 damage without any honor resistance is just 500 honor taken. If you have honor resistance, you can take that and take damage. If it said like remove 3 afflictions and take damage, I would have done it, but it's too risky since I'm already going to be taking a lot of damage from Spiked Exit. And this is another bugged room where I only killed half the rares and it's still finished anyways. More restore honor. Hopefully we don't get like blunt sword. Okay, man, come on. Like, what is this? We have not been doing too hot today. We'll go Gauntlet Chalice. Actually, we'll go Hourglass Chalice. No, we'll go Gauntlet Chalice. Okay, but you can't tell me that's not rigged. Like, everybody watching just saw that. I literally said, hopefully it's not blunt sword. Boom, blunt sword. Like, okay, game. I forgot, we need to pick up an incense relic at some point too, as our lucky incense relic. My god. Alright, powering through. I hate reduced traps. This is so annoying because I can't just power through it. I have to actually think about it. Spiked Exit, really punishing us. Water Fountain, pretty useless. We've got 2,000 water. 50% reduced honor restored would not be ideal when we are taking damage from Spiked Exit. and when we have no honor resistance. Did get a gold key though, that's nice. Powering through and just beating these guys up. Come on, sir. I'm gonna need you to die. Apparently we missed one. Don't know how, don't know where. But he is over here. And we got another gold key, nice. And an urn relic. We are chillin'. We are vibing. Purchase items. Oh, these both kind of suck, but we can restore honor at least. And we'll go to Gauntlet. Maybe we get something crazy here. Another merchant would be nice, but I don't think we can get 2 back to back. Okay, thankfully that didn't actually hit me. Another sacred water fountain. At least we'll be able to exchange these. How are you doing, Daniel? How is your day, brother? Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you are chilling. We're almost at the boss, so if anybody in the stream needs their 4th ascendancy points or whatever else, let me know. I will take you for free. I only take 1 or 2 people per run because I got to be able to pay for the keys, but I will take you free of charge. Oh my gosh, I almost just lost all my honor right before the boss there. We do have another merchant though. Give me something good and it's all useless, whatever. We're full honor though, nothing to worry about going into the boss, carrying people. I'm going to post on TFT. I'm going to post and trade, and hopefully we fill the group. This will be like our, I don't know, done like 10 or 15 of these today. Maybe more, maybe less. Not too sure. Good. I am glad that you are doing well, Daniel. Oh, shoot. 3 slot coming in from TFT. Very nice. Yes, I have room. Yes, I have room. Invite your friends. I think it's possible for me to do this with a warrior totem build. I can kill the boss in 6 seconds. It all depends. You'd really have to try. Evasion really only matters if you are taking damage. Like if you're able to get to the boss with full honor, you don't need evasion. So that's the first thing. Evasion is really just to help you prevent taking damage and losing honor. Because if you're carrying people, you really want to have max honor, just because if you don't, there's going to be people who join the group who die from honor loss, because honor is not transferred percentage-wise. When someone joins, whatever honor you've lost, they will lose too. And if they only have like a potential maximum of 1,000 honor and you've lost 1,000, they will essentially die. So that's the thing with evasion. If you're getting to the end and you have full honor, you don't need to worry about that. If you're able to kill the boss in 6 seconds, that's perfectly fine. You should be able to bring a few people with at a minimum, but it does depend. Sometimes when you get the Complex of Time ability, if you get that ability, you might have to reset, because depending on the afflictions and the boons, it might just kill you. So just a little note. Sorry, fool. Let all these guys know we're full, and then we'll wait for Smoking Chaos to invite his friends. Now, I'm not going to give him too long. He's not got that long to respond. But yeah, you'll have to kind of play around with it, Daniel, a little bit. You might have to try just bringing one person for one run. And if you're able to kill the boss just fine, then you try bringing 2. Pay attention to your afflictions and boons throughout the way. Yeah, I do. So I have a video, Trials of Sekimus, on my channel. It's for this build specifically that I'm running, but the ideas and the principles still apply the same. So, and what I mean by that is that what I mean by it applying the same is that all this stuff that I talk about in that video is all the same, but you don't need evasion if you're good enough or skilled enough or you're able to get to the boss with no damage taken. And even then, you're still able to kill the boss even if you've lost honor. You know, and you're still able to carry people. You just won't be able to carry as many people because you'll have people who join that are level 15 and 20 who just don't have enough honor to survive. I need these 3 guys to teleport to me. Smoking Chaos left, I guess. Not too sure why. So we will invite this guy here. Huge ass tits or whatever. Small tits, huge tits. He said his friends are Buns and Langanimbo. Okay, cool. We'll head on in here. We are ready to go. Yeah, it's kind of a long vid. Brisbee Gaming will accept this. It's kind of a long vid, but the principles and the ideas are still the same, and I do give some tips and sort of tricks on how to complete the trials a lot faster and how to go about handling some of the rooms as well. Yes, sir. Yes. I just need these people to come inside. Come inside. Oh, that's you. Nice. Yeah, I guess I didn't put 2 together. Brisbane the 3rd. Yeah, don't laugh at my level. Trials don't really give XP, and this is all I've done this league, so I'm only level 95. All right, here we go. Zorak, the Temporal. Boom, earn relic. I kind of want to corrupt my Temporalis and stuff now. $96. Easy game, easy money. Oh, I got baited by that dink. Thought I may have finally gotten the incense relic. See what caches we're working with. This is 122 with no spectrum. We do have an Arcanist. Maybe we get a div. Nope. Never lucky. I'll just open all the royals. Thank you. Stock and small. Small tits, huge hits. Why does it censor? Oh, small tits, huge hits. I see. I was wondering why it censored the first part, but not the end. And thank you very much as well, Zeus. He goes, best corruption, 15 div. I kind of want to Gambas some of these, because I heard earlier that you can get one that's chaos. Who knows? Maybe we could get something good. Screw this ruby. Arcanist, give me a div. Okay, I'll take a chaos orb. I'm fine with that. So, like, this guy just messaged me and said he forgot to change his ascendancy. That's no big deal. I'll take him on the next run for free. And, yeah, we'll just handle that situation that way. Like I said, if people mess up, I don't make them pay twice or pay at all. Like, I just offered him his money back. Would this be doable? Yes. Those are one of the... I know who that came from. Yes. Yeah. I don't normally like running them without honor resist. I don't know if companion damage is good or not, to be honest. This is a really good gem right now. It would need a couple more good rolls to actually be good, but... Life on kill is not the worst. Stun recently. Boom, boom. Chaos. Lightning damage. Freeze buildup. Pretty bad. Cast speed. Minion accuracy. Pretty bad. Energy shield. Could be good. Minions. Quantity of keys. Relics. That's 2 Desperate Alliances today. Okay. These are both bricked. I'm fine with that, because we still have a couple more to work with. Minions, that could be good. Nice. This is good. This is a very good gem. Would be a lot better if we hit another minion roll. Boom. Okay, spell damage. We'll take it. Like a Lich could use it or something. Magnitude of ailments. Critical damage bonus. This is worth a few chaos, but I'm too lazy to sell it, so we'll destroy it. This one is crit damage, bonus, elemental damage. So I could Chaos Orb this one, and if I hit like crit chance or something on it, it would be worth a decent amount. We bricked it. That's fine. And this one here is very good. Very, very good. Yeah, 1 div minimum with spell damage on it. Probably still a div. I will have this guy give me a key, just so I can kill this boss. I don't normally take stuff from other people, but since I am giving it to him for free this time, I will just give it to him. And this one has no honor resistance or anything on it, so... But yeah, I'm going to put my evasion gear on for this just so I don't mess it up. And we'll put this ring on as well. And we'll put those in the inventory. All right, we have, holy cow, 8,000 sacred water. Wow. And we definitely want to take this gauntlet trial to begin with. And the reason why is that we have a 50-50 with fickle blessings of the wind to remove the iron manacles, which will make this room just a lot more doable, or this run. We have no honor resistance, so if we do get hit in this room, it's going to be really punishing. And then we still have to hit the 50-50 after, but hopefully we are able to do so. See, like, I think Wind Dancer just killed everything there, but that's not always the case. And I'm going to take my time with this. Traps are moving slower. We'll just be careful just so I don't take damage, and then got to preemptively throw a spear up these stairs in case anything's there so that we can kill it. But other than that, we come here, boom, we will cleanse and gain. Nice. We cleansed iron manacles, which is exactly what we wanted. So now we have plenty of gold keys, we have plenty of water, we have plenty of honor, so it doesn't really matter what we do. We just want to go to the easiest rooms for sure. I'm really happy that we were able to remove iron manacles. That was like the best possible outcome for this key. Shouldn't have a problem completing it anymore. Should go pretty smoothly and be very nice. It should show you, but it might show up the weapon set 2 by default is what my gear might be on. Staunching Charm. I knew I heard or saw something weird drop. I think these are worth a couple chaos. Could be wrong, but I'll take a look at the POB, but I only use one weapon set. Like the other one just has the buckler in it. Do I know much about Flicker Strike builds? No, I know that it's very strong. It's probably stronger than this Blood Mage build, but I also know that it is very expensive. Like a +3 Flicker Strike gem is like 500 div or something like that. Maybe the price went down, but it was like 500 div. I know that it's very strong, but I don't know much about it. You'd have to look up like a video or a build guide. I watched a video on it before. I also think you need like an expensive amulet and whatnot, if I remember correctly. I don't know. Gauntlet with the merchant. Pretty easy, pretty straightforward. Yeah, so the weapon set with the buckler is what I use for mapping, and the weapon set with the focus is what I use for bossing. But the POB doesn't show the helmet or the boots that I use for mapping. So these are the boots I use. They just have evasion on them with movement speed, you know, max life, rarity, and cold res. And the helmet I use is pretty much the same, but it's got crit chance on it. Crit chance on the helmet is really, really good for mapping and for just general clear, because it basically crit caps you or just about gets you really close. This is kind of cool. I look at how many. Holy cow! Wait. Nothing has any cost. You guys see this? I just bought every freaking thing in the game. Wow. This setup is actually pretty sick. No way. What the heck? What a sick relic setup. I mean, there's no quantity of relics drops, so it's kind of bad. But nothing has any cost. Probably because he's got multiple boons affecting cost. And you can just buy 10 things every time you get a merchant. So if you just go to merchants, you can have infinite boons. Kind of a really cool setup. But like I said, you can't get quantity of relics. So this might be a very efficient, very nice setup to run. But it's not very nice that I'm only going to be getting one relic. And it probably won't be an incense relic. But that being said, I still have my fingers crossed. I kind of want to go back. I want to do another merchant. That was sick. How many boons can I get? I have like 10. Oh my gosh. Look at all the freaking boons that I have. And the major boons. I've never seen that many on one key. What a legend. I can't aim? Oh my lord. Pearl ring, is that a good? No, it's not the good one, unfortunately. Yes, focus is used on the boss. If your build gets strong enough, you can kind of just use the Crown of Eyes and the focus no matter what. But, oh, these are all like worthless boons because, okay, this will be our lucky incense relic too. We need a lucky incense relic to guarantee that we're able to get... Did we get Moment's Peace again or no? Because spamming Moment's Peace would be sick. But yeah, Focus and Crown of Eyes are used on the boss or for bossing. You can equip... If you're struggling with damage, you can always wear them, but you will take more damage and have less like effective health with them. But if you're dealing enough damage, that doesn't matter as much. That's why you'll see me a lot of the time wear Crown of Eyes and whatnot. Even if I don't necessarily need it. Alright, back at the boss. I'll be able to bring this guy with. And, yeah. We don't need to restore honor. There's no point. I wonder how much evasion... Okay, only 90%. Yeah. We will save that key. We will post on TFT. And we will resume our work for the day. what is my divine stack up to? So we had 100 divs. We went broke. Gambling. We're back up to 30, or we were back up to like 50. We gambled all that. Now we have 30 more again. I need to edit my TFT message because we are getting blown up. I think I'd really like to invest in some better rings if I could even find them. They're just so expensive for what you get out of them. Like, I would ideally want this to be a breach ring with like the same stats on it, maybe more like cold res, and I'd trade off some resistances on another thing. All right, we will head in, and I've got the lucky incense relic. We're gonna have to see how this goes. This might be the run. We are over, or just around 600 trials deep this league with no incense relic. We've gotten over 100 vase relics, which is nice. Maybe a little bit more, maybe like 150, 125. And bye-bye, Zarok. Give me my incense relic. We got the 1% seal relic. All right, guys. Y'all can come inside. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Time loss? Time loss. 2 time loss. We've seen so many time loss caches today, but we are currently 122 or 123, one of those dry, for a Spectrum cache, which is a little bit ridiculous. Dist Warrior, Spiky Sam. Thank you, Dist Warrior and Spiky Sam. Thank you. Skulls Kitava. We'll trade Alarinin. Hook me up, Alarinin. Give me a mirror. Put a mirror in the trade screen. Get me excited. Yeah, that's good. 855 crit damage is good, so is 97% crit chance. I have less crit chance, but I have a lot more crit damage bonus. I've got like 1,000 or something. Let's see. Attacks cost 5% of mana. Attacks have added maximum lightning damage equal to 10% of maximum mana. Max mana, lightning res. This doesn't look too bad. This looks pretty cool. He said high investment mana stacker. I've never heard of that before. Drop this. Drop this. This max rolled, but it's bad ring. And we did get a Staunching Charm as well, which I'm pretty sure now are worthless, but they used to be worth a decent amount. So we have made some divines, and I am personally feeling as if it is time to Gamba yet again in the league, in the trials, in the game. I'm going to look up the price of some Rite of Passages, though. Maybe we'll get the ball rolling on one of those. I just don't want to waste too much money if the price is still dropping. Don't want to overpay. Looks like they are up to 45 divines, actually, so maybe we will, buy one since the price is just going up. They were 30 divs this morning, which would mean that they are selling, and there's an active market for them. But we do need to look up, I think Spirit of the Boar is fire damage and bleeding on hit, but I could be wrong. Yeah, fire damage, bleeding on hit, and toughness. I think toughness just gives you, like, more stuff. I'm not too sure. But we could message one of these guys and ask if they would do, like, 30 div. He's going to say no, but we can ask anyways. I need to have enough left over to buy another key, but we could do 30 div. He's going to say no, but it's worth the shot. That's bad. Cold damage, effective curses, thorns damage. Thorns damage could be good. I mean, I don't know. This is just radius medium. Dodge roll distance, max life. I bought this one, and I was interested to see how much it's worth. It's only worth 1 chaos. It's not bad, though. Boom, boom, boom. Bad, bad, bad. Chance to shot could actually be good. We will buy that back. And this PoE2 overlay, I don't know how to get rid of this. Does anyone know how to get rid of this PoE2 overlay? Yeah, the orb is really important for building rage. You deal like 3 times more damage if your rage is fully built. But you also you lose and you generate rage when you're using Infernal Warcry as well. So that can be important to keep in mind. You don't always need like 30 rage. You can start a fight with like 20 and your Warcry will give you up to 30, but you're going to lose like 10 first, and then it'll generate the rest. How do I get rid of this note here? There's got to be a way. I got to look at I don't know why this doesn't show. Like, this only shows last league or something, which is a little bit ridiculous because yeah. Whoa, no way. Oh, campaign summary. Time spent per act. This isn't right. But how do I go through the settings? I might have to restart my client. Oh, wait, I saw the settings button. There's a replay button for PoE overlay. Shift plus space opens the note wheel. Oh, I already got rid of it apparently. Haha. Easy money. Yeah, that was like the first time I've ever opened that before. Oh, hey, this is the time loss I think that we got earlier or something. This one's been listed for sale forever, actually. 2div. It's an all right time loss, but nothing crazy. This is bad. This is also bad. How did this roll? Ooh, that like max rolled, but it's still worthless. In my honest opinion, I think attrition, if you're really struggling with damage, you can use attrition, but attrition takes over a minute to fully stack. You only gain like 1 attrition charge per 2 seconds. And so attrition actually, even though it's recommended in the original guide, the only fight you can really use it on effectively is like the Arbiter, because it's the only fight that just won't do anything until you damage the boss. All the other fights, like Zarok, he'll try to damage you, and so you're just running around in circles. Warcry also, like, Warcry, for example, only gives you a certain amount of rage. It's only like 16. And so like I said, I recommend Orb of Storms, but you don't like 100% need it, but I'll just show you. My rake damage goes from 29,000 before Orb of Storms, and I'm actually losing health right now. So it was at 32,000. So my damage goes from 32,000 all the way up to 41, so it's like 25% more damage to be at full rage. I don't actually need that damage at this point, and most of the time you can just push Infernal Warcry. Yeah, 22 rage. And then, yeah, with Second Wind. Oh, yeah. Warcry with Second Wind. Yeah, that is true. You can do that, because Warcry, you can use it twice. I never actually thought of that before. I think I have Second Wind in something, though. Maybe I don't. That's actually a really good suggestion. Wow. I know I have some laying around, I'm pretty sure. Wow, that's a good suggestion. Yeah, Zhao is right. You don't need Orb of Storms at all if you have Infernal Warcry with Second Wind. Yeah, I'm just, like I said earlier, I just like the OG build. I never thought of that. That's crazy smart. Yeah, I'd say that for your rake to like effectively one-shot stuff, you need like at least 15,000 on it. It's hard to say. At least for like audience and Zest and whatnot. Yeah, I saw a bunch of different versions posted, but this one just worked so well for me. I've seen ones I've seen a ton on PoE Ninja. Like if I go to PoE Ninja, there's some that have I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the build that I have right now is like one of the best ones on PoE Ninja. If we just look at rake damage, but there are builds that are insane, like absolutely insane. I'll just open it up, the browser, and no, not that one. That is my trial carry. So like most of these on here have with rake as their damaging ability, they don't really have that much. Like this is less than mine. Mine has a lot of effective health and a lot of lots of whatever. If we look up the one rake, main skill is rake. Most of these, like some of these have 200k, but like this build has no. This will get one shot by Arbiter, and it will also get one shot by audience. So it's not really realistic. It doesn't have enough life. It might have enough, actually, because it has 1,000 energy shield. But I guarantee it's only got 6k effective health, which means it has no evasion at all. Which means that this will die to 99.99% of content in the game. My rake's at 32k. As you can see, most of these are at like 20k, 7k, 20, 20, 20, 20. They're all 20. Like this one's 48 with 8k effective health. I think I have 30k effective health, so mine's actually really high. It's like way higher. Mine's comparable to this, but this guy took energy shield. And as you can see, his effective health is still really low because he's probably only like 50% evasion. But most of these rakes on here, like ideally you want like 20k is a good number for rake. 20 to 30k. Mine's at 32. Yeah, the DPS. Yeah, I know. I looked at him. I saw this guy actually. But look at this. Like, here's the thing. He only has 4,000 effective health, and you and I both know that this is not enough to kill Arbiter or Audience or any Pinnacle content. You will die. Like, this is just purely a numbers build, like a DPS build. Mine is, like, literally... I guess mine is in here somewhere. I'd be on, like, the second page. But when you look at my effective health and my damage, I definitely have the highest effective health damage build for this character in the game. Pretty much. Definitely very close, because none of these, like I have 30,000 effective health, and none of these builds even come close in terms of effective health to mine. That all of these have really low life too. Like this guy's got a lot of life. He's got a lot of effective health, and his rake does a lot. But yeah, we'd have to... This guy's build is probably pretty good. But most of these, like, let's take a look at this guy's build, actually, now that you mention it. So he uses Threaded Light, which, here's the thing with Threaded Light. You're better off, in my opinion, you are better off, rather than getting Threaded Light, you're better off getting a focus with percent damage on it. And the reason why with percent, like, fire damage, because I have triple T1 fire, so doubling that damage is better than the extra 30% spell damage that Threaded Light would give me. But yeah, his rings, this guy's rings actually suck. 11 all attributes, 31 lightning res. Why is this guy able to get so much damage on his build? 11% crit damage bonus. It's got to be his passive tree or something. His whole build is bad. It is his passive tree. He's got these weird nodes. Weird nodes. Yeah, I mean, to each their own. If you're actually, I guess, if you have Spirit Amulet, this is pretty good. Don't get me wrong. If you have Spirit on your Amulet and Spirit on your chest piece, then this is definitely better. 100%. But this body armor has no energy shield on it. He's just stacking life, which is the right thing to do. What does he have? 4% to quality of all skills. Yeah, this guy's build is really interesting. Oh my lord. 12 spirit, 4% fire. With a megalomaniac with vulgar methods and dispatch foes. And, yeah, his gems are kind of bad. I'm using, like you said, just the OG build, so that's my passive tree. I'm sure I could work this around and get more damage. I think Heartstopper gives more value than POB will ever show, though, or PoE Ninja. And then my, like, this could be better. It could have something instead of chaos damage, but I got this towards the start of the league. I never changed it out. And then this gem here is, like, really good. I think I bought this for, like, 2 div and then divined it to this. It only took me, like, 2 divs. $20 for similar. And then we've got the Heartstopper and the +3 rake. But I got really lucky with a lot of this. Flames for mapping, threaded for bossing. Yeah, that's a smart setup, especially if you have spirit and whatnot on your chest piece. But personally, I don't really like dropping the spirit or the evasion, like, for a chest piece. I mean, I do have a chest piece that has spirit on it. I could work thread of light into my build. So I have this chess piece right here is actually really good. It's an evasion spirit chess piece. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. So I have it listed for like 5 div. But I would never drop evasion off this build because I would struggle in trials. I wouldn't really struggle, but I wouldn't have it as easy as I do now, I guess I should say. These are 1 chaos. And I'm pretty sure this is worthless. It's actually not. It's actually not worthless. Do chaos modifiers affect this? Okay, come on. I get 3. What are the prices on these? Oh, wait. 1 for 3. Okay, that makes sense, actually. $14.5. 14 for... Well, we'll just buy 7 for 1, actually, because I don't know how this is going to work out. Do chaos... Oh, nice. It does. It does. This is how you make big money, by the way. Watch this. I'm going to price check this. It's worth like 10 times more just because I qualitied it. And people actually buy qualitied stuff because they don't look at the quality or they don't understand it. It's a bad time loss. We'll put this somewhere in here, like right here. Extra chaos, and why not? We'll corrupt this. Who knows? Maybe we get something absolutely bonkers, or we just brick it entirely, which is probably what's going to happen. We're at 28-12. Okay, 21-15. It's worthless. 1 chaos. Bye-bye. Better rings and better gauntlets, so back to that. Yeah, these are the rings I have are pretty bad. They're like tier 2. This is tier 2, tier 1, tier 2, I think, maybe. Or it's like tier 4. Tier 1, tier 2, tier 2. With tier 1, tier 2 attributes and res. But it's not a breach ring, and so this could be like 25% better. And same with this, and then multiply that by ingenuity as well. And it's be pretty strong. Really, the best piece of gear I have is this amulet with the spell damage and the life. The life is really good. The percent max life on an amulet makes it so that flat life gems are better than percent life gems. Yeah, it's nice. I bought this for like 5 or 10 div and then I think whittled it. It was really cheap since it wasn't a breach ring. This one, I wish the fizz damage was a bit higher. But you could find like similar amulets, obviously not with as much attributes on them probably, but just the damage portion of the amulet, like you could find one with like 25% less damage for probably relatively cheap. Like if I do 30, 25, 10, which is a weighted sum of 65, it's only 3 div. And obviously the suffixes on these are probably going to be bad. You might have to spend a bit more, but all it takes, like, really to save up this much and start doing lots of damage is to do, like, in my opinion, just a couple trials where you only bring 1 person with and you run the key from start to finish yourself and you don't buy the test of time. But my point wasn't that these are, like, bad. It was more so that they could just be a lot better than what they are. Same with these gloves. These gloves could be T1 crit damage. I made these myself. They could also be T1 fizz. And ideally, if I had more life on my gear somewhere, not too sure where, because every piece I have has life on it, but if I had more life, I could change this max life out for like a third damage modifier. But you can make items yourself too. So for example, I made this pair of gloves earlier at the start of the stream, and I sort of bricked them. Don't get me wrong, they definitely bricked. But I made these at the start of the stream. And I made these for like 10 Exalted Orbs. Literally. Like, literally, I made these for 10 Exalted. And these would be a great starting pair of gloves. They've got tier 1 fire, tier 1 crit damage, +2, 40% fire res, and then I bricked them because I rolled evasion on them, and I don't think I can roll this off without hitting the fire damage first. So they're basically just a 500 evasion pair of gloves. But yeah, I made these at the start of the league, or start of the day. And all I did was I bought 1 Exalted pairs of gloves that had +2 and crit damage bonus, and I recombined them. They're 1 Exalted each. It's like a 5% chance for success. What? Did you bring any tobacco with by chance? Oh, never mind. But that's all I did to make these, was I just recombined pairs of gloves. Yeah, even 2 damage modifiers is important. If you're going Crown of Eyes and just a focus, just make sure that the percent like elemental damage on the focus aligns with, like, ideally these are ideal, like these rings that I have: Fizz, Fire, Lightning. And the reason why is the lightning shocks the target, which gives you increased damage. The fire is an ailment where that gets affected by percent magnitude of ailments with bleeding, and also ignite. And then the Fizz works with the focus. So ideally, like any ring, but you don't need like a triple. You don't need a triple flat ring. You don't, like, you could get away just fine with a ring that had 30 lightning and like 25 fire on it. Something like this, you could get away with. And this is literally like 3 chaos orbs an hour ago. I'll actually I'll search it myself and see what it kind of looks like. Adds Fizz, fire. We'll say 30. And what was it? It was 30 and 25. And we'll set this to a ring. And we will search. So I guess the one for 3 chaos just got bought, and most of the other ones are kind of bad, I'm not going to lie. But, that being said, there definitely are some good ones on here. There's actually a T1. All of these are T1. They're just bricked. Bricked in the sense that they are all... Whoa there. This ring was listed for 1 divine. No way. Wait, what? I am... Wait, these are all ridiculously cheap. What happened to the price of breach rings? But anyways, there are very similar rings for sale for like 1 div. Yeah, that's how whittlings go. There's a lot of math that goes into it, but bro, there's no way I'm about to buy this ring. What? For 1 div? This ring would have went for 200 earlier in the league. I'm about to buy an Omen and whittle this. What in the world am I looking at? What? Okay, we're definitely buying a whittling and whittling this at least twice. Alright, game. Please just sell these. I know, right? Bro, you see this, right? This guy just sold me this ring for 1 div listed on trade. What? What is this? Bro, this is T1. It's bad low roll. What is this? Which farm gives 30 divs per hour? The Trials of Secmos.
Bro, what is this ring? What? No, but there are lots of good rings on there for really cheap. I'll buy you a ring. Because I got this ring for so freaking cheap, I will buy you a good ring. Oh my gosh. Bro, what am I looking at? Like, what? I kind of want to divine it too, but it might... The fire roll is, like, perfect. So I don't know if it's worth divining it for extra lightning when the fire's already really good. But I could hit higher percent lightning, so maybe it is worth divining. I don't know. Bro, how did I buy this ring for 1 div? Am I going to fracture the lightning? I don't think so. What I am going to do is just whittle it straight out and hit the mana per enemy killed. I think it hits the lightning damage first, so I'm going to have to buy dex roll erasures, but... Okay, these are pretty nice. These are very nice. This is a bit rough. I could see if I could find you a better ring than this. This is a good ring. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. But I could definitely see if I could find you a better ring than the gold ring. I'd have to divine this ephemera to hit a better lightning damage roll before I tried to fracture it, and chances are with 6 mods I wouldn't hit it, but we could try to. And I don't think I'm gonna whittle the prefixes, because if I mess up and I hit the lightning damage and I roll like T1 mana or evasion, it means that I have to give up the fire damage. So but no way I bought this for 1 div. Right? What? We are gamblers. We are freaking... Okay, you know what? We've made a decent amount of money today. We'll gamble it. But I do want to whittle off the mana per enemy killed first, because otherwise I will be in some deep shit if I fracture that mana per enemy killed. Excuse my language. Oh my gosh, the whittle even hits the... I don't even have to buy a dextro erasure. What is this ring? Boom. 9% all res. We take that. And here's why we take that. We can divine it to be higher. We can also divine the lightning damage. Oh my gosh. We just perfectly rolled the lightning damage. Okay. Alright. I see how it is. I see how it is today. 1 div to perfectly roll. We'll fracture it. Can we hit the lightning damage? Oh my gosh. Oh no. That is not what we wanted to hit, but we'll take it. We'll take it. We'll take it. In fact, that's actually a little bit better, because we could whittle it a bit more. But what I can do is I can come in here and I can take some Esches Catalyst and watch this. Boom. For 1 divine. It's still really freaking good, though. Oh my gosh. Wow, what a ring. What a freaking ring. What a freaking ring. Wow. What? I bought this for 1 div, bro. No way. I doubt it's not worth $850. You're right, it might be worth like $100, but yeah. He must have just never qualityed it, and because it had no quality on it, which is probably why. He probably didn't know. Okay, but we're selling this. I'm gonna buy you a better ring though, because we just made a come up on this one. We'll list this, and I'll buy you I will buy you a better ring than your gold ring. Wow, that was 5 div. 6 div is what I spent on that. But I don't want to incentivize or promote what I just did. I don't. Because I got very lucky there with A, with the whittling, B, that was very lucky in general. That was the luckiest I've been this entire league. I've never seen anything like this before. First of all, for sale for that cheap, it had been up for 10 hours, so this wasn't posted recently. Yeah, that's crazy. It must just be because everyone's playing PoE1. Let's see what your ring had on it. Your gold ring. So you had Fizz, Cold, Mana, Rarity, Fire. Rarity, Fire. So we need Fire Res, and we need Fizz, and are you stacking cold damage? Like, do you have % cold damage on your focus, or do you want fire damage, or what are we thinking here? We do need cold res. We also need cold res, right? Because I'm assuming you're probably res capped with that ring, or using it to get res capped. So all right, well, this is a bit expensive, but we do it for the content. We do it for the content, my brother. Yeah, it would have been nice on that ring actually if we fractured the fire damage, because I could have gotten, like, rolled the % lightning damage off and gotten something better. Now, what I can say, I don't normally do this for my viewers. You know, we have made a little bit of money. We lost over 100 div today, and then we just got this ring for pretty cheap. So, because of that, it's not the best. It would be a lot nicer if that LE res was like T1, or if the lightning damage % was higher. It's really not that great of a ring. So it could be a lot better, but it's still pretty good. Don't get me wrong. It's also only T2 fire and not T1. Be ideal if it was T1. So, but it's still better than nothing. Like I said, I don't normally do this for my viewers. If you really need something, Zhao or even Ephemera, I can hook you guys up. But I do want to help out Brisby a little bit here, who is struggling with the build. So, Mr. Brisby, to upgrade your gold ring, we have bought you an iron ring that is significantly better than the ring that you had. It's got rarity, the same amount of rarity, more fizz, more fire, T1 fire, T1, or yeah, T1 fire, T2 lightning, with the same amount of cold res. We have 20 divines left to work with, so if you guys want or need anything, let me know. I'm here for you, boys. I know Ephemera is playing PoE1, but if there was anything you wanted on PoE2, I could try to hook you up. And like I said, I really only did that because I got really freaking lucky on that ring there, and we probably actually made some money, which is really nice. It's pretty sick. Probably just gonna list this for like 100 div though, and not 200. Maybe we'll list it for like 125 actually. I have never sold a ring for like more than 30 div though, so chances are this one only sells for like 30 div, especially because it looks like the ring market is really freaking cheap.
I'll show you guys how I search for rings. When I search for rings, like for these rings, I did a really simple search. I just searched for what he needed. So I set a threshold for the fire, lightning. Obviously, he wanted some cold damage, but cold can be a little bit more expensive. Maybe. Yeah, it would have been like 20 div to buy you the same ring with cold damage on it. Because these ones are pretty bad. They don't have rarity or anything else that you had on them. And also all these guys are AFK. So the minimum I could have bought a cold ring for was 17 div. Although this one is alright. I don't know if I'd pay 17 div for that. Or 20 for this one. But a way that you could search for rings in the future, if you're just looking to save money, is you can use like a weighted sum on the trade website. So in order to do that, you click add stat group, and then you just type adds, and you select all the additional damage modifiers. So fizz, fire, lightning, cold. And then you give it a weight of 1. So in the min box, you'll put 1, and then you put a weighted sum. Now, what I can say is that the higher the weighted sum is, the more damage the ring's going to have on it. But like 100 weighted sum is going to be relatively expensive. So 25 div minimum for any ring that has a weighted sum of 100 damage on it. So this is 102 damage. This is tier 3 lightning, tier 1 fire, tier 2 fizz with 20 dex and 40% fire res. Now, unfortunately, this really wouldn't be a good ring to buy to craft on or anything because it doesn't have enough tier 1 modifiers. You'd hit the dex before you hit the life regen if you tried to work on the suffixes. And that's the case with a lot of these cheaper rings, is that a lot of these cheaper rings essentially are going to have bricked suffixes. Like this one has fractured 6% all res, which is really bad. Leech on it, it can be good, but most of the time it's bad. This one, for example, 50 div, tier 1, tier 4, tier 2. And then obviously the higher the weighted sum is, the more expensive it's going to get. So like if we do a weighted sum of like 125, which is probably going to be triple tier 1 rolls, tier 1, tier 1, tier 2, it's going to be 200 div minimum for any ring in the game that has at least 2 tier 1 with 1 tier 2 rolls. On a breach ring, obviously, because you need the breach ring to have the quality. And then, as you can see from these rings all have terrible suffixes too. Like this one has leech. This one has leech that you can't get rid of. This has gain mana per enemy killed, which you can't get rid of. This one has good suffixes, but the int is pretty low roll, and there's always a chance you roll like tier 1 leech before you actually roll a good suffix. This one has 10% all res, which again, not really that good compared to what it could be. This one has leech, and that'll be kind of the common theme. And then as you go up in price, now that being said, I would never spend 400 div on a ring. Never, ever, ever, ever in my life would I spend this much money on a ring. Maybe this one or something like this if my build really needed it, if it had like all res or chaos res. But even then, I wouldn't pay 500 div because you don't need it. It's just a waste of money. It's like a flex, if anything. Turn my display capture back off. The ring I really want is 280 div. Yeah, I know, bro. That's the rough thing. Been thinking about giving out my PoE2 gear, but I'm resisting so far. I feel you on that. I've wanted to corrupt my gear for a while, but I just know it's all going to brick, and then I'll be angry and want to quit. Really, the main thing I want to corrupt is the gloves. They're not amazing. They're not the best. They could be better, but having 2 sockets would be amazing. But I just know they're going to brick, and I won't be able to buy anything similar for, I'll have to give up a lot of fire damage or something to get anything similar. Is the 100 weighted sum the total of the max damage values? So yeah, so if the sum is 100, it means that it's going to show you rings that add at least 100 damage to your attacks. So that's what giving it a value of 1 to each of the values does. So like right here, 1111 means that for every fire damage that the ring adds, it's going to add 1 to this weighted sum. and it'll only show you rings until you get to this point. So you can actually find pretty good rings for pretty cheap using this method, because if we use a weighted sum of like 70, you can see lots of rings start popping up. So this one, for example, has triple flat damage, kind of low rolls on a bad base, and the suffixes suck, but it is only one div. This one here has triple damage, but the fizz is pretty pointless. It's qualitied, which is always something to pay attention to. Like this ring, for example, when I bought it, this guy would have been able to sell this ring for twice as much had he just qualitied it before he posted it, because or a lot more than twice much. This has a weighted sum of, as you can see here in PoE overlay, it has a weighted sum of 76. And so to actually price check this ring, what I would do is I would do a weighted sum of 76 on the ring, and then I'd add a new stat group, and I'd do a weighted sum, and I would do attributes next, because that ring has 33 attributes on it, right? And so I'd search for like strength, dex, int on the weighted sum, and I'd give each of these a value of 1 and then set it to 30, so a little bit less than the one that I have, and maybe even the damage too. We'd do like 70, just a little bit less than what I have. And then we'll do another weighted sum. So we'll do a third weighted sum, and we'll do it for resistances. So the ring that I have here has 61% lightning and 12% all resistance. Now, all resistance affects lightning, fire, and cold, so this is really 36% resistances and 61% lightning. So what we can do is we can do another weighted sum for resistances, cold, fire, lightning, and then all elemental resistances. We'll give all LE res a weight of 3, and the reason why is that each elemental resistance point gives us 1% of each, and then we'll set this to a weighted sum of around 90, which is around what that ring is. And so this will hopefully give us results. It says query is too complex, unfortunately, so we'll remove one of the weighted sums maybe. And as you can see, any ring similar has is like 60 div. This one's 25, but these are pretty low tier rolls. And this one, for example, this would be a crazy ring to buy if you could remove this leech and whittle this mana off. This would be a good crafting base. And the reason why is that it has 2 perfectly rolled tier 1 suffixes, a perfectly rolled tier 1 prefix, a tier 2 prefix that's pretty well divined. The max mana you could whittle off because it's tier 4. Everything else is tier 1. And then the leech is unfortunately really bad. I don't know if you'd be able to get that off or not, since it's tier 1 with everything else. But leeching damages life isn't always bad either. But you can see here there's other rings. This one's 60, 65. This is actually really good, but it has the chaos damage. You could actually craft on this ring by trying to whittle this chaos damage off for like lightning damage or something, or fizz. But the lightning damage roll on it's really bad, and chances are you'd hit something first. So yeah, that's how you could use weighted sums to sort of help you out. And then we could also try removing this. Maybe if we make the query less complex. It's still too complex. Maybe if we set this to any. Yeah, I'm not too sure how or why. It says reduce the amount of filters used. Yeah, unfortunately, not looking too good for price checking this ring, but at least we know it's worth probably like 100 div. And then, yeah, pretty epic ring that I just bought for only 1 div. Holy cow. That was like a farmer level move right there. Farmer level move. Yeah, no problem. Like I said, sometimes you might run into that query is too complex issue. It is what it is if you do. But yeah, that's the basis of crafting. And then you can always buy bases to craft with too. You can recombine stuff. That's one thing I did earlier in the league is I recombined a lot of items, like these gloves, for example, I made by recombining. Yeah, I do want to price check these boots, though. 120 div. What if this is 35 and 35? Whoa. What if it has no life on it? It is 30 div. What about with 2? I think I bought these for like 8 div. 260 div. But I bought these for like 8. And then I corrupted them. But I failed so many Gambas that it's ridiculous. Unfortunately, I'd give you a better pair of gloves too, but this pair that I made earlier today, I paid 50 some divines on. 55. We lost all of our money. So I can't really just hand these out, but these are the only pair of gloves I have. But with gloves, if you want to craft gloves, you just search for +2 melee skills. I'll show you on the website. You come to the website and you search for level of all melee skills. So first of all, you come here, and that's the other thing too. You want to always make sure that your category is set properly. Maybe that's why it wasn't loading. It's because I had this too complex. Maybe if we do any, let me search. Wait, this does work. I think it's gonna work. Do fire, cold, 70, 30, 90. Okay, it's too complex. Never mind. So that's unfortunate using 3 weighted sums. I think you can use like weighted sum V2 and stuff, which I don't remember how all of this works. But if you want to make your own gloves, you type in here item category gloves, and then you'll add a filter for critical damage bonus. And so you'll come to stat filters, you'll add critical damage bonus. Now, from my experience, T1 recombinations usually have like a 1 to 2% success rate. So unless you want to buy 50 to 100 pair of gloves, I would probably stay away from that. You can search for ones that have 25%, which is T2, and have a much higher chance for success. You can, to hide all of these unique items here, you can add a stat group not, and then search unique. Or no, you can... sorry, you can come here, item rarity, and any non-unique. So this will hide all those unique items, and now, as you can see, you can buy these with T2 or T1 crit damage bonus for 1 Exalted Orb. Any one you want. So you look for the base that you need the most, like Evasion Energy Shield, Vol Wraps are a really good base, for example. And then you search for gloves that have +2 to level of all melee skills. And these are 1 Exalted each, and then you recombine them. And so you get, it costs about 2 Exalted to get an end result that is worth a minimum of 10x, right? So some of these, you know, are actually several chaos, so you'll save money immediately, and then you just slam them, and you hope that you get damage. And if you don't, you try again. Like I said, it might take a very long time. But it might eventually happen. Looks like we're selling the boots that I had a very long time ago. These are, oh, I used to use these. I think I paid like 12 div for these. These are 39, 33, 44 res with 75 max life and % movement speed. They had more evasion and energy shield on them. I corrupted them and bricked them on accident. Well, the corruption was on purpose. The brick was on accident. 10 div, very nice. So crafting your own gear can be like, it can take a long time, can be really expensive. I only want 10, bro. Thank you. Enjoy the boots. Those served me well for a very long time. But yeah, crafting can be relatively time consuming, but you will save a lot of money. I stay away from omens. Like, the only reason that I used an omen on this ring is because I knew that I could get the modifier that was bad off of there without ruining the ring or doing anything like that. So that's why we hit this ring. And this is probably one of the best rings I've made all league. It's very similar to this ring. Very, very similar. Not that one. Very similar to this ring. It's almost the exact same ring. Maybe a little bit. It's a little bit worse, probably. Or about the same. I kind of want to corrupt that one that I just made. But that would be risky. We could even use... could even use Calandra's Touch with this if we wanted to. But this one doesn't have rarity on it, which is kind of... It's a mapping ring, but it doesn't have rarity, which is not that good. Dream. And a Gamba-free environment. Because all we do is... This is the only Gamba I've hit all league that's managed to hit anything. Everything else is bricks. It's like brick after brick after brick after, you know, you spend 1 million divines on something and then it's worth nothing. Like, I'll show you guys something. This is where all my money went this league. I'll show you guys. Because I was farming for Temporalis, right, by doing trials. And so, actually, let me hide my DMs until I find it. This is what I spent all of my divines on this entire league. I spent 1,500 divines crafting this wand. I bought bases until I fractured it. It's like 50 divines and chaos orbs just to hit T2 or T1 crit chance. And then it's, you know, I slammed cast speed and percent lightning damage, but then I spent 1,500 divines just rolling T1 cold and any variation of lightning or extra fire damage. Spent 1,500 divines on this. A mere. Guess how much I sold it for? Well, if you guessed 200 divines, you are correct. I lost 1,300 divines. And obviously it's not T1 crit or T1 cast speed. But it is T1 prefixes, and it is divined near perfectly. And, yeah. We lost a lot of money on that ring, or that wand. A lot. And that's why I always say, do not Gamba. Don't spend all your 125 div. That's where all my div went. Crafting and gambling. It's not even, looking back at it, it's not that good of a wand, but I learned, like, believe me, I have a lot of wands in here. I spent a long time crafting +5 wands, fracturing them, etc. And if there's one thing I learned, it's that you really need to hit T1 crit, and you really need to hit T1 cast speed, and that alone is hundreds of divines, and it won't sell for that. It will not sell for anywhere remotely close to that. You can also hit T1 crit spell damage bonus is another option, but it will never sell for what you pay for it. At least wands. Rings might. I don't know. I've heard a lot of people say they just lost money on rings, but I'll drop an omen every now and then if I'm feeling like it, like, not on something like this, but I do have plenty of items I've omened before just to see if I could get good outcomes. Like these boots I omened earlier. They have no movement speed, but they do have 410 energy shield, which some builds don't use movement speed. They just use flat ES, like a Temporalis build. And I whittled these and got rarity T1, thankfully, but I doubt those sell. Maybe for like 10 or 20 div they'll sell. I only used one omen on it. I got them as a drop. I also got these as a drop. These have 2 sockets, though. This is a meme item. One mirror, because it has no ring on it. Alright, though. I think we need to amass and assemble. What's the ring that you want for 280 div? Like Ephemera asked. I only saw one ring earlier in the league that I ever thought was worth anything, and I'll try to show it to you guys as well.
Um, these are the gloves I got from Arbiter. I know I put them in my Arbiter kill video, but I got these as a drop from Arbiter. These only sold for 5 div, and this is T2, T2, T1. Like perfectly rolled too with 31 decks. They only sold for 5 div. Of course, when I price check them now, they're like 100 div, but yeah. The let's see what it was. The ring that I would have bought for a lot of money towards the start of the league. And granted, this was towards the start of the league before everything kind of dropped in price. Was right here somewhere. Trying to find it. First of all, this is something else I saw towards the start of the league. I saw these gloves. I probably would have bought these if I had the money for them. These are T1, T2, T3 damage, but T1 crit damage bonus and T1 melee skills with T1 dex or T2 dex. I would have paid 200 div for these if I had the money for them. And obviously this guy had no idea what he was doing because he socketed them with lightning resistance instead of magnitude of bleeding or whatever, which at the time was the only build to use these. But the ring that I saw was, if I can find it, it looks something like this. I don't think this is the exact ring. This is the ring I wanted right here. Fizz, Fire, T1, 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 T1 Dex, T1 Int, T1 Chaos Res. I would have probably paid a mirror for this if I actually had a mirror at the time. I think there was one similar that had rarity, all res, and all attributes or something on it for a mirror too that I also would have bought. Or let me show this right here, this ring. T1, 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 T1. This was for a mirror. If I had a mirror at the start of the league, I probably would have bought this and then mirrored it with Clondra's Touch, and then I would, with Ingenuity, you wouldn't have to worry about Chaos Res on your build. You could just, or attributes, you could just get resistances on armor and get a good pair of gloves and you'd be chilling. This was an insane ring. I'm sure there's plenty in it in the game like that now. I whittled some resistance. Now it's not needed anymore. My next upgrade will be a 1. Nice. So you won the Gamba on the whittles. That's good. Whittlings are extremely expensive, so it's really feels bad, man, if you fail it. And it's so hard to get a good whittle on something that it can be frustrating. 40 div away for 160 div ring. Very nice. Just finished watching the console. The problem is I can't type that fast since I'm on console. Yeah. Yeah, that's... console players are at a massive disadvantage in this game. It's a lot harder to price check items. It's a lot harder to avoid getting scammed. That's why all these people sit in trade chat and they post items that are overpriced. Like this guy's trying to sell an Astramentis for 117 for 90 div. These go for like 30 div as is. Very cheap. This guy here is trying to sell a 58% 2-socket Sacred Flame. These go for 9 div for 40 div. He's trying to sell a 2-socket 18.5 crit chance Tangle Tongue for 10 div. These go for around 5 chaos. It's min rolled, so it's actually only about 3 chaos. He's trying to sell a 3-charm min-rolled Headhunter for 50 div. These go for like 10. He's trying to sell an Astromentis again with not a good roll for 60 div. These are like 15 div. Clondra's Touch for 90 div. Clondra's Touch sells for 12 div. And so I get worried a lot. And he's also trying to sell a 3-charm Ingenuity with 3223. These are like 3 Chaos Orbs in Ingenuity like this. I know. I can show you guys. He's trying to sell it for 10 div. I have one right here that's exactly the same. They're actually 1 Chaos Orb. And so I feel bad for console players because some of them probably read these messages and see this, and yeah, they end up getting scammed. And it's unfortunate. But it's not just these people in trade chat. It's other people too, like Farmer and Belton and stuff who do the same thing. But like this Thawing Charm is like 5 Chaos. Yeah, hopefully you learned anything or some stuff from that vid. If you have any questions, definitely let me know. But yeah, Zao, I'm kind of past the point. I'm gonna look for some more Test of Times here, but I'm kind of past the point of looking for upgrades. At this point, if I were to change anything in my build, I'd have to get it exactly the same as it is, but with higher rolls. Because if I got a ring, for example, that had more, I got a breach ring with more damage on it, I'd have to have at least the attributes on it to keep my build as is and be able to use 2 gear sets. And then I would also need resistance on it as well, because or else I'd have to get it on a different piece. But it's really hard to find like an evasion piece of gear like this. Like with 2000 evasion, tier 1 max life, and also this amount of resistances is freaking expensive. I mean, there's nothing that even exists with less max or with no max life, right? So, and there's nothing that exists with less evasion. So it's really hard to find gear upgrades at this point in my build to actually change stuff around. And obviously I don't have any rarity on this setup, but this setup here does have rarity on it, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. All right, what's the next Gamba that I should do, everybody? Should we, first of all, I want more fracturing orbs because I'm out. We'll buy 16 for 3. And we also want some Orb of Chances because I'm low on those, and I just am getting annoyed when I open up my bank and it's empty. I don't even use these really anymore. I used to Gamba a lot. Maybe we should do some Gambas. Chancing stuff. We need some Exalted Orbs as well, which I meant to buy earlier. 760 Exalted Orbs for one Exalted Orb. Very cool. Okay. Well, I'm cucked because, excuse my language, but this told me that these were 40 and now I don't have any gold to get more. What a shame. What a shim-sham. We'll just get like 105 for 3. And that way I can feel good. Well, one didn't even want to buy. I need to get some gold in order to buy anything. Maybe we should just do some more trials. We'll come here. Trial build. Trials? Test of time, actually. I'm going to be right back, actually. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'm going to go grab some water. But we are going to buy some more Test of Times. Maybe we might kill some more Arbiter, Gamba the rest of our money, and have some fun. And then slave it away and build it back up. I will be right back, though.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've returned. And I think it's time to resume some trial activity. We'll do a couple more. Like I said, I try not to do too many trials a day. I could make 20 to 40 divines an hour if I really wanted to. We haven't done that today, mostly because I sort of space it out and I get a little bit lazy with it because it gets a little bit boring after a while. But we're going to try to find some more test times and we'll spin the wheel a few more times and see if we're able to get an incense relic. And yeah. Someone's messaging me. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all for the ring. Like I said, I don't normally do that for most people. If anybody else watching this stream, wants or needs anything, let me know. I don't want to, whatever, but I do want to see you get your build working and, prosper a little bit. That is my main goal. You might have to get a new focus, maybe that has percent fire damage or something on it. I think that percent fire damage personally is a little bit better, as well as stacking fire damage, but it's going to be different for everyone. And when you're able to find something that works, you're able to find something that hopefully works. Let's search for relics that have 100% quantity of relics. They're all 3 div. We'll message our friend that we made earlier. I think this is him. And we'll have to see what we're looking like here. My honor exploded 2 seconds after killing Zarok. Getting hit by invisible shit is nice. Yes, yeah, that is sort of an issue I have sometimes. Sometimes those little balls, they still shoot out of the portals after he's dead for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, sometimes it can be your computer too. You're definitely right. It probably is the server. Like as you can see here, my map just glitched for half a minute. But sometimes if your computer's not like amazing, it could just be the particle effects not loading in. That happens to me all the time at the Arbiter, especially the first time I kill him, but that sucks. I want 60 mirrors. I don't know if I can help with 60 mirrors. I don't even have one. This slot in my bank has never had anything in it, ever. I've never had a mirror. If I didn't gamble as much as I did, I probably could have a couple mirrors, but like I said, every time I make money, I gamble. It's how to keep the game fun and interesting, in my opinion. We have some collateral here, so if we go broke gambling in a few minutes, we can sell these vase relics and get some money to start running trials again. You have one question considering trials. Ask away, my friend. Ask away.
This one's pretty nice for a key, but I would really prefer if the quantity of relics was like 100 plus. What modifiers are like instant no for trials? It's gonna depend on your build. Uh, if let's say you have an energy shield build, then you want to stay away from Shattered Shield. If you have an evasion life build, which is what I recommend and what I use, you want to stay away from Iron Manacles. It's going to make your life a lot harder. Other than that, there's not too many that you want to avoid. If you're selling carries, you want to avoid Reduced Honor Restored or Cannot Restore Honor until the boss is killed. Those are both bad because it makes it harder to go into the boss with full honor. But both aren't like impossible to run. And then another thing that you want to try to avoid is stacking bad afflictions. So you can get Enfeeble. You can get Enfeeble as an affliction, which reduces your damage dealt. You can also get Blunt Sword, which reduces your damage dealt. You can also get Spiked Shell, which gives monsters more max life. So you want to avoid having like 2 or 3 of those at one time. If you just have one of them, it's usually not a big deal. But if you have all 3 of them, where monsters have more max life, and Enfeeble, and Blunt Sword, you're going to be dealing like no damage to the boss. It's going to be really hard to kill him, at least with a full group of people, if you're trying to carry people. Those are really the only instant no's. Everything else is doable, and even those, like I said, are doable. They just make it harder. So if you want to play more on autopilot, you can sort of avoid those. How do you get or make those keys? So you just go to the trade website and you just search Test of Time, and they put you instantly on the last floor, but you have to work with whatever the person before you had. So if they lost half their honor, you have to also deal with that. Just a heads up, like this one, for example, he already lost 2,000 honor. Important to note that the honor lost is not percentage based. It's flat amounts. So if the person before you lost 5,000 honor and I went in here, I would have died instantly and lost the keys. So that's something I try not to buy keys from people who use energy shield builds when I'm using evasion builds for that reason. If you're using an energy shield build, it doesn't matter as much, but it is a lot harder to restore your honor to full if you're an energy shield build and to carry people at the same time. So for example, like right here, no evasion, I will definitely skip this room. That's a big no-no. It's going to make the rest of the run a lot harder. Other than that, we can check our Sacred Water. We have 485. We can check our boons. We have Ornate Dagger and Harefoot. So a merchant isn't really going to do much for us. There's not much we could buy that's going to benefit us. We could go Escape, Gauntlet, but that would lead us into Reduced Effect of Relics, which we don't want at all. Reduced Effect of Relics is bad. How did he make it? So if you're looking to make them and looking to sell them to make a little bit of money, all you have to do to make the keys is make it to the 4th floor of the boss and then leave the trial before going to the 4th floor. So you kill the 3rd floor boss and then you leave the trial. You leave the area, you open a new instance of the trials, and then it'll have a Test of Time bar inside of the relic altar that you can pull out. But yeah, like right here, we'll start, we'll probably go to... Like, we have 0 gold keys, so if I wanted gold keys, I could go this way. But we're missing honor, so I kind of have to go this way, and we can go up if we want to restore honor and then hit the escape trial. And that'll sort of fix the key, or hopefully fix it. Okay, I'm taking a little bit of damage here. This is not ideal, and I have no mini-map. So this is what I'm saying, like, sometimes you'll go in, these keys are just, they're not bad, but they may not be what you're expecting. We skip over silver keys. We already have 7 of them. They don't really do much anyways, other than royal caches. Yeah, I had no idea this was a thing until I just found it on the trade site randomly, right, when trying to buy, like, normal Barias. So we have this girl here. We have a couple. Sanguine Vial is really, really good. But because we're missing a lot of honor, it might be more beneficial to take increased honor restored, and then also to restore our honor, and then go up towards this honor shrine. This is only because I'm selling carries. If you're not selling carries, you don't have to worry about this as much. But if you are selling carries, it makes this a lot more sort of valuable. Boom, boom, bam. Wish I knew that. And we have no sacred waters, so we have to be a little bit careful. But we're on the way to restoring our honor. We have another honor restoration. We could go towards this gauntlet. We have blunt sword, so we could try to use this gauntlet, Pledge of Kochai, to remove blunt sword. There's always a chance that it will give you the ability to remove it or remove random afflictions. Because we don't have too many afflictions, we can probably gamble removing it if we get that option. If I had like 20 afflictions, I wouldn't bother trying to gamble it because chances are you're not going to get it. I'd only do it if it was like a must-do scenario, like you have to gamble it, because if you don't hit it, you might end up losing. But yeah, you can make those tested times and sell them for like 1 div, 2 div. And if they're really good and you make them, you can sell them for more, like 2 div, 40 chaos. And you're going to be rolling deep in the money eventually, which is just something to keep in mind if you are trying to start out a build and get a little bit further into your build and build it out a bit better. That would be the best advice I could really give, is that you really want to maximize, I guess, or you really want to make those keys if you want to start making a little bit of money. You could probably make just as much, if not more, money mapping or like doing ritual altars or anything. So I don't really recommend most people to make keys, not because I don't think they'd make good ones, but because there's just better money makers. Why people make and sell these keys, I don't really know. They probably just enjoy the trials. If I was running the first 3 floors, believe me, I'd finish the last one. It just doesn't make much sense unless you didn't have, you know, a good enough build to be able to get to the end. Holy cow. We unfortunately got hit by a few balls there. There's nothing I can really do. Do I have iron manacles? I do not. That was just unlucky that I got hit. So like right here, like I said, we can gamble a little bit, and like we could also take Assassin's Blade if we wanted to, but we can gamble, lose a random minor boon. There's always, I don't know, this might not be worth it because we could always lose like something good. So, and most of these aren't that bad. The only bad one is minions doing less damage, so maybe we'll just avoid this for now. We do need to restore a little bit of honor though, which just isn't going to be possible, so I need to make sure that I don't really take any more damage throughout the trial. We'll do an hourglass and then the gauntlet last. It's just going to benefit us the most, in my opinion. These rooms can be really deadly, really difficult. I usually recommend to avoid these rooms, but if you're good enough and you're fast enough and you deal enough damage, not always the worst. But definitely have a high chance to take damage in these rooms. Thank God we completed that without taking damage. And claim this silver key, and then probably just take the chalice for the lesser chance of taking damage. Gauntlet rooms are pretty free, but I don't have all my evasion gear on, and I'd rather just not mess around with it right now. I'm not really feeling it. Oh my gosh, I just zoned out right there and almost just got slam dunked. Alright. Well, we're at the boss. Pretty simple. Pretty straightforward. We'll post on TFT. We'll post in trade. We will bang out this moolah. That's what we're going to do. No way. I'm screwed on TFT. No way. What the heck? I tried to post my message and it had a bracket before it, and they message locked me for like 20 minutes because of that. Because it didn't start with willing to sell when it did. I just had a bracket in front of it. Oh my lord. I'll show you guys. This is crazy work. This is crazy. Look. Come here to TroveBot. How insane is this? Your message didn't start with willing to sell, want to sell. Make sure to use the right channel. Your message was want to sell softcore 4th trial carry, but there's a bracket at the start of it. Like what? What? What in the world? What is this? Unlucky. That's what that is. Hella unlucky. Excuse my language. I guess we're going to have to resort to trade chat for this one. Oh, something else that I forgot to mention in my video that's also important with Blood Mage and the bleed build. The build functions on flash charges, and so if you don't have full flash charges before you go into the boss fight, you want to make sure that you do. You want to go back to town and refill them. It's not like the Arbiter or other content where there's a checkpoint before the boss and it automatically refills your flash charges. You have to actually go to town and refill them, which is an issue I had a few times when I was less geared, and I would use Rake to kill rares in the room before the boss, and then I'd run out of flash charges. I'd invite people to the group. I'd go into the boss room, and I'd have no flash charges, and I'd deal no damage. Because the flash charges actually give you like twice as much damage on your ability. It's like 200% magnitude for each type of flash charge. So it's really impactful. Looks like trade chat is a little bit dead though. One message. I'm not really posting that much though. Thunderlands and Beasley. Why does Beasley sound so familiar? And then every time someone invites you to a group when you're doing trial carries, you want to invite them back. So like Volcane invited me. That means that he wants to come. I don't know why he didn't message me. My message literally says DM me. He tried to invite me, but they will come and they'll pay. So it's just something to keep in mind. All right.
Where'd you get your new headset?
My friend Alec bought me one.
Alright. Let's skedaddle.
All right. Skedaddly do. Peace out. I paid 1 div each for these keys. So if I'm only able to bring 3 people because it's slow, it's no big deal. Like, we're chilling. Chilling no matter what at this point. I am lagging a little bit though. It might really be server lag. All right, looks like we've got our 5 members going in strong, coming out hard. Are we going to be able to, okay, and of course, now I get spammed. Full, sorry. Free titty. We'll invite Gamer Barbarian. And again, if anybody watching the stream needs their 4th Ascendancy points, let me know. I will carry you for free just for being a viewer and participating in the stream. I appreciate it. I'm lagging now, unfortunately. Oh my lord, we are disconnecting straight up. We are straight up disconnecting, unfortunately. What can you do? Okay, we'll just invite Drakel. I thought Gamer Barbarian was coming, but turns out he's not. This should go relatively easily. We've got a lot of good boons. We've got a couple bad afflictions, but should be high sailing, smooth sailing. Should we gamble our money at Arbiter after this? Like, can we even make money from the Arbiter anymore? Where did 10? I thought I had 30 plus div. Where did it all go? Okay, there we go. He's here. It's gonna take him forever to load in, though. He's got like a computer worse than mine. All right, we'll go in. That's a pretty nice sea glass spear. Wish it had more accuracy on it. I mean, it's not mine. I don't really care, but it'd be nice if it did. for him. All right, time to get an incense relic. This will be like the 600th one run, basically. It's been a very, very long time. Well, actually, never. So, yeah, I couldn't say how long it's been since I've seen an incense relic drop because I've never seen one before. Seen a lot of Ace relics, so lots of Spectrums. It's been 100. Okay, this is not good. And that was a reset right there because I didn't debuff him, I didn't Warcry, I didn't anything. I lost all my damage and he did the lightning attack. So that was a reset on accident. That was just very, very unlucky. And I took some damage, so I may have killed Thunderlance, not going to lie. But that happens, and that's what a reset looks like, is if I make a mistake or the boss doesn't die immediately and he goes into an attack that I think might kill myself or someone else in the group, I'll log out and then log back in, and it'll save the situation. Now, thankfully, no one died, so we're in a good spot. We just need to build our rage again. I forgot I'm using Second Wind Infernal Warcry. And watch, this time we won't crit, and I'll have to reset twice. The only 2 resets I've had to do all day are about to be right now. Okay, well, we killed him, but we took some damage. We may have killed Thunderlance. I don't really know. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah, that happens every now and then. Sometimes I just deal no damage at all. Time loss. Royal. Oh well. So Thunderlance paid us. We'll say thank you. No way. Am I going to disconnect and lose out on time loss caches? No. Can you imagine it's been 122 trials since I've seen a Spectrum cache. Could you imagine I disconnect on the one that I get a Spectrum cache on?
Oh, that reminds me. Hold on. Alright, Arbiter.
Beasley? Bisleezy? Ranger, Danger, Joe, and Volcane. I don't know if these guys are going to trade me or what exactly they're doing, but we'll have to wait and see. Alright, so we might actually lose the time loss cache because I'm actually disconnecting like crazy. No way. We actually just lost it.
That's some crazy work right there that I just disconnected and lost those. Yep. That is crazy work that I just disconnected twice. Oh well, we lost some time loss gems, no big deal. We can make a few more divines off of this and then maybe go kill some Arbiter. The incense relic just doesn't exist. It's not real. It's a ploy. It's not a real item, from my experience. But yeah, I think that's what we'll probably do. We'll probably kill some Arbiter and 15 minutes on the warrior. Was that I think I got this like yesterday actually. This is really nice life piece, but kind of bad. At the same time, it's got like no evasion energy shield. Does have a nice life, spirit, T1 int, T1 cold. Was that 15 minutes like all 4 floors, or was it just the last floor? Because that's what I'm saying. These the trials are really profitable, like in the sense that yeah, that's how what I do too. Like when I'm really locked in, like you guys may notice I'm kind of playing on autopilot at this point, but when I'm really logged in or locked in, I play careful as well because it's just safer. The the more max honor you have at the last boss is better. And yeah, if you let's say you're able to get to the boss, and let's say you're able to carry 5 people, which I don't know if your build is able to or not. But if you are able to carry 5 people and you can get to the boss in 15 minutes and kill him, that's like, you know, 12 to 20 div an hour profit, depending on what types of keys you're running. You can run quantity of relics for more. They're going to be more expensive, so it'll be less like profit per hour raw divine wise. But if you get base relics and or the incense relic, it'll end up being more profit per hour at the end of the day. We have, at the moment, some items. Blah, la, 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 la. Imagine these had more movement speed and everything on them. Just imagine these were a lot better than they are. Yeah, I would recommend using TFT to find people as well as using trade chat. One of the important things with trade chat is to change your trade chat channels. So like post in channel 1 and then channel 2. Keep changing your trade chat channel because the more you change it, the more people are going to see your message, and people are less likely to buy from you the more that you spam a certain channel just because they don't want to see your message all day. They might ignore you or something, and then you'll just lose their business entirely.
Yeah, the supply really is running out. Between myself buying all the keys and then all the new people who've gotten into it, and who have started buying the keys, it's just they are relatively expensive. I'm not going to lie. Um, um, okay, so sorry guys, I was responding to a couple text messages. I'm thinking also buying the new unique scepter with gloom effect, or what it's called instead of my flame scepter. Uh, I couldn't honestly give you an answer to that, whether or not that's a good decision or not. I don't really know what the new chaos scepter does at all, or what the benefit of gloom. If you die to the last boss in the trial while carrying a group, do you have to restart the whole trial? Yes, you do. That is why if you are in a position where you might die, you are better off resetting. by pressing escape, clicking exit to character selection, and then logging back in. It will reset the instance. You will still be at the boss. You'll have exactly how much honor you had as when you left. So if you lost some honor while in the boss room, you don't get it back. You're gonna have to go in there with what you had, but it will prevent you from just dying if you would have died otherwise. Just to be sure though, the boss has like 20 mil HP with 5 people. Yes, it depends on afflictions. The boss can have up to like 40 mil, and then you can have afflictions that make you deal like a total of 100% less damage, which translates into the boss having like 80 million health, if not more. So it all kind of depends on how your build works. So those are definitely, that's why I said you don't want to stack too many bad afflictions. Like monsters have more max life stacked with, gives the boss like 37 million health, and then you can also have you deal less damage, 40% less damage, and you can also have, trying to think of the other one. You can also have Enfeeble, which causes you to deal less damage. So all those add up, and it can be really bad if you have multiple. So definitely stay away from stacking them all together would be my advice. And if you're unsure, you can always just take less people to start with, and eventually take more and more people as you get more comfortable. What I did when I started was I bought these tested times, and I basically only ran a certain amount of people with. So I'd run like 3 people until I was really comfortable and I was confident, and then I'd bring 5 or 4. And normally when I started, when I was only bringing 3 people, I was selling the carries for like 5 to 10 chaos, and basically the carries only paid for the key. I didn't actually make profit. I made profit from jewels and relics, and so I really spent a lot of time picking up jewels and relics, identifying them, reforging them, etc. But as time went on, I gave up on that, and I've just committed solely to carries, and then quantity of relics dropped for the last flame drop rate to be increased. So those would be my pieces of advice regarding those situations. Is what I would say, at least. This key is going to be a little bit rough because it's got a spiked exit on it. It's probably missing some honor already. But hopefully we're able to fix it and take care of it. Hopefully I don't just die walking in here, because it could always be the case that this guy lost a lot of honor to begin with. We'll have to see. We'll look at our afflictions. So we have Enfeeble, and that's about it. And our boons are pretty good. So we could go Sacred Water. We could go Merchant. We do have Ornate Dagger, and we also have Hairfoot, but we do not have Sanguine Vial. So we could look for Sanguine Vial from a Merchant, or we could try to cleanse like Enfeeble, but Enfeeble by itself doesn't really do anything, so maybe we'll look for Sanguine Vial from the Merchant. Whoa there. Almost got stomped on because I didn't dodge roll through him. Oh well. Alright, so Babala, let's see what you've got. And Babala, fortunately, has Sanguine Vial. So, we are chilling. We can also see an additional room ahead, and why not? We'll just buy Assassin's Blade as well. We have 2 gold keys, so gold keys don't really matter. We could probably go Hourglass Chalice Ritual, and we'll be chilling. There's nothing else really more that we need from the merchant, so like the merchant offering only one choice doesn't really do us bad, but if I had no good boons, I'd probably avoid that. And I wanted to buy some from the merchant, and I also had Sacred Water. Very situational. But we're going to be able to use the merchant to restore a little bit of honor coming up and maybe get a good boon like Moment's Peace would be pretty sick. It'd make a room free for us. Moment's Peace is always really nice to acquire. We're going to get a boon here. We'll probably get Moment's Peace from this. No, we got Upward Path. Which just is what it is. Not much we can do about it. We'll probably get Moment's Peace here. Holy cow. My dog? Ain't no way I bought this key here. Thank God I just dodge rolled through the flames of hell and saved myself. What's the advantage of using Test of Time versus normal trial key? The advantage is that you get to skip the first 3 floors, but you do have to work with whatever the key had on it. So if you want to make more money and with less investment, just run your own keys. If you're confident in your ability to complete the trials no matter what, and you want to save a little bit more time and you're able to carry 5 people no matter what, then I would recommend buying the Test of Times. But if you're not able to do that, just run your own keys or whatever. Yeah, some people sell really bad keys, so that's always something to consider as well. It's pretty rare. Most keys you buy are going to be at least savable. Some of them will be really good. Some will be not so good, but very few of them will be bricked. But yeah, it just saves you time. I sell carries. I sell 5 carries a run for 5 div. I buy the keys for like 1 or 2 div. So, and I'm able to complete the last floor in like 5 minutes if I'm really trying. So I can fill a group in like 5. I can make 3 to 4 div per run, and I can do like at minimum if I'm really trying 5 to 6 per hour. So divines per hour there works out to be like anywhere from 15 to 40. Really depends. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. What's my best drop this league? I've gotten a lot of really cool or really good drops. I've never dropped anything that was like super significant. I dropped a double Sacred Flame Shrine Scepter followed by another Shrine Scepter on the next kill with a diamond that identified as +2 to Rake. So in 2 Arbiter kills, I made, at the time, Scepters were like 40 div. So in 2 kills, I made about 160 div. But that was like the luckiest I've gotten, I'd say. Other than that, I've got the luckiest item I probably ever got was at the start of the league. I killed Arbiter and I got a +5 Chaos Wand when Lich was popular. And the wand sold for 10 div instantly, and looking back at it, it was like a mere wand. And is the only item I've sold for that much that fast. And I didn't realize it. I price checked it. But it was 130% chaos damage, +5 chaos spells, 100% spell damage, 30-something cast speed. It was an insane wand, and like I said, I didn't think about it at all. When I sold it, I was doing the Arbiter with my friend, and so we were splitting loot, and I didn't want it to sit in my stash tab for sale forever and then not be able to pay him, so we just sold it for a cheap price. That was probably the most expensive item I got that I could have sold for a lot, but I never did. And then the Arbiter kills the 160 Divines was probably the nicest. But I've gotten a lot of really good, cool drops. I've gotten a lot of really good evasion pieces, not so many good energy shield pieces. And then yesterday, I did 1 Arbiter kill yesterday. And I'll show you guys if you want to look at the stream. I did 1 Arbiter kill. And this is what we got.
I got this Grand Regalia. It rolled pretty much like this. This is the most expensive one I've sold. I've sold a ton of Grand Regalias for like 60 or 70 divines, but this one rolled perfectly. It rolled 297, 610, 10. Be more ideal if this was all res instead of chaos res, but I sold this like instantly for 100 div. I know Belton had the exact same one listed for Amir. I'm sure he sold it for that much. Like I said, I've sold like 10 or 20 of these this league that sat around in my bank for 3 or 4 weeks for 50, 60 div. The exact same ones. They just had less armor, evasion, and energy shield. So, yeah, that's probably the like most expensive drop I have sold. I did craft a wand that sold for a few hundred div, but I spent 1,500 on it, so I lost like 1,200 div, or lost 1,300 div. Yeah, mirror potential for 10 div sucks, but it is what it is. Like, it was at the start of the league when everything in the game was like 1 to 3 div, so with the money from that wand, I was able to buy a lot of upgrades anyways. League start, if you're able to get to the end relatively quick, is really nice. Really, really nice at league start to take advantage of some of, getting to the end game fast and trying to build currency as quickly as possible is really important, because that's when everything's cheap. That's when you can buy rings and ambulance. Before all the changes, you could buy them for really cheap, and then a couple weeks in, all the items become hundreds of divs, and it's not enjoyable to play at that point if you're behind. We need to post in TFT, and we need to also post on something else. Need to post in TFT though. Trial carry, willing to sell, want to sell. Oh, trial carries are going for 2 div now on TFT. This is nice. If I'm able to start selling trials for 2 div, it will be incredible. And I'm getting blown up because I'm still selling them for 1 div. Oh my lord. I thought trial carries and the prices of them were going to go up soon, because there's no way the test of times are going for 3 div and trial carries are going for 1. It's just not profitable, and we're later in the league where divines have less value, so yeah. This is yes, Joe Rogan. I will give you a free carry if you can hear me. But I do need to sell this Hand of Wisdom in action before I invite this last guy. This is one, I spent 1 div making these. These are so freaking cheap. It's ridiculous how cheap they are. Not Monk with the 0 life build. Just drained. Maybe he put some life gear on or something so he doesn't die. Oh. 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 Yeah, you're fine. He goes, can I get it if I'm low level? I'm level 30. I told him, yes, but group's full, and he's already in the group. Embarrassing a little bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This might be our last trial of the night. We might do some Arbiter later. Not too certain. Or after this, I mean, not later. I might go grab some more water. But we might do a few Arbiter kills just to gamble. Obviously, I'm expecting to lose all my money. It's not really profitable right now. Unless we got like a +3 Flicker Strike or something. But you never know. I enjoy the fight. It's a lot of fun to me. It's the only boss fight in the game that actually ends in like 30 seconds. Where you don't have to go through a maze or anything crazy like that. And unfortunately, we only got 2 base relics all day. That's a little bit crazy. That's some crazy work. 2 base relics all day. And we are currently 123 trials dry of a Spectrum cache. 123 is a little bit crazy.
Okay. So there's this, and when you plug it in, it charges, but then as soon as you take it off the charger, 10 seconds later, it's dead.
I can take a look at it. Who did you get this from?
I just found it in the office.
All right. Well, are you sure that it's not mine or like Dylan's? Because we both had these when we were younger.
It might be yours. But could you try to fix it?
Yeah, I mean I could.
I just looked at it because I've never seen one before.
All right. Yeah, I could see what I can do. It's gonna have to be a little bit though before I can take a look at it. There should be a charger somewhere for it. I just
Yeah, I have the charger, but as soon as you take it off the charger, it dies.
all right.
So it's okay for battery.
All right. All right, just like that, another 5 div in the bank. We are chilling today. We're up to, so we had 100 div, we lost it all. We made 50 div, and we lost that, and now we're back up to 50 div or 40 div again. Thanks. I'll take a look at it in a little bit. Yeah, no problem, Andy. I appreciate you watching the stream. Like I said, if you want to subscribe, you know, let your friends know, anything like that. Have them subscribe. I'm trying to hit YouTube Partner right now. I need like 500 subs, I think, for that, which I'm a ways away. But it would be awesome. It would be very, very cool. Royal Cache with a bunch of loot. Another Royal Cache with a bunch of loot. Another Royal Cache. GG's is right. GG noobs. Tombfinger, Sofa Sensei. Who is this? I'm getting so many random friend requests today. When did I start streaming? So I've streamed for like 10 years on Twitch, on and off, playing RuneScape and World of Warcraft and other games. And but I just started streaming on YouTube for the first time a few days ago, and I don't stream on Twitch anymore. It's just I never really get viewers. The Twitch, I'm actually really happy with YouTube, like streaming. Like right now, I've got a few viewers. You guys are awesome. Most of you have been really active in chat, and I just don't get that often on Twitch. A lot of people just go to the big name streamers. It's really hard to get a name out there for yourself as a smaller streamer, even if you're really talented or really skilled at a game. I'm not really that talented or skilled at PoE2, but I have a pretty good history on other games like League of Legends, RuneScape, and World of Warcraft. And even being like one of the best World of Warcraft players in the world at one point in time, like I really didn't get any viewers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's actually going really nice. I've really appreciated the support. I didn't think my videos would I didn't think my videos would do as well as they've done. I honestly thought most of them would get like 20 views. They've gotten a couple thousand, which is awesome. That's freaking epic. And yeah, as Ephemera said, like YouTube's recommendations are just curated a lot better. If you're using shorts or anything like that, you're getting recommended to streamers. And if you're looking up PoE content, like you're seeing PoE streams, and it shows a lot of smaller streamers, which is, as I said, it's pretty sick. And you don't really see any big streamers on Twitch's YouTube recommendations or YouTube's recommendations. You really only see small streamers, which is really nice for small streamers. And yeah, Twitch really doesn't promote small channels. Like I said, I was like literally at one point in time, I was one of, and I'm not capping or exaggerating, but I was one of the best World of Warcraft players, like number wise, and the guild I was in and whatnot. And I literally had like 5 viewers, and that goes for a lot of WoW players. That's not just me. Like my friend Lip and Kingfly, they both streamed on Twitch, and they're like, Lip is like easily the best World of Warcraft player in the world. And he only gets like 5 or 10 viewers, maybe more now that he's a bit more successful and whatnot. But back in my day, like he was hands down the best WoW players to walk on the planet. He could play any and every class in the game better than anyone and everyone, including myself. And Lip got like 5 viewers on Twitch. Well, I appreciate it, Daniel. I appreciate you stopping by and jumping into the stream. It makes my it makes me want to actually play the game when people are watching the stream and like talking to me and communicating and whatnot. And the main reason for that is just that it's just more enjoyable. It's this game isn't, it's fun to play solo and to see how far you can get, but once you get like a character, and again, this character could use a lot of upgrades. Its gear is not perfect. I could try different variations of this build. I could try different builds or different characters as well. But once you get to a certain point where you're just killing everything in one hit, bosses, it gets a little bit boring. So having an audience is very enjoyable. Yeah, well, the problem with Liquid, and this is one of the things that actually almost tore the guild apart a few years ago, is that Max gets a lot of the exposure. And it's because he signed a contract with Liquid that, and a lot of members of that guild don't really get as many benefits or whatever as what Max gets. And a lot of people actually quit the guild at one point, and it caused a lot of drama because Max was getting paid a ton of money and no one else was. And that was kind of on Max, I think. I don't really know, to be honest, because I wasn't involved. I had already stopped playing around that time. But yeah. But yeah, it is kind of sad. Like a lot of the players, they don't get the recognition or the support that they deserve. And a lot of streamers too. Like when you go on Twitch, no offense, but like you either have, and this is the best way to put it, you either have like drug head, crackhead people, like I Show Speed or whatever, like people who are literally like, they turn their stream off and they're doing coke and shit with their friends. Excuse my language. It's the reality. There's a lot of streamers who've spoken openly about the subject. But you have a lot of people who are like drug entertaining their stream who get exposure, and then you have a lot of women who are like taking their clothes off for views, like girls who have their camera angled down at their boobs, who have like no shirt on, and it's like how you question yourself sometimes, like, how are these people getting views? Like, this isn't even like educational. It's not entertaining. Like, you look at the chat and these people are just like degrading the men or the woman who's streaming. Like, it's not just women and it's not just men who do this. They're like degrading the streamers, the chat, and it's just like, how could you live your life like that, or support that, or be a part of that? Or it's like, you know, Pokimane is a good example. Pokimane used to be a League streamer, like, who had no viewers. I played League of Legends since Season 2, and I remember when Pokimane had like 20 viewers, and she was just some diamond League of Legends support player, and she also played mid lane. And she like literally started like, you guys, and like preying on men, and you know, she really took advantage of her whole male audience and the male platform on Twitch, and yeah, it's really unfortunate to see what she turned into and what a lot of those female streamers turned into. Because I supported and watched most of them when they had like 10 or 20 viewers. I was there for all of it. I've been on Twitch since like, or been like a part of Twitch since day one when it was created, and I was a part of most of the communities and whatnot. You know, I was really high ranked on League of Legends and whatnot, so I knew most of these people, and it's just sad to see what they turned into and what their streams turned into. I wouldn't want to do what Max does, though, to be fair. Yeah, Max is a really hard worker, don't get me wrong. I think Max, there's times where he'd prefer to actually play the game than manage the guild and watch all of that. But Max is a cool guy at the end of the day. Like, everyone on Liquid are super awesome, cool people. They really are. They have some of the most awesome personalities I've ever met before. Some of them, and this is something I learned, like some of them do take like amphetamines during the world race to world first. Like they're all geeked out on Adderall and stuff, which is, it is sad to see, but most of them are very good people with very nice personalities, and they're really funny and really creative. Like Lip, for example. I know I like Lip and Kingfly both when I was in Easy and before they were ever on Liquid. Both Lip and Kingfly had this group with Dosu, who used to be a member of Liquid too. And they would, and this is hilarious, like they had this team called Team Heat, and Ruin was also on this team, and I forgot, I think it was Pope. We had a healer named Pope, and they had Team Heat, and like everything that came out of Team Heat's mouth was hilarious. Like it made me crack up. They were an awesome group of people. But yeah, that is unfortunately the reality of society these days. It's why I mostly almost entirely avoid social media. I feel you on that. I avoid social media as well. I used to have a Facebook. I used to have even Reddit nowadays I don't use anymore. But I used to have a Facebook. I used to have a bunch of social media, and I deleted all of it. I don't use Snapchat anymore. I don't use Facebook. I do use Snapchat, but it's to communicate with a friend group. That's literally only 4 people I talk to on Snapchat, period. But the rest of it is, it's just all like, I feel like it's all 18 plus adult like porn content almost. Like I feel like half the time I'm on social media, I'm on like Pornhub, excuse my language. Like it's just women with like no clothes on, or men who are just doing stupid stuff just to get views and acting stupid. And it's like an attention grab. It's like a bunch of people who never got like any attention in their life or something, and you know, they just, yeah, I don't know how to say it like nicely or how to say it without being mean, but that's like the reality of the situation. I think I have to run a map here and get some gold so that I can buy some Arbiter keys, because I only have 30k. But yeah, definitely don't feel like, you know, you're not alone in feeling that way. Like I feel that same way. A lot of people feel that same way. A lot of people are taking advantage of like people's wallets, essentially. Like it's kind of saddening. It really is. I've thought about making videos on the subject before. I came across this girl's stream the other day. Her name is Olive Oil Run. I was recommended to her stream on YouTube, and I clicked on it, and I kid you not, like, she was sitting there saying she had no shirt on, like her boobs were hanging out, and this is live on on YouTube. Her boobs are hanging out. She's telling her stream, I support women's rights, but you know, if you guys want me to see more of my perfect body, I'm such a perfect person, go subscribe to my Fansly. I'm so perfect, the AI companies have reached out to me. And then she's also saying stuff along the line, like, it's ridiculous work. It's crazy. Like, when you watch this girl's video, it's so beyond me. And I reported her YouTube channel, and I got a report. She's got like 1 million subscribers. So it's like, this has been going on for a while. Oh my gosh. Look at that. I spent all day getting 20% of my XP and just disconnected and died instantly and lost all of it. But But yeah, I saw this girl, Olive Oil Run is her name, and I don't mean to give her more exposure than what she needed, but she basically had no clothes on. She's streaming live on Twitch. She's telling her viewers if they subscribe to her Fansly, she'll take more of her clothes off. She says, "Oh, you know, I'm a women's rights supporter. You can't be mean to me because I support women's rights." Like it was criminal. It was honestly like if I was a police officer, I would have arrested this girl. So yeah, uh, but it was so crazy, and it just made me realize. It made me think to myself about the state of YouTube and the state of social media is just so uncontrollably bad. Like I don't know if it's just because I'm older and so I see more stuff now than I saw when I was a kid, but I don't really think that's the case. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think I'm like it's just content that's being pushed more. You don't check her out. I mean, if you did, you'd see what I'm talking about. It's crazy. Like I said, I reported her and I got Okay, we're really lagging right now. We're disconnecting. We disconnected. Uh, but but it was just so crazy to me to watch this and to see this go on, and it was ridiculous. It was crazy work, and like I said, I wanted to make a video about it, but like my PoE videos were doing so well that I didn't want to change the direction of everything. I used to stream with Cam, and I got so many messages. If you wear a low-cut shirt, you'll get more views. Yeah, see, that's messed up. Like that people would say that to you or try to take advantage of you like that. Um, like every person deserves some amount of respect for themselves and for other people. And the crazy thing to me is that you got to realize that like as a parent, like I don't have kids. I've struggled with relationships before, but as a parent, I would not want my kid to see that or to be a part of it, or like it would just anger me to even know that that is like a thing to begin with. BRB checking her out. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it was literally never like this before, and I don't use like dating apps anymore. But when I was younger, I used dating apps, and dating apps always frustrated me because it's the same thing on there. Like you go to on a dating app to like find a relationship or a date, and it ends up like everybody on like Tinder, for example, is wearing like no clothes or whatever, and it's just like, well, this is not even like intimidating. It's just like, what do you want me to think of you? Like you have yourself on an app where all these men or women can see you, and you've got no clothes on. Like, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? Like have some self-respect, I guess, or something. I don't know. That's like the easiest way to put it. Fracturing orb, yay. Haven't seen one of those in a while because I don't really do maps. I normally use the ameliorations as well. Don't. I forgot to have one, and obviously we are lagging just a little bit right now. Yeah, that's also true. As a man especially, or you know, a male, I get so many messages from women who aren't even real. Like they're bots. Maybe some of them actually are real because they'll send me a video and they'll be like, "Logan, like you know, I'm not lying to you." But I block all of them at this point. If someone's first message to me is to add them on a different app, I instantly block them. But yeah, most of it is like bait, exactly like you said. And it's like what the heck? Like uh what is your goal? Like are you an American citizen who is like doing this, or are you from a different country, like, and you just are desperate for money because you have a rough life? Like I don't know what to say, but it's crazy. But yeah, I can imagine that if there's people, and there's always been like AI bots and stuff ever since I was a kid, like people who pretended catfished and lied about who they were and stuff, but yeah. Simply just meet a partner on a video game. Well, you see, the problem with that is I met this girl on League when I was like in 2019. We're lagging. I want to make sure that I am able to tell this story, so I want to make sure I'm connected. Goodbye, boss. You just disappeared. I met this girl on League, and she lived in Canada, and we talked for like months and months and months. Turns out she was a moderator for Tarzan, a Twitch streamer. She had known him since she was like... She had known Tarzan since she was like 14. And she was a moderator for Tarzan. Like, Tarzan was preying on little children and little girls. Like, I kid you not. It's so crazy because all of this happened like 5 years ago, and I still have all the messages saved. So, like, at any point in time, I could expose Tarzan if I wanted to, and like have his stream and even Dante's stream shut down. Because, like I said, they don't do it anymore because they're a lot more successful. But when they were starting out, they were like child predators, deadass. But I met this girl anyways. We started dating, and like we planned to meet each other, and she just went all like crazy, and then she like dated. She went and got a sugar dad, is what she did, or a sugar daddy. She like messaged me like when we were supposed to meet, and she was like, yeah, like I had bought her a ticket to come see me and everything, and she goes, oh yeah, you know, like, it was crazy. It was crazy work. It really was. She like went and got a sugar daddy and said that she wasn't ready to settle down or be in a relationship, and that she wanted money, and so she got a sugar daddy. Dante's was, so honestly, I don't know about Dante's 100%. I don't know about Dante's, but I can 100% promise you that, and I can tell you who it was too. The girl that I dated, her name was Julia, but the girl that Tarzan was affiliated with, and Tarzan's the one who made Dante's famous. Like, Tarzan was a lot more famous before Dante's ever got views. Tarzan had a girl, and she's still a moderator in his chat to this day, and she has a YouTube channel, and her name on YouTube is Violet Kitten. Her name in his chat is Becca. And she like talked and associated with Tarzan and was like a moderator for him like when she was like 14. And she told me that him and Tarzan used to go hang out and stuff all the time because they both lived in Montreal. She like traveled the country. She was sick with a bunch of stuff, but I won't get into all of her personal information. I feel bad even talking about this, but yeah, Dante's was like I said, Dante's was like Tarzan's best friend, and they hung out all the time. So if Tarzan was involved in something, I can only like assume that Dante's was too. I don't actually know, but I do know that Dante's is like an equal freak. Like, Tarzan's Discord server, Dante's Discord server, and T1, Tyler 1's Discord server used to be like a trifecta of e-dating and sexual harassment. Like, they were. But yeah, Dante's is the loud, I won't say that word. He's the loud, creative individual with the... I don't know if he's still with that same girl. Because like I said, most of this was like years ago. This happened in 2019 when I found out about all this and when I was involved. But yeah, I felt bad for this girl. That she was like... And she, you know, like a victim of abuse, they'll like defend their abusers. So when I told her that she needed to like stand up and tell everybody like what Tarzan did and what was going on in Tarzan's server, and that Tarzan was like talking to these young girls, like, she told me, she's like, oh no, Tarzan has, you know, our best interest at heart. Like, he's a really good guy and this and that. And I'm like, well, yeah, of course you're going to think that. Like, I don't know what to say. Yeah, his girlfriend always seemed, I'm not going to lie, their whole relationship seemed crazy a little bit. But they, like, I don't know. From my experience, when two crazy people try to date, it never ends well. But yeah, I would hope so. I will say that it's funny. I watch a lot of Rad IRL, and Rad IRL, watching him, yeah, teach Dantes is kind of funny, because Dantes is really bad at ADC. He really is. I was a Twitch main I was never as good as Red IRL, but I was still like Grandmaster. Yeah, don't think negatively about, like I said, I don't know for certain with Dantes, but the guy who made Dantes famous for sure was like a child predator. And I'll show you who it was. I'll pull up YouTube or Internet Explorer here. So this is Tarzan here. Tarzan, and they had like this whole drama, this falling out because Dantes paid Tarzan and then lied to everyone about it. And Dantes ended up becoming more successful than Tarzan because who knows why. But this was Tarzan. He's got a few hundred. He's had like the same amount of subscribers for the last 5 years. But this is Tarzan. He used to be like the rank 1 League of Legends North American player. He was like the best jungler at the time. He was rank 1. He did a lot of boosting that he got banned for. Broke a lot of rules. Show me olive oil. She's probably in my search history is the messed up thing. No, she's not on this computer. Oh, she is right here because I searched her just to report her. This is a song. Don't ignore this. This is a song by Drax or whatever. And then I watched like the Los Ratones games and some. She does. Don't follow her. Don't pursue it. It's a bait. It's a trap. But this is Tarzan, and Tarzan was, I used to love watching him. He had a lot of good videos, but he's really fallen off. Like back in my day in 2019, like I said, he used to be really famous. He used to get hundreds of thousands of views, and he was like the one who basically made Dantes famous. As you can see, like if we go back a lot longer, his views have like 100K plus views. Sayonara Gooners is right. Yeah, I know. Well, good looking is that's all relative, subjective to each person. It's not really objective, but I think they deleted, like, I'll show. let me turn off my this arcade is off. Let me pull up my email and I'll show you guys, because you probably think that like I was watching this girl and stuff, but I wasn't. I actually reported her. So this is the report email. This was like 2 nights ago because I got so sick of looking at it. This was 5 days ago. Hello, thank you for reporting videos you find inappropriate. Has been removed or restricted from YouTube. So they removed like the video where she was taking off her clothes, but she it's like look at this, like the first video on her stream. Look at it, and look at it. Look, she is literally taking off her shirt in this recommended video on her stream. Now, obviously, I'm not going to click on this. I'm not going to go into it. I haven't watched any of her videos. As you can see, I don't watch her shorts. But this is like she is literally taking her clothes off. You can see it. It's 5 hours ago. Could Jesus have been the first LGBTQ icon? And then you click on her stream and she's like, oh yeah, guys, subscribe to my Fansly. Like, this is crazy. Crazy work. How is this legal? How is this allowed? Like, look at this. Her tits are hanging out on every video. How is this allowed on YouTube? Like, what has the world come to? It's so ridiculous. I don't know. I'm going to take my shirt off. I also agree with you, Ephemera. Personality beats everything. I do realize there's a lot of funny, pretty, and smart Elden Ring female players. Who is, no, that girl I just showed is not a League player. She's just an IRL streamer or whatever. She doesn't do anything with her life other than take advantage of men and post videos asking you to subscribe to her Fansly so that she doesn't have to go to work and get a job. Yeah, right? Imagine I get banned from YouTube showing banned YouTube videos, but it's not banned, it's live on there with the report email from YouTube saying that they removed the exact same comment. And it's so vulgar, like it's so repulsive. Her actual video is so repulsive. Or not video, her personality, like what she, oh my gosh. I've only listened to her for like 5 minutes before, but I had enough. And then I was like, okay, I got to make a video out of this because this is crazy. This is so far beyond what like should even be considered legal that it's crazy. But yeah, she's obviously she's not the only one. She's very blatant, and it blows my mind that she's got 450,000 subscribers. Has probably made 100 grand, if not more, from YouTube, and she's still allowed to keep going and doing it is what's crazy to me. Because like, you get people who really work hard. Like, I don't expect to get 100K views on my videos, but I put a lot of time and work into some of the videos that I have made over the years. Like even my RuneScape videos, they're not that good. I didn't really edit most of them, but I spent a lot of time learning what I put in those videos, and I'll get like 3,000 views, and then she takes her shirt off and gets like 1 million views and $1,000 from 10 different guys. Have I seen those girls that beat the entire Elden Ring with dance pads and stuff? No, that's crazy. Is that a real thing? I thought you were like making a joke that they were just over promoted. Wait, we need to look this up now because I'm curious. Dance pad Elden Rings. No way. You're actually telling the truth. This is crazy. Look at this. Millennia defeated by a dance pad? What?
I chose Wix for my visit.
What? We got a normal advertisement for once, too. Normally it's like some scam. Have you guys been getting those ads on Shorts where it's like, it's an advertisement, but it's like an AI advertisement of Elon Musk telling you to go invest in a stock, but it's not really Elon Musk. It's like an AI. Like, how do those get approved? Or it'll be like someone who, it'll be like Aiden Ross, like a voiceover, like an AI video. It's crazy. Get YouTube Premium. I used to have it. I'm a little bit broke right now. I actually don't really mind. I use YouTube for everything. I don't even use Spotify. I listen to all my music and everything on YouTube too. This is crazy work. She's just dance padding. I never played Elden Rings before, but I know this boss is really hard. That's a creative way to beat the game. I will respect that. She's just stepping around casually singing, owning this game, and I'm still stuck on the first level. I've never seen this before. That's pretty crazy. I'm more of like a Baus enjoyer and like Rad IRL. I only watch a few people on YouTube. I don't watch any IRL stuff. I used to watch when I was younger. I watched a lot of like iDubbbz and whatnot. But nowadays, like, I will watch all the professional league games. I will watch like World of Warcraft tournaments, and then I will watch like Baus and Rad IRL and stuff just because I think they're hilarious and it's interesting to watch them play. That boss took me 80 tries. Bro, every PoE boss took me 80 tries when I started. I wish I recorded starting off for PoE. I duoed the league with my buddy Alec, and Alec and I probably died on every single boss like 100 times, including Viper Natsuili or whatever in the Act 3. Oh my gosh, bro. We went through phases where it was either I died or he died to the attack where she does the spears down the middle of the room. Cause like we were playing on day one where like no one had any gear, and there wasn't any gear on the market or any uniques that were affordable. And so yeah, it was really rough because we died like 100 times. But yeah, this is insane. This is crazy work. Dance pad Elden Ring. I don't really want to watch the whole thing from start to finish. I'm going to be honest, it doesn't look as difficult. She's like on her knees right here. What the heck? She's probably tired. But she's not like pushing that many buttons. She's like just tapping X a couple times, presses O twice. How is she turning her character though? Oh, she's using the arrows or something. Or is she using her heel? I don't know. That's crazy. My favorite game of all time, Skyrim, without a doubt. Skyrim, 100%. Skyrim in 2012 or 2013 or 2014, whenever it came out, I was a freshman in high school. I'm 25 now, so it would have been like 10 years now. Or no, I was younger than that. I was in like middle school, so it would have been like 12 years ago. But Skyrim was freaking the most epic game ever, in my opinion. It was so far ahead of its time at the time. Okay, we acquired a little bit of gold, not enough to really matter. We'll do one more map. Hopefully I don't disconnect a million times. This one's pretty good. 30 quantity, 36 rarity. We'll pop a rarity keystone in here and we'll put our rarity gear on. Hopefully we'll be vibing. It does have a radiation as well. Question is though, where is my other ring? This one here, actually, this one. Don't I lose my chaos cap though? Yeah, I do. That's unfortunate. Maybe we just mirror this ring then. This one... Oh no, I don't think I can use my abilities if I do that. This is like what 10 Divines investment looks like, by the way, on PoE maps. Obviously, I have a tier 6 Uber filter on, but this is a 10 Divine investment on precursor tablets, like 7% quantity times 10. Or times 9, 7, 14, 21. It's like 7% quantities and then some rarities. Not the best setup, obviously, but as you can see, I'm also like 200% rarity with this setup. And we do not get much loot at all. This is why I only do trials and Pinnacle content. I'm sure if I did 100 maps like this, I'd see something, but... The Waystone doesn't have quantity on it, and it could have more rarity, but still, like... I've got like 300% plus right now. Which isn't that much, but it's definitely not nothing. I've kind of been thinking about doing like a mapping video or a mapping stream. I have a few triple tower setups I could go towards on my Atlas. I just haven't really wanted to make the investment into the tablets and the maps themselves. We're popping off. Also, I've done a ton of ritual altars this league. They're my favorite thing to like do in the game. But I don't know if anyone else has had this issue. I have had a ton of ritual altars where I reroll, and I get an expensive omen on the last reroll. Thank God it's never been a mirror. But then I can't afford to defer it, and that upsets me. Bro, there is no way that you got a Merc with Volcanic Fissure of Snaking. That was the build I was playing, was Volcanic Fissure. Obviously, I didn't unlock it yet, but that is freaking epic. I believe you. The first mercenary I picked up was a Ranger level 4, and it deleted the whole map. Like, I was struggling to kill stuff, like whites, rares. This mercenary I picked up, bam, 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 Ranger Sniper, one-shot everything on the map. And I was like, what is this? And then I noticed, and this is really the problem with mercenaries, is at least the one that I had died in one hit to everything. It was actually kind of frustrating. I literally died. My mercenaries got one shot by everything. And that was a little bit frustrating. I know you can give them better gear and stuff. What server do I play on? I play on, I think I'm on like Canada East, but I live in the United States. This might be Texas too. It keeps changing my server randomly. But if you want to tag along, you can. I don't mind. I'm only going to do like a few more maps though, probably. I just want to build some gold up so that we can go kill some Arbiter and do some Gambas. Wait. It was worth it. We got a pair of Vol gloves with... This is like something that I could have recombined to get. But watch. I'm going to get like a mirror on this next reroll and I won't be able to defer it because I'll only have 1,300 honor. Nope. Thank God. I also always check items and altars because I've seen some very crazy items in here before. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the mercs were honestly freaking cool. Like, I don't imagine that, or I can imagine that most people are just, like, blasting through content with mercs by their side. It's actually sick, but it is from, I've heard a lot of people who played Diablo complain about it, that it was stolen from Diablo or whatever. No, I should have plenty of gold if we do a couple maps with, Zhao. Avenger, the average Zhao. I don't know how to pronounce that. Zhao? But, I don't need too much gold. I have a bunch of gold maps, too. But we didn't get anything from this 150% rarity, 35% quantity map with 200% rarity on my gear. We didn't get a single drop, not even a chaos orb. And I think we got one exalted orb from the whole map. Like, what is that? That's why I don't map. We did get a tier 4 trapper hood and these gloves, but these came from Ritual Altar. Hello, I've dropped this game after about 90 hours. How many changes have the devs made? Does it still play like a piece of shit? Oh, that's hilarious. They've made a lot of changes. They've made tier 0 items a lot more frequent. They've increased the drop rate of every item. So items, for example, such as Clondra's Ring. Clondra's Ring is now 10 divines. Every item in the game is like a tenth of the price as it was because every item has a significantly higher drop rate. So that's one thing to keep in mind. And yeah, it's going pretty good. Also, yeah, I normally sell waystones for gold, but I think most of the ones I have left are like blues that I want to slam. I have a bunch in guild stash too. I've got like 200 waystones from earlier in the league. I've slowly weeded through them, but I'd have to slam most of them to be worth anything because they sell for like 10 times more as rares. Just sold my 99 div Astra that I bought for 22 div. What does that mean? You sold it for 99 and you only paid 22? Or you chanced it for 22 and then sold it for 99? Because I chanced one, but it's worthless now. Earlier in the league. Wait, this is tier 1 chaos res. Can we get something good? These items are all pretty good. Rarity. Okay, this is really good. Tier 1 max life, tier 1 rarity. If I could get 35% movement speed on these, they're worth a lot. Stun threshold, not what we wanted. Life regen, mana. Okay, game. Alright. 29. Okay. What a crazy helmet. What the heck? This is like better than what I have on. And I just dropped this. Wait, it doesn't have life on it though. But it does have rarity. Okay then, this helmet is really good. Yeah, bought it for 99, sold it for 22. Yeah, no, I feel you on that. I'm in that same boat with my, I don't know if you were watching earlier, but my Astramentus character. This build, I spent like a mirror, or I didn't spend anything on this build. I got it all as drops, but this build was worth like a mirror. This character was really crazy, and it's currently worth nothing. It's worth like 100 div at most if I were to sell everything, other than the Tangled Tongue is probably worth like a mirror because it's perfect with 2 sockets. Yeah, that sucks though, to lose 70 div on something like an Astromenace. That's the bad thing about the changes, is that they really punished a lot of players who actually did put a lot of time and effort into their characters and their builds. Can I get crit damage bonus or attack speed? Nope. I get leech and fire damage. Maybe we fracture and we hit the +2 melee skills. It's kind of a risk. Oh! How good am I? How good am I? Okay, now we just chaos spam these until we hit crit damage. We'll probably go broke before we do that, though. It's actually not easy to do at all. Like right now, boom, if I just hit crit damage. Okay. Boom, right here. Okay. Boom. 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 Bye-bye, chaos. Yeah, unfortunately, this is just not working in my favor. And by the time I roll crit damage on this, I'll be out of chaos. I just spent like 2 div chaosing this. We could probably sell this for like a div, though, because it's fractured +2. And you could sit there. You could annul this and then sit here and perma chaos spam it for crit damage and then slam it and annul and slam and annul and slam, but it would be a lot of work and a lot of money, and the outcome might be worth something, but it might also not be worth anything, and I might need to have like 400 div in omens. But we are going to sell this helmet for like 10 div. That's a crazy helmet. 800 plus evasion with the socket in it, which we should probably put on it to make it look better. 660, so yeah, this is like 800 evasion with crit chance and intelligence and rarity, which there's nothing like it on the market. List it for 10. Pretty sick helmet, but that came from it didn't come from a show. That came from the map, I guess. 10 div. God, I love crafting. That sounds like fun to me. Well, I'll tell you what. It might sound like fun, but I could take all these divines I have and annul one of these wands that I have down, for example, and I'll show you just how fun it is. Well, this wand won't even sell for 15 div, so maybe I'll do that before we go back to mapping. Zhao, if you want to join for some maps, you can. I'll just show you guys. We'll annul this wand. Wait, maybe we slam it. Okay, we annul this wand. Right, so it's bricked. I have 62 Chaos Orbs. Let's see how many times I hit crit chance. Yeah, send me a message. I'll invite you in 1 sec. We just hit tier 1 extra lightning, but I usually roll past that because it's just so rare to hit anything with it. There's tier 3 cold damage. Lightning damage is pretty bad. You really want flat. Okay, wait. We just hit tier 3 crit. Now it's time to slam it. Boom. Okay. Extra lightning. Okay. Extra fire. Okay. And we got very bad increased mana regen. Light radius. That is not very ideal. It's not terrible, though. We'll have to price check it. See, it price checks for like 40 div, but it's almost like I can guarantee you it's just not going to sell for that much. Also, for some crazy reason, this is somehow tier 2. Don't know how, don't know why. Couldn't tell you. But maybe we actually made some money off of this. We'll list this for like 25. But that was like 4 div and Chaos Orbs right there just to get that